of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
This is the BusinessDay television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. Now let's see what's making the headlines. Federal government approved 2026 to 2030 development plan. Dangote seals $2.5 billion deal with Ethiopia for mega fertilizer plants. NNPC is under attack, Ojulari tells Pengasan. US to limit visa duration for journalists. And Milan, Chelsea agree £36 million deal for Christopher Nkunku. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has approved a new medium-term national development plan for 2026 to 2030. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, revealed this while briefing State House journalists after a meeting of the National Economic Council chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima. The plan, which will be launched in December 2025, will involve all three tiers of government from the local government to the national level, replacing the 2021 to 2025 medium-term plan, which expires this year. Bagudu revealed that the post-COVID 2021 to 2025 plan could not achieve the projected 7% growth due to the absence of strong political will from the previous government to implement reforms necessary for its success. And moving on, Aliko Dangote has sealed a multi-billion-dollar deal with the Ethiopian government to establish a $2.5 billion fertilizer plant in the country's eastern Somali region. According to reports, the agreement signed in Addis Ababa on Thursday gives Dangote a 60% stake in the project, while the remaining 40% will be held by state-owned Ethiopian investment holdings. Once completed in about 40 months, the plant is projected to produce 3 million tons of fertilizer annually, connected through a pipeline to the Kalub and Ilala natural gas field in Ethiopia's southeast, and ensuring a steady supply of feedstock. EIH, however, revealed that the development would ease Ethiopia's reliance on imported fertilizer, strengthen domestic supply, and reduce pressure on foreign reserves. And still on, Group CEO of NNPC, Bayo Ojulari, has revealed that the company is under attack from people who don't mean well for Nigeria and against the ongoing transformation efforts in the company. Ojulari revealed that because change always comes with a price, the NNPC management will not succumb to such attacks, but will work for the larger interests of Nigerians. The GCEO revealed this while hosting a delegation from the national body of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria at the NNPC Towers in Abuja on Thursday. The NNPC boss emphasized that patience will be required from the Nigerian people at large to get to the other side of change, which will benefit Nigeria and its citizens, reiterating commitment to stay focused on driving the mandate given to the team by the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. To end the local news, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has announced a policy that will provide lifetime salary benefits to senior officers retiring from the rank of Deputy Controller, Comptroller, or Commander General and above. The minister announced this on Thursday while speaking at the 2025 ministerial retreat, detailing the ministry's achievements and reaffirming the commitment to strengthening institutional performance and capacity across all agencies. The minister announced that any officer retiring from the rank of Deputy Controller, Comptroller, Commander General will now receive lifetime salary benefit, a policy graciously approved by the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Tunji-Ojo emphasized that in the future, officer progression will be determined by a new system based on capacity and performance, revealing that the new traveling manuals have been developed with the construction of a world-class fire academy now underway. We now head to the foreign scene where Donald Trump administration is moving to restrict how long international journalists and foreign students can stay in the United States. The Department of Homeland Security announced in a statement on Wednesday, 28th of August, that the proposed rule would limit the period certain visa holders are allowed to remain in the country. According to reports, students on F visas have been admitted under a system called Duration of Status since 1978, which lets them stay in the U.S. as long as they are enrolled in a program, many to remain for extended periods without renewed checks. The new rule would also require students, exchange visitors, and journalists to apply to United States Citizenship and Immigration Services for extension facing regular reviews of their stay. Also, Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook has sued President Donald Trump over his attempt to fire her, setting up a potential legal battle with implications for the U.S. Central Bank's autonomy. Cook has asked for the court to declare Trump's firing order unlawful and void, naming Fed Chairman Jerome Powell as defendant. Trump has said there was sufficient reason to believe Cook had made false statements on a mortgage, citing constitutional powers, which he said allowed him to remove her. The president has reportedly put increasingly pressure on the Fed over what he sees as an unwillingness to lower interest rates, while the White House spokesperson Kush Desai said the president exercised his lawful authority to remove Cook. And now to sports. AC Milan have agreed a £36 million deal, including add-ons to sign Chelsea forward Christopher Nkunku, as the Blues close on a deal for Manchester United winger Alejandro Garnacho. Nkunku, 27, is expected to accept a pay cut in order to join the Italian side on a 5-year contract and has been given permission to travel for a medical. The Blues have also included a sell-on clause as part of the deal, which will end Nkunku's 2-year stay at Stamford Bridge. According to reports, this move will have wider implications for Chelsea, with negotiation advancing to sign Garnacho. The Argentina international has not played for United this season and has been training away from the main group. To end the news, the Champions League has returned for its second season in the revamped format, with 6 Premier League teams battling to be crowned Europe's best in 2025-2026. The Champions League draw held on Thursday sees both Liverpool and Manchester City drawn against 15-time winner Real Madrid in a blockbuster league phase. Xabi Alonso Madrid will host City at the Bernabeu, facing Premier League champions Liverpool at the Anfield, 2 of the most anticipated features of the campaign. Arne Slot's Liverpool, who topped the league phase last season before falling to PSG in the last 16, will also host Atletico Madrid, PSV and Quebec, while traveling to Inter Milan, Eintracht Frankfurt and Marseille, and also Galatasaray. And that does it this morning at the BDTV Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. Up next is a newspaper review on The Breakfast Show. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obonna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 29th.
On this day in 1831, Michael Faraday discovered electromagnetic induction. Michael Faraday experimentally demonstrated that a changing magnetic field can induce a voltage in a conductor. The discovery of electromagnetic induction helped in the creation of electric generators, transformers, and even induction cooktops. An English scientist, Faraday was a prolific researcher and inventor. In addition to discovering electromagnetic induction, he also discovered benzene and electrolysis. The farad, an international system of units measurement of a capacitance, the ability of an object to hold an electric charge, was named after Faraday. And on this day in 1966, the Beatles had their last commercial performance. Popular British rock group, the Beatles, played their last live concert in front of a paying public at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, California. The band came together one last time for an unannounced performance in January 1961 on the rooftop of the Apple Building in London. The Beatles were an English rock band formed in Liverpool in 1960, consisting of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr. They are widely considered the most influential band in the history of popular music. Initially rooted in skiffle and the 1950s rock and roll, their sound evolved to include classical, folk, Indian, psychedelic, and hard rock elements. Lennon and McCartney led the group's songwriting, and the band built their early reputation playing clubs in Liverpool and Hamburg. After several lineup changes, Starr joined in 1962, solidifying the classic lineup. Under manager Brian Epstein and producer George Martin, the Beatles gained massive popularity with their debut hit Love Me Do. Their success sparked Beatlemania and launched the British invasion of the US. They later retired from live performances in 1966 to focus on studio work, producing iconic albums like Rubber Soul, Revolver, Sgt. Pepper, The White Album, and Abbey Road. Their music pushed artistic boundaries and reflected the social changes of the 1960s. The band broke up in 1970 with each member pursuing solo careers. Lennon was murdered in 1980 and Harrison died in 2001, while McCartney and Starr remained active. The Beatles have sold over 600 million records worldwide and hold numerous chart records. Their impact on music, culture, and the industry remains unmatched, and they are celebrated as timeless icons of the 20th century art and innovation.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
All right, welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on our front page of our dailies. I am Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning, of course, is our in-house analyst. Okay, you didn't allow me to give you a robot introduction.
I was fast and over my head.
Okay.
So let me allow you to take it down.
Joining us this morning to give us a robust analysis on the dailies this morning is...
I hope I'm going to catch up with that intro.
Okay.
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, good morning. It's good to have you on the newspaper review.
Always a pleasure.
All right, so let's go straight into the dailies. We'll start off with the Business Day newspaper.
Right.
And the top story on the Business Day newspaper says, non-oil sector powers Nigeria's tax revenue to 17.4 trillion naira. And the writer to that story says constitutes 75% of tax revenues. And revenue surpasses 2021 and 2022 combined tax earning. That is a lot, if you ask me.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
All right, let's take the other stories before we pick the points to talk about. And another story there says Dangote elevates Ethiopia to number 2 Korea producer in SSA. And you can find that story on page 27 of the Business Day newspaper. And that story there says what to know about FG amnesty for Vista overstayers. And finally, on the Business Day, we have trade-offs of Nigeria to Brazil direct flight deal. You can find that story on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. All right, Valentine. Right. Non-oil sector powers Nigeria tax revenue to 17.4 trillion naira. What do you think is driving this?
Some will say maybe I am a soothsayer. Others will say maybe I'm related to is it Nostradamus? But none of that. It's so simple that once you look at the trajectory where we're coming from, you can actually tell where we're going to. Although in some cases, the projection might be a bit, imbalanced. Shaky. But in this case, the latter is the case. Look at it very closely. We complain about, oil produce hitting a particular mark, the amount of barrels that we dish out, to the international market. At some point, NNPC had their own explanation why it wasn't catching up. And then after a while, they realized that Dangote came on board and started making people understand that, look, we can also import and back and forth. But enough of that. Let's now look at the reason why this non-oil sector powers Nigeria. I will tell you. They say if something doesn't happen to you, you will never learn.
Right.
I think as a country, we're beginning to learn that, wait a minute, we cannot rely on oil 100%. If you notice what I've done, I gave, highlights to the oil sector first and foremost, how far we've been, through what NNPC is saying, and of course, how Dangote has come into. Some say is trying to monopolize the market. Some other people say, look, they have different opinions towards it. However, having said so, the part of the non-oil sector power Nigeria, giving us 17.4 trillion tax revenue. That's a good thing to celebrate.
It's a good thing, but now saying the non-oil sector will power Nigeria, don't you see it as a temporary shift?
Okay, good. I like the word temporary.
Yeah.
Nothing in this life lasts forever.
True.
But having said so, you want the case where it to last a lifetime. If we can achieve this tax revenue, 17.4 trillion naira, it could have simply debunked the fact that Nigeria cannot live without oil. We could have erased that myth that without oil we will not survive. Remember, before the exploration of oil, before the discovery of oil and gas, agriculture held Nigeria at a point where we're even respected even more now than we even have oil and gas. Yes, we stepped into the global playing field when oil and gas was discovered, right? In the Loibiri, back in the days then, Bielsa area, Niger Delta. But let's be honest, what agriculture did for us was massive. Oil palm, right? We had corn, a lot of yam, but that's just one sector. When they say non-oil sector, you're talking about other areas like, you have other tin and columbite, you have other natural resources,
produce, sorghum, and the
you
rest.
have all that. So all that combined, if we can hit 17.4 trillion naira as tax revenue, I think for what it's worth, those who are in the oil sector should begin to think and ask themselves and count their teeth with their tongue to say, look, we need to step up and do something great. So I think it's a welcomed development. But the thing is, can we sustain this?
it? That's where my concern is.
Can we say in the next 3-4 years, right? We have a milestone.
Produce can still put us through,
and we surpass it. These are the questions.
Anyways, now taking it back to the non-oil produce, Dangote elevates Ethiopia to number 2 urea producer in SSA. I have a concern about this. Don't you think this might actually affect the cost of fertilizers for farmers across East Africa, knowing how Dangote operates? Dangote now is taking 60% of it, while the government of Ethiopia is taking 40%. Don't you think it will affect the cost?
So, when you say something will affect the cost, what this means is that we are projecting that people who buy their locally, made products, right, might want to shift to the one that is being imported because it is far more superior. But in this case, that's not even the case. In this particular issue, Dangote is making sure that it's all produced right there. So it's adding a lot of money to their GDP. It's adding a lot of creating jobs in their GDP in their country. For the fact that they've now risen up to number 2 hero producers in Africa, it gives you that indication that, wait a minute, Dangote is doing something great. And this is not just we saying because we want to give an advert. No. Right? It's not.
But he's taking 60% of it and then
he's
giving
a businessman.
40%.
I will tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
So he's a businessman. So normally when you are approached, right, by business tycoons because they need your services, you have an upper hand. This is normal. It would be unfair for you to play the lower hand when you know that as time goes on, as the country begins to record high level of economic value, they might reduce your percentage. So it's best it is high. After a while, they might not normalize. But I don't see Dangote, because Dangote has done it and they have succeeded here in Nigeria, which obviously is like one of Africa's biggest economy.
It succeeded because it was a monopolistic move.
On the contrary,
not based on sharing, like what is going on in Ethiopia right now.
I want to disagree with you.
Okay.
Dangote, again, look, Dangote is doing the Lord's work. Can you imagine if Dangote hadn't stepped in to put together the refinery? Do you know where we could have been at this point?
But what is wrong with this being in Nigeria anyway?
So this is the thing now. It might sound funny, but it's the fact. Regulators in this country, most of them who work with some people in the corridor of power who have been trying so long to frustrate Dangote, even in the oil and gas sector, we know this already. If not, why would he be buying oil and crude oil from importing crude oil? So it doesn't make any sense. So is that someone trying to frustrate him? So he has seen that, maybe this is alleged, could have seen that, look, these guys are going to frustrate me if I move forward with this thing. Right? So in order for them to give him that extra accolade and call him back to the country, do it somewhere else. Create what we call healthy competition. So I think what he has done is, wait a minute, if I agree to this in a different country, maybe my own country and my own leaders and those who are in the helms of affairs begin to see the potential in that production of fertilizer and call me back and say, look, you know what? We know you've been doing this in Nigeria already. Cement, fertilizer, oil and gas is your thing. You're good at this thing. So can we give you another urge to make sure Nigeria tops up since it has succeeded in Ethiopia? These are questions that they ask.
I like your angle to it. So that simply means this is going to boost their agricultural economy and also their exports.
And have our own leaders to wake up to say, look, it took almost nothing. I won't say nothing, but it took less time, right, to achieve that than it could have taken if it was in this country. We know the level of bureaucracy in Nigeria is too much. Nigeria is too big of a country for it to come up with that kind of idea and achieve like this. It will take a while. And that wow is something that Dangote doesn't have. I mean, don't forget, he's a businessman, he's an entrepreneur. Yeah. Right? He doesn't work for the government, although he runs partnership with the government. So it is the difference between private sector and the government sector is that the government sector will go through, due process, go through a lot of, talks and balance back and forth, this office, that office. But when you're in charge of your business, you make swift decision, and those who work for you, they jump on it, jump on the bandwagon. So that's why I see him succeeding very quickly. And I hope our leaders are watching to say, wait a minute.
We hope so.
If these guys can hit number 2, when it comes to the production of urea, maybe we should step up and say, we're the big brothers of Africa. And I'm not talking about the reality show. I'm not talking about the reality show right now. We're the big brothers of Africa. Yeah. Give us that belongs to us.
But are we still the big brothers though? Or it's just hypothetical speaking?
This is a big question to answer in 2027.
Okay, so let's touch the last story on the business the newspaper, and then this one says what to know about the federal government amnesty for visa overstayers. Now my question here is, how do you think this can? Let's look at it in the tourism and the travel inflow. Don't you think this is actually going to affect Nigeria?
So, I mean, we're talking about the United States here. I'm the man in the helms of affairs, someone who is presiding, the president of the United States. Donald Trump. He's someone who is a go-getter. Now, history has shown, even president right now, that if he wants to make decisions, he goes with it. But yet, he still says that he's not a dictator. So he's playing the business card more than the political card. Right. And this is what Republicans, they do. They will tell you to put, America first. Every other country should come second. Truth be told, any nation wants to put their nation first. But the way he's going about it, he believes that he's going to score big before even his 2 years in office. Now, we're not Americans, we're Nigerians. But how does it affect Nigeria, affect business, and of course, affect our GDP? We already know that most of what we do depend on some foreign trade, right? Unfortunately, we are owing the World Bank, we are owing, IMF, and once you're owing all these huge institutions, financial institutions, remember this for sure: they were not designed to be in favor of Africa, right? They were designed to put Africa in a relegated point, control Africa. It's all about control. And if you look at it, if you now say, okay, so this visa thing will affect Africa or affect Nigeria. Let's use Nigeria now, since we're Nigerians. It will affect Nigeria in this way, XXX way. So let us reciprocate. You realize that these people have connections with the IMF and World Bank. All they have to just do is call them and do, look, these guys are owing you money, right? So make the terms even stiffer. So they find ways outside your own government to go around you and muscle you to the ground without even seeing you. Remember, if your economy is threatened in many ways, you'll be forced to bend. Let me tell you, do you remember when, was it last month or so, early this month, where the United States government actually said they wanted to send some prisoners to Africa? Some prisoners who were Venezuelans, and they wanted Nigeria to take some. Of course! Nigeria said, no, we're not a dumping ground. So the thing is, that was a trap, really. Set the trap. Let's because we know they will say no. So let us use that to muscle them. There are many ways. You also remember back in the past when they were pushing for the gay agenda in Nigeria, and then our president at the time, I think it was Goodluck, that said nope. In fact, the Senate said if anyone endorses the social act, it's 14 years imprisonment. It didn't sit well with the United States. So there's a whole lot. When a nation wants to push their agenda, and you are not conforming to that, they look for ways to muscle you, and one of the ways is through your visa thing. And it's not just targeting Nigeria alone. There are other countries too that
of course. No, it's always like you said, we're the big brother, so it's always us.
The bigger you are,
exactly. And I saw where this morning the United States actually said visa for journalists, you're going to reduce it. Visa for journalists. I don't think that is actually very encouraging. And also students visa, they're actually going to cut the period of time you can stay. You can only stay once your program is done. Well, for me, I think they're just being overly strict on Nigerians. But like you said, we should actually find a way to, man up and get our own stuff. So the United States don't come and, throw whatever they want at all.
Do you know the truth of the matter?
Yeah.
Look, I keep saying this, we'll say it over and over again. Nigeria fix Nigeria. Nigerians fix Nigeria.
Yeah.
Right? The geographical region will not fix itself. It is those who run the country and those who are partakers in the country. Remember, you and I, we are part and parcel of the government. Don't forget, it says for the people, by the people, and of the people. So meaning to say that we are part and parcel of it. Unfortunately, or rather put this way, yes, maybe unfortunately, leadership is an issue in this country. Character development or character per se is also an issue. People don't see being honest as the main thing. At some point, you begin to see some certain people, celebrating dishonesty, right? But then again, we can change all that. The narrative of this country can change if we choose it to change. And once that changes, the way they see us internationally will change.
Well, the president has said it already. Ever since he got in corruption, as
well,
ended or reduced.
Let us look deep in and be honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
Even the most advanced countries have corruption.
Yeah.
They have, at that level, the United States is still corrupt. They have corrupt people there also. Wasn't it Donald Trump that said that look, that they're trying to sway the elections back in the past before he ran again? Before he had
that was just Trump being Trump.
But then again,
that was Trump being
Trump. It happened in America, where you saw people occupy the capital. We saw these things, right? So, you see, human beings are human beings. Anywhere around the world, leadership can fail, leadership can thrive.
Yeah.
But the idea of patriotism, true patriotism, is what keeps the country running.
You're really a patriotic Nigeria. I see it.
So the day Nigeria wakes up, the day our patriotic spirit is reawakened, Africa will never be the same again.
All right, let's move on from the Business Day and move to the Punch newspaper.
Right.
And the big story on the Punch newspaper says tariff war. FG intervenes as state discos rift deepens. And the riders there says NERC summons meeting between state energy commissioners and discos operators. Tariff reduction can't work. Discos are focused on power sector reforms. Commissioner. And you can get that story on page 27 of the Punch newspaper. Valentine, what is going on? The discos have been on the news back to back for the past 2 months. What is going on?
So, again, at some point you need to ask yourself a question. Is it that we are now gaining over Netflix? Because the way you see the way the things unfold in this country, you wonder, this is a show.
Yeah.
This is a show. See, I use the word Netflix. It's way out of what we're discussing, but it's for a reason.
Yeah.
It is a show. Because I don't see how a country, right, that is dealing with a lot of issues like insecurity, dealing with, healthcare, there's some challenges in the healthcare, challenges in different areas, and yet we're still talking about tariff wars. At some point, look, the federal government should just say, look, you know what? Let that idea of subsidy come into these tariffs. Because a country that doesn't have adequate power supply, and when you have it, you probably cannot even enjoy it totally, because what you make as a person cannot even sort out the cost for electricity.
I think the power supply issue is kind of fair now. I think the focus now is how much you get to pay, to actually get this power supply.
That's the point.
Okay.
So the point here is tariffs, right? It boils down to the units and everything that you pay, and it just boils down to it.
Don't you think they are trying to flex their political muscles?
That's why I said this is better than Netflix.
Okay.
So you see now. So you see, for me, this is a movie. But unfortunately, there are real human beings who are
affected.
It. And that's you and I. When the two elephants fight, who suffers?
The ground.
The grass.
You and I.
Which is why it's important that we sometimes put a big smile on our face when we talk about this. If not, blood pressure can step in.
I know, right?
You are faced with the issue that, look, the power sector itself is not 100%. So the fact that you have it at all, you're going to end up paying premium. Doesn't end there. We're faced with the issue that oil price of gasoline, that's fuel, is on the high side. you're faced with the issue that insecurity is on the high side. You dare not travel to some certain areas of Nigeria on road. As if that's not enough. What about healthcare? Right? Oh, have you forgotten so soon? The ASU is already saying the mother of all strikes is coming soon.
Speaking about ASU, FG ASU clash over 2021 agreement.
There you go.
This is another. I think it was on Wednesday on the newspaper review. I was speaking to one of the analysts, and I was saying it's not up to 10 years that I left university, but it's really funny that we are still having the ASU conversation. When I saw it make the headlines, I was like, ASU? Is there really like, the agreements? Have you guys not gotten about the agreements since 2021? What's going on?
So, like I said before, that you're owing someone money, right, doesn't mean that the person will not move around and do what he or she needs to do. Right. Life will go, the life will go on, right? But how does it go on for people who work like lecturers? They'll go back to class and work, isn't so? So which means that if you're owing them X amount of money and they are still working, you're still also going to pay them at the end of the month too. So the money keeps on climbing. So even if you sort out the first one, let's assume you own it for 6 months, or maybe they want increment or something, and you're not meeting that demand. The more the months pass by, the more money is added to it.
It's really sad and shameful.
So I will tell you this. I'm beginning to think, again, this is just, use this word, speculate.
Yeah.
Is it that some people enjoy this idea of let's owe these people money so we can use their money to do something, some kind of business or something?
So, okay, if we are owing just the education sector, it's understandable. But look at the power sector, the education sector, the what they call them, the interior sector,
healthcare.
None is actually together. All are in shambles.
So
it's like nothing is working.
So I will say this: as much as the water, the bath water is dirty, I will not allow us to throw the bath water and the baby away. Why have I said this? There are some countries right now that are no longer a country.
We're not talking about some countries.
We're
talking about Nigeria.
I will tell you this. The reason why I'm saying this is that I'm trying to look for a way for us to create, so let us underline the word hope to say we hope things will change. Yes, things are not as good as they were like in the 80s. I mean, I was a kid in the 80s, I can tell you. Maybe early 70s or late 70s. Okay. But it is now a myth, not necessarily a myth, it is now impossible for you to take, as if you even see it at all, right? 15 naira wants to buy bread with it. It's not possible. In the 80s, that was very possible. Why am I saying this? Sometimes you have to look at flashback. I said this because for Nigeria as a country to become a far more enjoyable country, we must tackle the most important things first. Production must increase in this country. Listen carefully. If we begin to produce our food, we begin to make sure that more than 80% of what we consume is produced here, local content. I bet you all these issues we're facing will begin to normalize. What's happening to us right now is that we are more of an importing nation than we are of an exporting nation. And so, you don't need a soothsayer. It's not rocket science. Other sectors will begin to be affected. The amount of money you make as your GDP and everything will not be able to cater for those areas. And so you go and borrow. And the more you borrow, guess what? You're not just going to pay back when you have the money. It will have incurred interest. So I give us flashback to the 80s when life was good, because where a lot of produce was, we're producing things at the time. Now we are becoming more dependent on foreign imports. Whatever happened to pan? Remember what pan was? Pan? We used to assemble Peugeot vehicles in Nigeria. I don't even know what happened to that. Although right now we now have Innocent. But what I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, if a nation is more than 60% an importing nation, it will affect the strength of the nation at the long run. Rice is something that we can produce here. Beans, yam, all these things are agricultural products. Even other things like steel. We have the Ajakuta steel. How far with that? Should I even go to our dams that are supposed to create electricity for us? I can go on and on. You see, if we don't look inwards to begin to make these things work, we will end up going outwards. In other words, outside the country, import these things. And the more you import, the more you devalue your naira. Why? Because you're buying these things with dollars. You're strengthening the dollar. And mind you, don't forget that the dollar already is like the world reserve currency, which BRICS is trying to kick against. And America doesn't like that. If BRICS succeeds with the BRICS currency, who knows, maybe Africa will follow too.
It's been 2 years now, so let's watch and see. Let's really watch and see. Let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper.
All right, so in the Vanguard here, I mean, almost the same thing. It says FGRSU disagree over agreement. All right, but on top of that, it says Dangote Group, Ethiopia signs deal to build $2.5 billion fertilizer plant, which we mentioned earlier on. And here it says, I am under attack. Some people are plotting to unseat me. NNPCL GCEO Ugulari says. Why wouldn't you be under attack, really?
But is that what he should be worried about? I think he should be more concerned about the issues that's actually ongoing with the NNPC, the questions that the NNPC are yet to ask, and not somebody unseating him.
So the thing is this. When they say power intoxicates and absolute power intoxicates absolutely, that wasn't just a mere sake. How Marx knew what we were talking about. When you taste power, Debbie, you taste power, I bet you will do everything in your power to stay in power.
I know, right?
And so that's the funny thing about this thing called, influence. Some people don't know when to bow out. And so when you don't know when to bow out, you are now disgraced out. But I hope that's not going to be his case. Let's just leave what he said there.
Okay.
This one here says, Guild of Editors condemns killings of journalists in Gaza. Of course. I saw that video where the drone strike hit and they were trying to save lives. All of a sudden, another one hit again.
Gory. It was very gory.
Let's move on to the next one. It says here, the major one says, 2027, opposition parties battle INEC over voters' data.
Already.
There's something we're not seeing here.
Okay.
Opposition parties battle INEC over voters' data.
Let's take like two riders there, so we can.
Okay, let's see. It says ADC, LP, PDP, article, fault data, demand probe. Right? It says no irregularities in Osun, voters pre-registration figures. INEC polls in danger. It says ADC, LP calls for vigilance. Says INEC's body language frightens, and the rest of everything. So
I think the opposition party are just doing the work they are known for. Opposition would never rest, even after an election is done. Their job is to keep finding faults and to instigate the current administration. So
they call them
it's
opposition.
No news. Yeah, for a reason. Yeah.
But now the question is this: are they opposing with facts? Or are they opposing with emotions?
It doesn't matter.
So let's look at it from the professional angle now, right? As broadcasters as we are, if we're going to want to have what they've said here to sway our judgment, again, our job is to stay on the fence.
Of course, it's what sway our
So we're still on the fence now. We're asking a question. Wait a minute. Are you questioning that INEC and their data collation or whatever it is not proper? If you say so, how come you're saying so now? I mean, when PDP was the ruling party, why did you say so?
No, but that's very arguable because they can actually tell you that they were trying to gather their facts, and now that they have their facts, they can now push the narrative.
So they waited for 2005, 2025. I mean, to now say this is their
called
fact.
the opposition. If I were to be the opposition party here, I won't let you rest.
That's the point. So in trying not to let me rest, let the facts be laid out.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, fine. So they've said this now, and let's be honest. LP and PDP, ADC. Let's call them by that rank.
Yeah.
PDP is more or less like the most, looks of things, the most opposition of all the many parties. But it looks as if they are creating like a coalition, right? So let's just say these three parties. Before now, okay, when PDP was the ruling party at the time, my question still remains: is that why didn't they say INEC your data collection?
It's for the ruling party to come out and debunk the way they know how to.
Okay.
It's the opposition party they've put out an allegation. So let the ruling party now come and say, okay, no, it is not what it is.
Okay, so that aside.
Okay.
Now for INEC now, right? If they know that their data is intact, why are they wasting time? Come out and do what? And debunk and say no.
But okay. you know how
but
this
guess
works.
What? They wouldn't do it.
Exactly.
You know why they wouldn't do it?
Why?
Because the ruling party is sitting there. I'm not saying that they are swaying their opinion or swaying their judgment. What I'm trying to say is that give and take. 2027 is still far. And INEC being smart will want to wait for another 6 months or so to pass. You know why it's very critical?
Right.
Because, I mean, they're independent. Away from any other extra party or, they are supposed to be on their own. So you cannot push them to answer on time.
Yeah.
They will take their time. But the question is, do we have that time?
All right, let's wrap up with the cartoon of the day. We have Asuko at it again. What do we have in the cartoon of the day? We have RMAFC. And the person there is saying, no vex, it is their turn. And okay, we have I think this is the Comptroller General. This is the Interior Minister.
Well, this
allegedly the Interior Minister, and that's the Comptroller General, Commander General, giving them salary. So yesterday he said that President Tinubu has approved salary for past Comptroller General, Commander in General. Even after they leave office, they will get a lifetime salary. Wow. And on the left, we have the citizens actually having their plates stretched out, and like, no vex, it's their turn. It's the past Comptroller General's turn. So wait until your turn, and you see how they look very fat. And the citizen looks very famished.
So you see, this is the thing now. And we're glad that sometimes it's good to have some sense of humor.
Yeah.
The cartoon gives you something to smile over because it was well, let me use this word.
This world.
It is well, it is explanatory.
Yeah.
However, let us draw meaning into it. If those who will be ready to stay on queue and long lines to vote you are not your priority, the question now is, who is?
They told you already who the priority is, and that is the Deputy Controller, the Commander in General, and
If they are the priority, then it's as simple as NBC. When we have issues with Boko Haram and issues with other, pressing things that is holding the country, we should put their faces there. Let them go there and go and fight those Boko Haram. That'll be fine.
But
because I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
You see, it is very simple. To whom much is given, much is expected. So if they say it's their turn and they're giving them X allowance, X this, increasing whatever it is that they have, or they have already in their coffers or whatever it is, or maybe what they don't have, but they see that they're adding more, good and fine. To whom much is given, much is expected.
Yeah.
Let's give them fatigues. Let them wear fatigue. Let them wear camouflage and go and fight this.
But that's not going to happen because Tunji Ojo actually said the reason for this is to reaffirm the achievements and to commit to strengthening the institutional performance and capacity across the agency.
There's certain language they will say, or Oyibo. Meaning to say, you're just speaking
it's how they have a reason for everything that they set out to do. Because if you look at this reason on hindsight, it looks very okay. This makes sense. But when you really think about it, you're like, this is all English put together.
There's something else we're not seeing.
Yeah.
You see, when you starve the people, because what they've done there is that they've shown, look, we have the money.
But it's not your turn.
It's not your turn. So let us make sure that let us see you starve even more before it ends up being your turn. This is the flip side of it now. And I'm being serious with it. The flip side of it is that, one, the people who you're putting through that torture will end up creating a stifle. What I mean stifle, I'm creating a bottleneck for you. How? Truth be told, if you have the police force, part of those people who are waiting for their turn. You have people who are in the military. You have people who, I'm talking about those young soldiers, fighting hard, defending our territorial waters, defending our, our land borders. And they see that increment is being done to politicians. And they see that more money is being added to them. Meanwhile, they are putting their life on the line, and every day they are paying the ultimate price. Do you know the kind of thought that will come through their mind? Think about it. And so sometimes when you see some bad eggs, right, stay in front of the streets, or stand in front of the street with weapons, and they're trying to extort 2 naira, 3 naira, and you wonder why. This kind of thing that worries anyone who is a 7 personnel. Now, I'm not trying to, to give and take. I'm not trying to speak for that kind of attitude. I'm saying that, look, if we have the funds, let us treat our servicemen first. Let us treat our teachers first. Pay ASU their money. If you must increase salary, increase the salary of those young boys who are fighting Boko Haram in those, those heated areas. Increase the salary of healthcare. Doctors are leaving Nigeria on the daily. We are having serious brain drain. If you must increase salaries, increase the salaries of the women and men sweeping our streets in Abuja and Lagos. Increase their salary. If you must increase salary, increase the salary of people who are essential workers. You know why? That motivational factor will go a long way. And I want to believe that in that cartoon, the people on the left,
obviously,
are these people I'm talking about. But if you will not do that, rather you increase the salaries of the so-called politicians, add more money to them, allowance and everything, then let us give those politicians camouflage, let them go and fight Boko Haram.
Well said, Mr. Valentine. This is where we would have to end it on newspaper review.
I'm very passionate about this.
You're very, very passionate about it. I can see it. Today's newspaper review is very packed and, insightful. All right, that's all we can take for today. My name is Deborah Eze, of course. Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Owona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 29th.
On this day in 1831, Michael Faraday discovered electromagnetic induction. Michael Faraday experimentally demonstrated that a changing magnetic field can induce a voltage in a conductor. The discovery of electromagnetic induction helped in the creation of electric generators, transformers, and even induction cooktops. An English scientist, Faraday was a prolific researcher and inventor. In addition to discovering electromagnetic induction, he also discovered benzene and electrolysis. The farad, an international system of units measurement of a capacitance, the ability of an object to hold an electric charge, was named after Faraday. And on this day in 1966, the Beatles had their last commercial performance. Popular British rock group The Beatles played their last live concert in front of a paying public at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, California. The band came together one last time for an unannounced performance in January 1961 on the rooftop of the Apple Building in London. The Beatles were an English rock band formed in Liverpool in 1960, consisting of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr. They are widely considered the most influential band in the history of popular music. Initially rooted in skiffle and the 1950s rock and roll, their sound evolved to include classical, folk, Indian, psychedelic, and hard rock elements. Lennon and McCartney led the group's songwriting, and the band built their early reputation playing clubs in Liverpool and Hamburg. After several lineup changes, Starr joined in 1962, solidifying the classic lineup. Under manager Brian Epstein and producer George Martin, the Beatles gained massive popularity with their debut hit Love Me Do. Their success sparked Beatlemania and launched the British invasion of the US. They later retired from live performances in 1966 to focus on studio work, producing iconic albums like Rubber Soul, Revolver, Sgt. Pepper, The White Album, and Abbey Road. Their music pushed artistic boundaries and reflected the social changes of the 1960s. The band broke up in 1970 with each member pursuing solo careers. Lennon was murdered in 1980 and Harrison died in 2001, while McCartney and Starr remained active. The Beatles have sold over 600 million records worldwide and hold numerous chart records. Their impact on music, culture, and the industry remains unmatched, and they are celebrated as timeless icons of the 20th century art and innovation.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Owona. Keep watching BDTV.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event, summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan, was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in southern west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying, of course, it is a part of it that be leaders in different socio-economic sphere, but we're saying from when they're children, raise them to be leaders, raise them to take responsibility, raise them to be owners.
You're still watching the Breakfast Show here on BusinessDay Television. You're welcome to the Business Morning, a segment of our Breakfast Show where we take a deep dive into the trends shaping Nigeria's business and economic outlook. My name is still Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your morning with us. Now let's move to our first focus for today. Nigeria's debt profile has been a subject of growing concern, especially as government borrowings continue to rise in response to revenue shortfalls and developmental needs. Recently, attention has shifted to the country's medium-term debt management strategy, a framework designed to strike a balance between meeting financing needs and ensuring debt sustainability. But how effective is this strategy in addressing Nigeria's fiscal challenges, especially in light of high debt service to revenue ratios, exchange rate risk, and limited revenue mobilization? To help us unpack these issues, we have Olusegun Okunade, is an economic and policy expert. Thank you so much, Olusegun, for joining us this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Deborah, and thank God it's Friday. I'm glad to be with you this morning.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go straight into it. Let's look at the context. Let's begin with, can you help us understand what the Nigeria's medium-term debt management strategy is and what it seeks to achieve?
Okay, thank you very much. It's actually a policy framework that was developed by the Debt Management Office to actually guide and assist how to manage debt finance in order to sustain the growth and development of our economy. It's usually a 4-year windows at which you can come review, even though you have an annual review of what some of those things should look like. But it's a window of 4 years things that actually speaks to the reality of how government actually manages its finance, most especially the area of debts, both internal debt and external debt, in order not to overbear or have an overbearing risk on the management of the funds. It's strategic, and as we go on, we'll be able to see how far we've been able to utilize this in our economic development.
All right, so how do you think this strategy is different from previous debt management approaches adopted by the same government?
Okay, well, I'm sure you know this started during the last administration, and what they're trying to streamline is to make sure that you don't have an open-ended policy that does not monitor the borrowing and the finances of the government. And that's why this medium-term framework had to come up so that annually you can continuously be reviewing, and within 4 years you can go back to terms. So it's different. The one we've been operating before now speaks to an open-ended stuff, which tame and does not give room to some of the things that are actually enhancing the delivery. But if you ask me, plus and minus, we seems not to be adhering to this. This will still look into. But the fact remains that if this has actually been followed and monitored judiciously, I think it would have impacted on our debt to GDP and possibly the GDP of our country to enhance the deliverables of every sector of our economy.
All right. The Nigerian debt stock has actually crossed the 150 trillion naira mark, and as of March 31st, 2025, the total public debt stood at 149.39 trillion naira. So, in your view, does the MTDs provide a realistic roadmap for managing this burden?
Yeah, Debbie, I've said this times to that number that. You see, we have fantastic policy when it comes to this country. Our problem has always been the area of implementation. And there is something that speaks to some of this problem that we are currently faced with, and that is the area of corruption. You see, you can have a paper policy that you can see workable, but when it comes to implementation and you lay it in the hands of people who do not value the system, you discover that there will be a lot of problems that actually reduce the deliverable that you are expected based on the paper policy that you have actually put together. If you look at the medium-term policy framework that was actually developed, it's actually to sustain our debts. This administration they came in, and we seem to have had a lot of improvement, if you ask me, at least from the repayment that we've had, even though a lot of us actually criticize that we are meeting up the obligation of reducing our debt profile, but it's not enhancing the deliverables or the performance of an average businessman that can contribute more to the bottom line. And I think that's an area that Mr. President was able to use the presidential task force on fiscal policy to see that, okay, if we are doing well in the area of management of our debt and we're able to sustain it, we need more revenue and also to create relief on an average businessman. And I think that's an area where the new tax policy act, NTA, tends to address. And you can see a lot of relief that has actually been carried out to relieve that. The last 2 years, in terms of our debt management, even though seems increasing, which I believe that a lot of people will understand those factors. I will tell individuals that why those things are increasing. It's not that we borrowed more, but because of the devaluation of our currency, it has created more room for us to have more liability on our own. Debbie, I would say hypothetically, if you have $1,000 debt few years back, when dollar ranges between 450, 500, ability in terms of naira value compared to when it is about 1,005 now has tripled. And that is the impact of the increase in the debt that we have as we speak. And I think the government is trying to galvanize the area of revenue assurance. But I will still continue to emphasize that we still lack an area, and that's why government needs to block the bottlenecks in which funds and finances of government are being misappropriated and people are punished for those wrongdoing. But if you ask me, we seem to be moving in the right direction that can enhance our deliverable, but we must be intentional in having consequences for those that may want to derail in achieving the set goals as we have even in our documentation.
All right, so let's turn our focus to the risks and the trade-off. Now, this strategy often weighs domestic borrowings against the external loans. So what are the risks and benefits of this balance, especially given the currency pressure?
Yeah, the implication of this is to look at how much can you exploit your local currency as against the foreign so that you won't deplete your foreign reserves. And I think as far as this administration is concerned, they've been looking more internally. And I think that's why we have more of revenue drive. Even though the revenue drive seems to be impacting on businesses in terms of so many increase in the operation cost that is not allowing a safe deliverable. But it's a right step in the right direction of saying, can we look more internal, of saying how we can grow our economy and see more of borrowing so that you can enhance our financial institution in terms of actually providing some of these funds as against the foreign borrowing. Don't forget, like I said in my example, when you borrow from the foreign counterpart and you are not meeting up that obligation, and your value of currency is not appreciated, what you'll be accruing the more is increasing the debt profile, even when you are not borrowing, because your currency is actually weaker than that which you are borrowing from. But you can imagine if it is domesticated, you can work within the range of plans that you have to actually see how to do things within that specific range of your projection for development for the future.
So how valuable is Nigeria's debt position to the exchange rate volatility under the current framework?
Yeah, it is highly volatile, I must tell you, because I'm sure you know the rate of foreign exchange when this administration took over, what the current rate seems to be after the flotation of that currency. And like I said, it has impacted greatly on the deliverable of some of these things. And that's why we seem to be having higher debt profile. They may have borrowed, but I have this to say that the devaluation of the currency and the floating of the naira has actually impacted greatly on our debt. And that's why a lot of us have advocated that if we can block loopholes, the revenue being generated from the subsidy removal can also cater for certain things domestically to reduce the pressure of borrowing externally. Because if you continue to borrow externally, will be accruing there, because I cannot see the way out in reducing. A lot of us are advocating that when are we going to go back to a situation where you can have a naira exchange, $1 exchanging to less than 600, 700 that the administration have met it. That might reasonably reduce the pressure that we have on our foreign debt, even in terms of interest to pay. But we will continue to monitor activities. But the fact remains that we should look for a way to explore the revenue being generated, judiciously using building infrastructure for deliverable and enhancing the business delivery for an average businessman in the country.
All right, I'm still talking about revenue generation. You know that debt management is one side of the coin, but revenue generation is another. So how critical is domestic revenue mobilization to the success of the MTDs?
Yeah, well, the position of the revenue mobilization to this medium term is key and is strategic. What do I mean? You understand when Mr. President said so much has actually been realized. Even in the first 2-3 months when subsidy was actually removed, we heard about trillions of naira that was claimed to have been saved. That on its own is supposed to contribute to the bottom line. And what we heard, what Mr. President tried to empower the state, which we consider as a good policy, a good direction of bringing governance to the grassroots. But the question asked is, how much are we monitoring for delivery on the part of what the federal government is actually given to the state, which we have seen that it has actually tripled. Like I was in a particular program yesterday, and we were actually discussing to say that very soon attention will be shifted from the center to the states to give account of some of the things that they are. And don't forget, this administration too has given room for autonomy of the local government. You see, when you enhance the baseline of people having access to good development, infrastructure, what you are actually doing is that you enhance the deliverable of some of these things. So the revenue generation may be painful at this point in time, But I think it's strategic on the part of the citizen to ask for accountability on other tiers of government, other arms of government, in the utilization of funds that are actually provided for them to enhance the growth that is expected of our economy in Nigeria.
But do you think that Nigeria's borrowing is still justifiable given the current economic realities, or are we approaching a sustainability red line?
Yeah, I think for me, from the statistics of the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, we are being made to understand that the GDP to debt ratio is still below the threshold of 10%. And a lot of us have asked the question that even the borrowing that I've done in time past to finance some basic infrastructure, what value proposition have we had? Let me give you a typical example. The management of the rail system from the last administration to now is supposed to enhance easy way of moving goods and even passenger. But you heard about the mishap that led to the shutdown of the service in a specific area. And that on its own will take a toll on businesses. And that's why we've said that it is not enough to provide capital outlay for project, but the maintenance on its own and monitoring of some of those things that are actually being done in terms of infrastructure is key and strategic if we must grow. And that is speaking to the fact that you can invest so much in developing a particular thing. If the monitoring is not put in place to maintain it properly, you might get back to status quo. Because I've asked myself the question that this loan that we have borrowed to finance some of this sector, if it is not critically monitored, you'll be accruing more because it will be difficult for you to repay back. And that on its own, both interest and principal keep increasing because you will not be adding value to our currency as a nation.
All right, let's look at the way forward now. And finally, before I let you go, what lessons do you think Nigeria can draw from other emerging economies that have, successfully implemented medium-term debt strategies?
I think the major area of focus should be proper monitoring in the aspect that when funds are actually borrowed, it's judiciously used for what it's meant for, without diverting it for other use. And when some of those things are actually received, we should make sure that we have a good maintenance culture. You see, a lot of infrastructure is being developed, but when it comes to, if you compare with other regions that is also using this medium-term debt strategy, you discover that they follow through. An infrastructure that is meant for utilization for 50 years does not suddenly collapse after 10 years. Because the implication of that is that if you have spread your repayment loan over 25 years to recoup back and start making, maybe break even and start making returns on that particular thing, you discover that if you collapse it within 10 years, you will not be able to sustain it. You'll be looking for more loan or more borrowing more to actually see how you straighten and strategize on how to make some of those things fun. So I think the area of properly monitoring fund disbursement, which is more of the area of the anti-graft agency, to see that misappropriation of funds have consequences. And if people does not follow the roadmap that is actually stated, even in the framework that was given, they need to be punished. If people are just doing it haphazardly the way they want without any consequences, it will be difficult for us to grow as a nation. We'll only be moving through the same circle continuously in all that we do.
We'll be speaking to Olusegun Okunade, an economic and policy analyst. Thank you so much for your insight this morning on the Business Money Breakfast Show.
Thank you very much, Debbie, for having me on this Friday. I wish you a splendid weekend. Enjoy your Friday.
You too. All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be having the second part of our conversation on Business Morning. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, Start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
All right, welcome back. You're still tuned in to the Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. One of the pressing challenges facing African economies, including Nigeria, is a high dependency on the US dollar for trade settlement. This has often put pressure on local currencies and created volatility in foreign exchange market. Now, regional integration efforts, especially in the Pan-African payment and settlement system, are seeking to change this by enabling cross-border trade in local currencies. The goal is to reduce dollar reliance, strengthen intra-African trade under the AFCFTA, and ease forex pressure for businesses across the continent. But how far can these initiatives go in addressing Nigeria's foreign exchange challenges, and what opportunities or risk lies ahead? Joining us to unpack this is Opeyemi Awotunde. He is a technical consultant that is for AI and intelligence system. Good morning, Mr. Opeyemi Awotunde. It's good to have you on Business Morning Show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's go straight into our conversation. So to start with, can you explain what the Pan-African payment and settlement system is and how it is expected to transform cross-border payments in Africa?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. So to our viewers and audience, Pan-African payment settlement system basically allows people of African origin who live in Africa to also do business with their African neighbors. You know, what exists today is you want to send money to your friend or your brother from Nigeria to Ghana, but you have to first and foremost change it into US dollars, and then from US dollars, you change it back to Ghana cedis, you know. So what the PAP system is trying to do is to limit the number of hands that touches the money that you make. The PAP system will allow someone who does business in Nigeria to send money to someone in Ghana without having to really rely on the US dollar. So that's what it simply means.
All right. So why is reducing Africa's dependency on the US dollar for trade such a critical issue right now?
I believe that it is important that we have this conversation going on. This is not a new topic of discussion. I mean, in some circle, especially with the banking system, the Central Bank of Nigeria, Central Bank of Ghana, this is a conversation that's been going on as far back as, I think, 2019, thereabout. So it is more pressing now because we need Africa to rise, not just rise in terms of visibility, but in terms of economic visibility. So I'll give you some statistics to back this up, right? Most of the businesses that are done in Africa, only about 15% of those businesses are intra-African trades. And so what does that tell someone? That tells you that we don't actually extract the most value for what we produce in Africa. So one of the reasons why that exists is because there is so much friction when it comes to intra-African transactions. When you send money to someone and then it touches the US dollar first, you're paying a transaction fee, you're paying a bank fee. And when it comes from US dollar back to the local currency of the person you're trying to interact with, you're also paying another fee. So when you look at this, it sort of stifles the economic power of Africans in general and doing business in general. So I think it's a conversation that's super, super important that we have now, given that there's a lot more opportunity for us to collaborate as Africans and do business within ourselves. So that's why I think it's an important conversation.
All right, let's look at all of this as an impact on Nigeria. Now, from Nigeria's perspective, what particular or practical benefits could the PAPSS or other regional FX solution bring to our economy and businesses?
There's a lot that it can do for us as a nation, right? I'll give you an example. Before now, access to credit has been quite difficult, but due to the innovation of basic KYC solutions, many small, medium businesses can now begin to access credit. The same goes for the PAPSS system, right? I remember that the CBN recently, earlier in the year, adjusted some of their regulations as to how to ensure that small business owners can begin to do intra-African transaction easily. So they also try to integrate into the PAPSS system. And because now they've done that, it is easy for someone who manufactures a product in Africa, before even looking at the rest of the world to come buy from him or her, can easily talk to another African consumer, So it is super important that we understand what this can do for us as a nation. Nigeria is blessed with so many natural resources. I know that currently we are not extracting as much value, but when we get to that point, we would need a system like this to be able to send some of our produce, some of the values we've extracted here in Nigeria to other African countries that may have need for it, and then they pay us and that goes our economy. So that's why it's important.
All right. So do you think these systems can help ease the persistent pressure on the Naira in the medium term?
Yes, I actually think so. I think it can. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because it allows for price stability. I saw a small video on Instagram early in the year where someone says, I want to buy bread, and the person said, oh, this is the price of the bread. And the lady asked, why is this the price? And the seller said, oh, dollar has increased. And the person looked confused, like, how does the increase in dollar affect the price of the bread? Issues like that on a larger scale is what the PAPSS system will take out of the way, because now there's more control, and the central banks of every country also provide access to provide access to foreign exchange. For example, part of the regulation that the CBN have put in place earlier in the year is such that the authorized dealer banks, who can provide foreign exchange for small business owners, they have been licensed to also provide certain amount of money. I think it's about $2,000 or $5,000 thereabout. So they've been given the license to make it available, and that way it can fast track payments. The time it takes for you to get your money into your account is faster. So, some of these little regulations here and there has made it important and has made it very possible.
Okay, so how do you think Nigeria manufacturers, the exporters, and small medium enterprise can leverage the PAPSS to expand their presence in African market?
It's very easy to do that. For Nigerian manufacturers, like I mentioned earlier, now we are not waiting for China, we are not waiting for Portugal, we are not waiting for France to come buy from us. We have our nearest neighbors, who can easily buy, and then we can transact and exchange value in terms of Naira or Ghana cedis or whatever currency it is. So now the manufacturers in Nigeria, one of the ways they can leverage the PAPSS system is by, making awareness about it, talking about it. Oh, my business accepts your local currency. You can have some of these little awareness designs in your store. I accept Ghana cedis. You remember with the issue of Bitcoin, when Bitcoin boomed and it became a thing for everyone, people began to put on the tables of restaurants, oh, we accept Bitcoin here. The same thing, we accept your local African currency here. So I think one of the first things to do is to create awareness about the fact that this is a thing and we definitely have infrastructure to accept your local currency.
All right. So do you think local banks and the fintechs are ready to adapt to this shift in payment infrastructure?
That's a very good question. I think with time, we'll get there, right? I'll give you a little bit of history. I know that in 2022, right, there's been a collective agreement among the central banks of countries in West Africa precisely that they should begin integrating their backend into the PAPSS system. But it's been quite slow. As you know, with every technical integration, there's always regulatory issues, process issues, complications, and all of that. However, it is yet to be, on the front end, right, it is yet to be public. But I'm aware that there are some back-end integrations going on with central bank of different countries and also with some major banks across different countries. So I think with time, we'll get there. It might be a slow process, but we'll definitely get there. And I'm sure by the time we get there, the fintechs will be ready, to leverage this particular solution. Yeah.
All right, let's move to the challenges and the risks. So what do you think are the major challenges that could hinder the adoption? Do you think it's trust issues, regulatory alignment, or technological gap?
I think it's a combination of what you mentioned. It could be a combination of trust, technology gaps, and even regulatory issues or policies. I believe that some of the challenges that we need to begin to address head on, number one, is the knowledge gap. So people need to be aware that this is an initiative that can help us as Africans do business amongst ourselves and retain the value that we create and then export the excess of that value to the rest of the world. So that's number one. Number two, of course, technology gap. I don't think there is a large deficit when it comes to technical skills in order to implement this. However, what can slow down technical skills in order to complete this would be regulatory issues, right? And also the interest of the government is super, super important. That's one thing people don't really talk about much. When we're talking about fast-tracking initiatives at this scale, we need to also mind the interest of the government in this particular initiative. So those are the few things I think might slow it down, but I believe that there are no challenges that can put a stop to it. The only challenge is that if properly managed, we'll still get to a point where the PAPSS system is useful to everyone.
All right, still on the challenges and the risk. How do you think Nigeria can ensure that the regional system don't just exist on paper, but actually gain traction among businesses?
I think that one of the ways we can do that, and as a nation, is to provide an alternative way of payment, as the PAPSS system. So the way I'm thinking about this is the small, medium businesses can begin to run a parallel payment system. You have your tap to pay, you have your card, you have your cash, and also you have a system that allows you take foreign currencies that are not the Nigerian naira and then can be processed easily. So I believe that one of the ways to do that is a parallel payment system, and then over time we can fully switch to the PAPSS system, and it becomes a one unified platform that accepts all forms of payment.
Okay, so let's look at the future now. Do you see regional FX solutions complementing or even replacing Nigeria's traditional dependence on the dollar in trade?
I think it might not replace it, because even with the PAPSS system, you still need the US dollars. Let's be honest. What is just changing is the fact that now you don't have to source for the dollar. The Central Bank of Nigeria had licensed the authorized dealer banks to float, the dollar and make it available to people who have been licensed to carry out, cross-border transactions. So I don't think we would get to a point where we wouldn't need the dollar no more. I mean, that's a distant future, in my opinion, right? But I believe we can reduce the dependency on the dollar pretty much. Also, the government needs to also help us in terms of liquidity by ensuring that there's availability of this foreign exchange, So that's how I think about that.
All right. Finally, before I let you go, what key reforms should Nigeria prioritize to fully take advantage of this regional integration effort?
I think one of the key reforms that I would suggest at this point is campaign for trust, really. A lot of people, or a lot of Nigerians, do not believe in certain initiative as long as it's coming from within the country. We love, or we have the idea of importing solutions to solve our problem. So I believe that at the national level, be a major reform to trust our own solutions, so that there is a proper infrastructure that would make these solutions thrive and deliver the value they promise to deliver. Because the basis of lack of trust is also built on the fact that delivery sometimes is not being met as expected. So we need a proper infrastructure. That's number one. We need to campaign for trust. That's number two. And number three, we need to also ensure that there is easy collaboration between the countries that have decided to do business amongst themselves. So these are the three key reforms: infrastructure, be it technology, campaign for trust, and also collaboration, access, easy access to the end market that consumes whatever is being produced. Because without the markets, there's no exchange of value. So those are the three key reforms I would suggest at this point.
Thank you so much for your insights, Emmanuel, for your insight, Mr. Okoyemi. It's good to have you on the Business Morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you for having me.
We're on to Okoyemi Awutunde. He's a technical consultant, AI and intelligence system. And this is where we've come to an end on the Business Morning. Up next is the big story, so stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You are watching Business Day Television.
The dinner for today, for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition, and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition, and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We are trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated. One, that is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it's not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very, the high-end cost, high-cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with LOMA, and then LOMA has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about it's not heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform LOMA that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, LOMA Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste management is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Whiskey to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal, it's for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bullet. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. When you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of any field.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all the...
You've tuned in to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Deborah Eze. This morning, we're shining the spotlight on the force that is shaping Africa's economic future, female entrepreneurs. Across the continent, women are starting businesses faster than anywhere else in the world. Yet, despite this entrepreneur energy, many still face steep barrier from limited access to finance and markets to cultural and structural challenges that make scaling up a tough journey. This morning, we want to find out what opportunities exist for female or African female entrepreneurs and how government, investors, and global partners can unlock the full potential of women-led enterprises. Joining me to unpack this is Datari Ladijo. She's the founder, CEO, Fernhill Digital. Good morning, Datari. It's good to have you on the big story this morning.
Good morning. It's lovely to be here.
All right. Let me not forget to add that you are a multi-jurisdictional trained lawyer with expertise in international dispute resolution and economic law, and also with an LLB from the University of Staffordshire and a BL from the Nigerian Law School, and also an LLM from the University of London Institute of Paris. And you're also a contributor, a member contributor and leader of the Women Executive Group in the Forbes Agency Council, and currently the only Nigerian woman to currently hold this position. Am I right?
You are. Thank you so much.
It's good to have you. It's good to have you. It's really an honor to have you on the show. All right, let's go straight into it. Africa is often described as the new frontier for entrepreneurship, but female founders, they face unique hurdles. Now, from your perspective, what does this current landscape for African women in the business look like?
Right. So in terms of the digital economy, first of all, it's important to note that in terms of African adults, 24% of African adults are actually female entrepreneurs. So it's such a huge potential and such a huge demographic that belong to the female entrepreneurs in Africa. However, there are systemic barriers that are slowing down adoption in terms of digital literacy, digital skills. Now, people often look to the technology and they feel that empowering women digitally is about giving them access to digital technology, teaching them about AI, but it's so much more than the technology. It's about the skills, the tools, and the confidence to be able to operate in the digital economy. And in Africa, some of the infrastructure that we currently have in place, unfortunately, isn't enabling that, although we are becoming more progressive in that regard. So, for example, internet access. Women are 34% less likely to have internet access as opposed to their male counterparts. So when women don't have access to be able to, take their businesses from manual processes to online, and they don't have things like, for example, the data, the mobile technology to be able to operate online effectively, it becomes a little bit of a hindrance for them. And it's something that we are seeing the government really look towards in terms of policies and infrastructures to support women. One key thing to also note is that when women are economically empowered, typically 90% of the income generated and the profit, they invest back into their homes, their families, and their communities. So it's more important now than ever for us to get women involved and participating in the digital economy, not just as, female entrepreneurs, but driving innovation and change in the digital economy.
All right, Desiree, many women cite access to finance as the #1 challenge. Now, beyond funding, what are the other hidden barriers that you think deserve more attention?
Okay, so funding is definitely a big challenge. A lot of women cite the fact that when they go to get loans, they're not seen as credible businesses, or they don't even have the information or the resources or the access to this financial knowledge in the first place. I think for me, one of the biggest hindrances that we have at the moment is actual digital literacy. So understanding digital tools, how they operate, and how you can incorporate them into your business. A lot of women focus on social media, so they use social media as a marketing platform. But digital technology is so much more than that. It can actually save so many costs in terms of hiring out a full team. It can help you to operate more efficiently. You can automate your processes. And for women, in terms of finance, typically, especially in an African context, we've been taught to shy away from money and talk around finances. So men are a lot more developed and exposed in this regard. Women can use digital tools to, first of all, plan their finances, do better bookkeeping and accounting. And actually, with some of the digital platforms and the innovation in fintech at the moment, women can actually save and invest. And the barriers to the world have now been brought down with the new digital economy. A woman can be in Nigeria with her business and selling to people all over the world. It's time for women to start exporting their products, to start connecting with people internationally. And I think that they just lack the resources and the information, which is something that I am very passionate about. My agency, Friend Hill Digital, helps businesses to be able to navigate the digital economy. And also my NGO, Digital Women Africa, helps women with these skills, these resources, and also communities. A lot of women feel isolated, right? They're in families, they want to be more economically empowered, but they don't know where to start. The online world gives them access to so many support systems and communities that can give them the resources and knowledge to be able to thrive in the digital economy.
All right. Do you believe African government and financial institutions are doing enough to support women entrepreneurs, or are we still scratching the surface?
So it's an interesting question. are we doing enough? I want to first of all state the fact that this isn't just an African problem. It is actually a global endemic. So I don't want to highlight Africa and say that we're not doing enough. Globally, women are actually behind in terms of participation in the digital economy. Now, one thing that I have personally seen in Nigeria, which is where I have the most knowledge, is specific programs that are targeted at women by the government. The Ministry of Communications in the Digital Economy, they actually have a 3MTT program where women can access skills and training, support, and mentorship to thrive in the digital economy. And there are a lot of NGOs such as mine and social enterprises that are trying to support women. So I feel like in Africa, we've been blamed for so many things. I wouldn't want to say that the African governments are not doing enough. I think that we are a bit late to the party, but now we've woken up. And I think people are recognizing that Africa is a force to be reckoned with, that we have so many skills, so much creativity that can be exported. So now we're playing catch up, but I would say that the government is putting in their best effort to support women. Can more be done? Absolutely. But are we recognizing the fact that women are a specific subset that need additional support? Yes, we are as well.
All right. You can actually agree with me that despite the odds that have been mentioned, African women are innovating in tech, agriculture, fashion, and so many other fields. So can you share some inspiring examples of women breaking through these barriers?
Yes, absolutely. So from a digital perspective, there's so many women in tech that are doing so well. For example, we have, I think some of the examples are in the fintech space. Like we have, leaders in PiggyVest. We have fashion entrepreneurs that are starting, their online fashion businesses. I don't want to call out people specifically, but we are seeing women in Africa take up space in the technology sector in different ways. So they're showing how, first of all, women entrepreneurs can transport their fashion internationally, can transport their music internationally. We're seeing women in tech rise up and speak and create examples that other women can aspire to. I would say 10 years ago, we didn't have many women in these male-dominated industries, such as myself, that are coming out and actually sharing. Social media has become a powerful tool for these women to actually communicate, share their journeys authentically, and teach people about how they can break into these careers. So without naming specific success stories, I think there are a lot of women in Africa that are now doing this very successfully.
All right, let's shift our focus to the global partners. Now, global partners and investors often talk about wanting to empower African women. In your view, what is the difference between token empowerment and real opportunity creation?
So token empowerment is funding, right? Now, if you give somebody funds to be able to empower them in their business, it can help for a certain amount of time, but I think we need to move past the empowerment and getting people off the ground to the sustenance phase. Now, sustenance, like I mentioned at the beginning, it involves so much more than just money. It involves the confidence. And a lot of women, they don't have the confidence in, being able to be a successful entrepreneur. They haven't received the kind of mentorship or seen women that have done it successfully. Traditionally in Africa, there have been a lot of myths and a lot of notions around how women have made their money. So I think teaching women, mentoring them, giving them guidance and the right tools, giving them the right connections and communities is another way that globally we can empower women in the digital economy.
All right, so on a personal note, as someone actively engaged in this space, what has your journey taught you about resilience and possibility as a female entrepreneur?
Right. Well, as you mentioned at the beginning, I started my career as a lawyer and I was doing quite well working in a top law firm. In fact, I had a conversation with someone yesterday, and when they found out where I worked, they were like, why would you ever leave that kind of job to go and venture into the world of entrepreneurship? But I think empowering myself with the skills, the digital skills, to be able to support myself financially and to be able to start a business in the digital economy has taught me so much so much about the power of women and the things that we can achieve when we put our mind to it. First of all, I had to completely upskill myself. So one thing about the digital economy is it gives us access to resources at our fingertips, whereby we have the power to change our future and our trajectory. And I'm an example of that. It took me, my agency turns 4 in September. And during the 4 years that I've been running this particular agency, we've had a lot of success, but there have been a lot of ups and downs. I think for women, we just need more women like myself to come out and show them that it is possible, to encourage them that, you know, it is a difficult space to get into, but you have the power at your fingertips to actually change your situation, to empower yourself economically, and to start a viable business that is sustainable. One benefit of the digital world is it's a leveler. It breaks down barriers to access and entry that people ordinarily would have had. For example, to actually, you know, start a brick and mortar business, you need funding, you need startup capital, you need staff. But in the digital economy, you can start literally with your phone, you can take free courses, and you can upskill yourself. So I think my personal story, I hope that it is an example to others that if you're passionate and, you know, you stick to it, there's no limits to what you can achieve. I've achieved a lot in a very short space of time. So I hope that it inspires other women that they can do the same.
Of course. What other advice would you give to young African women with a business idea, but they do not have resources or connection to pull it through?
I would say start with what you have, where you are. I think social media is an amazing free tool that people can use to market a business. Ultimately, you have to believe in your idea and your business, because society won't always hold your hand and cheer you on. You have to be your first, you know, customer and your CMO and your CEO and your CFO in the beginning. I think if you have an idea, it's important for women to also know that you have to assess it, look at the feasibility of your idea, and really and truly, not all ideas are meant to be actioned. Some of them are just ideas that we have. But if you have a business that you believe is viable and you can contribute to the economy, then go for it. Start with what you have. The resources will come, the support will come. Use free resources that are available to you, such as social media, AI tools, to support you in starting your business.
All right, let's look at the industries that you believe hold the greatest untapped opportunities for women founder in Africa.
So I think there's so many industries that have untapped potential. I think fashion is one of the industries that has a lot of potential that is yet to be harnessed. African fashion is really going global, and there's a lot of global interest in it now. What may have been a small tailoring business 5 years ago can actually be an international phenomenon. You know, with women knowing how to market their products online. I think also as well, education. So if you have a skill, monetize it. People are making so much money from digital skills, and this is money that you can literally be making in your sleep. So people are monetizing their knowledge. They're creating digital products, ebooks, webinars, lots of downloadable resources that you can literally put on online platforms such as Seller, such as Etsy, and people can just buy them, and you don't have to do anything other than creating that initial product. So I'd say those are two industries that stand out to me as things that women can immediately tap into and, you know, start businesses in those areas.
All right, and finally, before we let you go, just tell us some of the success stories of Fernhill Digital as it relates to empowerment of women.
Okay, so first of all, my staff, a lot of them are young women. So they're women that have come out of university, maybe have studied other things and have been able to upskill themselves and, you know, start tech careers. I think some of the success stories that we have at Fernhill Digital are our staff. and teaching them the values. So one thing that we have to remember is that a lot of the younger generation, they actually started their careers during the pandemic. So they have a different outlook in terms of careers, in terms of innovation. And for me as a business owner, I have had to embrace that and unlearn some things that I know about forming a career and actually learn from them. So I think one of the success stories has been the way that we've been able to empower our team, we've been able to help them grow, and the way that they've been able to help them grow, help us grow. So we've literally grown together. I think more companies in Africa need to not see the Gen Z generation as difficult or as people that, don't want to conform to the norm, but see them as real drivers of innovation, see them as the future, and, embrace their ideas more and adapt your learning and leadership styles to be able to nurture their growth as opposed to just thinking you don't understand them, basically.
That has actually informed more questions. So do you think the African society are shifting fast enough in how they view women leaders in business with everything you've said?
So I personally think that we can do better in that regard. And I take myself as an example. When I was getting into the business space as an entrepreneur, I didn't see as many examples within the African context as I was seeing internationally. Women that are able to blend family life, their career, running a successful business, and still be somewhat normal. So I think one thing that we need to do is address the mindset that women in business are, aggressive, or women in business, they're not, submissive, or women in business are, trying to be like men. We're not. I think that in Africa, we need more role models to come out. I think we need more women to showcase their stories. And some of the women in Africa that I look up to, they're balancing everything. They're able to manage the home front, they're able to manage their businesses, and they're able to have self-fulfillment and, a happy life. So I think that more women need to come out on social media, build their personal brands, and actually show other women what is possible. We do have more people that are rising up, but even now, when I look for inspiration as a CEO and as a leader, I do see some people, but it is a somewhat lonely walk. I think having more communities of women where we can connect and engage with one another, encourage resources, share opportunities, and break this narrative or change the narrative that women compete against women or women are not helpful to other women, and showcase to the world that African women are stronger together. We've woken up, we're standing up and taking our place in the global digital economy, and we're a force to be reckoned with.
All right, before I finally let you go, in your view, what do you think is differentiating Africa female entrepreneurs from other advanced economies?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? It froze for a second.
Okay, in your view, what do you think is differentiating the female African entrepreneurs from other advanced economies?
Okay, so first of all, earlier on we spoke about resilience. So we have to look at the things that African women entrepreneurs face on a daily basis. First of all, in a lot of African countries, the infrastructure isn't supportive of business, right? The cost of data is high, the cost of living is high, we don't have steady power supply. There's so many things that women have to face in Africa. So you can't compare a woman in rural Kenya who is trying to start a business to a woman in, let's say, Canada or America or in Spain. They're facing two completely different things. Another thing is our economy and the societal barriers that have been created by traditional systems. For example, we look at women in rural Nigeria, in the northern areas, one thing that people don't often take into cognizance is the fact that a lot of these women are being empowered now by business and the digital economy because, you know, traditionally in, for example, some Muslim cultures, it's not okay for a woman to go and have a meeting with a man. You can't just, you know, book a meeting and have a business call with a man. It's frowned upon. So women in African contexts are often facing a lot of judgment from society. Oh, she's doing too much, she's too loud, this woman, I'm sure because she's doing all of these things, her husband is not eating at home. So we have so many things that we're facing, but I think that African female entrepreneurs are the most resilient because beyond those things, we're still able to thrive. We're still able to keep on going. We're looking at these stones that are being thrown at us by society, and we're using them to build, foundations. We're using them, the lemons, let's say, that have been given us to create lemonade. We're really thriving, and it's something that the world is waking up to and seeing. We just need to see the power that we have within us. We need to see the untapped potential of African women and leverage it, because in our history, it's always been the Western world that come in and see our potential and then they help us. But this is a real opportunity that we have in Africa to say, no, we're taking the lead. We know the talent that we have. We know the creativity that we have, and we are exporting it to the world. We're not waiting for you to come and give us a handout or to help us. We are the ones that are coming to meet you at the table, and we're bringing you what we have.
I must say, really powerful stuff right there. Thank you so much for your insight this morning, Ditari Ladijo.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. We're on to Ditari Ladijo. She's the founder, CEO of Fernhill Digital on The Big Story. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, the breakfast show continues with the social listening. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing, I think, is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Every year, residents in Lagos cry out for help during the raining season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents, the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are really cause the flood. Government really stay with us over here. If we chop something through here inside gutter, things many things they solve. We waiting for street for the Agungi who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizens, we are not trying, because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road, because you are not even picking the dot. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dots. That is why you just do it anyhow, you throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government not do anything for the flood in this Lagos the way where me at see, because at least every three months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they build now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter. But you're not supposed to build like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter because of this. They wrote up the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government to find maybe solution for anything they can do, because this flood is a long time, sha. I don't even know, maybe it can come to an end.
It might be impossible to eradicate flooding in neighbors. However, it can be reduced drastically with the right policies, infrastructure development, and community efforts. You know, it's a collective effort because there's shared responsibilities between the government and the citizens. Not just the citizens, even the residents, because you can be a resident and not a citizen. Now, on the path of the government, let's look at urbanization. I know there are already existing policies, like not building on the drainage. And there's one recent one where the whole fluffy takeaway pipe was banned by the Lagos state government, because each time it rains, we find out that there are a lot of this obstructing both the drainage and the waterways.
right, welcome back. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on the Business Day television. And you're welcome to the social listening on BDTV, where we break down stories trending online. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm being joined by...
Onyeka Valentine.
Okay, such steeds. Onyeka Valentine, how are you doing today?
Well, I was doing so well until I saw 200,000 naira given to a student that did well in that fantastic subject. Let's get to it.
Let's take a look at it. All right, a 17-year-old Nafisa Aminu from Yobe was named World Best in English at the 2025 Teen Eagle Finals in London. Nafisa outshone over 20,000 participants from 69 countries. And now the federal government has recognized the achievements with a 200,000 naira gift at a special ceremony in Abuja. Do you want us to take a look at the tweet first, or you want to,
So before I come forth with the hatchet and also my machete, I would like, let's take the tweet first.
All right, let's look at the tweet. The first tweet is from OG Trillion, and it said, people who are practicing immorality in Bibi Niger, but I don't think it's okay for Bibi Niger to take a hit here. Anyways, people who are practicing immorality in Bibi Niger is rewarded with 150 million naira an endorsement deal, with while someone who is supposed to be an example for every child in Nigeria is given 200,000 naira. It's a shame. And let's take a look at another tweet. And the next tweet is from, I think, Demola Olarewaju, and he said 200K, that's like less than 150 US dollars for a teenager who just put Nigeria on the world map. It's insulting. They should be giving us scholarship, mentorship, and serious financial support, not pocket change. And let's take a look at one more tweet from Daniel Oladoja, and he said, sportsmen and women get 100K USD, but a child who wins a global contest gets 200K. And you wonder why we don't have stable electricity. The government is telling kids it is better to excel in sport than to get a proper education. Take it away.
Without, put it this way, so without biting my tongue, I'll just say very slowly.
Yeah.
What a shame, right? What a major call for reform when it comes to certain things. Maybe I'm being too harsh here, right? But let me just soft pedal a little bit. We're talking about a child, well, not a child, but a young girl who put Nigeria on the map educationally. Remember, we have other indigenous, languages in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I will not really say English is our mother tongue in this country, because we have Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, several languages. So it is assumed that you must know how to speak your native language very well before you now speak English. Now this young lady not only excelled, she did very well.
She made us proud.
Top to the rank in a foreign country. And you're giving her 200,000 naira. I want to believe whoever did that thing made a mistake. Maybe he or she meant 200,000 US dollars.
What if that's what's
because what is even itching my throat even more, I'm trying not to spill, but I'll just say part of it, is the fact that what kind of double standard is that? Where we spend billions, right, on projects that at the end of the day might not even hit the light of day. But meanwhile, something that can actually not only motivate the person in question, but also give room for those who are still in secondary school to say, wait a minute. So even if I'm not gifted based on talent, even if I'm not skilled in football or in basketball, if I read my book very well, I can actually be celebrated by the world, and I can take my family out of poverty. Underline. Take family out of poverty, because already in Nigeria, our economy is not smiling. And so if she had that as the motivational factor to go and put us out there in the map, only to come back and receive 200,000.
But what if that's what the Yobe state government
I'm trying to be very, very lenient here.
Yeah, what if that's what they could, give out as a congratulatory gift.
You say who gave out the money again?
Yobe state government.
So let us begin to look at Yobe state as a state.
Yeah.
every 3 or 4 years, when there's a new government, they change their SUVs, run into millions of naira, right? You see, they have security vote. They have.
But you're always on their side. So what's going on now?
At this point in time, I will strike a balance and let our viewers know whose side I'm on.
Okay.
If Yobe State as a state, right, can actually spend this amount of money on things that ordinarily, we can say is wastage. Because I don't understand. Are you telling me a vehicle after 4 years becomes, unusable? So they can spend money to do all that when the new government comes into power. Are you telling me that one Nigerian from Yobe State, one billionaire from there can just simply just say, you know what? I want to not only give her that money, right, but also create a trust fund running into billions of naira. So that way we can specifically groom young ladies, young girls and boys to not only be outstanding when it comes to several subjects, but also be researchers as they grow. Put on some long-term scholarship. Unless maybe that story, we've not exhausted the whole story. But we have. I would say, what a shame.
Well, and also, what if the federal government have a lot to do with money and,
Interesting.
I'm just saying.
Let's begin to look at what federal government needs to do and they don't have enough money for. Like, for instance...
What if that's the case?
Right. So, for instance, they want to complete the Calabar Coastal Road, right?
Okay.
And they don't have money.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Isn't it so? And they have so much responsibility, such a way that 200,000 is just so much money for them to give. So, they manage to give 200,000 naira. In fact... It's important that I move to the next story because this particular one is becoming very, very
let me add one more.
ridiculous.
What if they think that she can do a lot with 200,000?
Okay, so let's be real now. So you give her 200,000. And if she, for instance, she flew all the way from wherever she was to that spot to collect the money, collect the check, because I'm sure they want to do a show off.
Yes,
and show the check.
Exactly. Check, yeah.
How much is flight ticket to start with? How much is hotel stay? Right? Economically, is it even viable? You don't even need to have a master's degree or be a PhD holder, or it's not even rocket science to know that it doesn't add up. So it's either there was a reason why they did that, either to spy somebody. On the flip side, there's a political move why that was done. Because as far as I'm concerned, that is handkerchief money. So there's a reason why they did that.
Right.
So it will either be let us spite somebody. Everything they do is all politically motivated. Make no mistake. Very soon we'll find out why someone can give out 200. I personally can give her more than 200,000.
Of course.
So I'm wondering if I can do it.
All right,
I'm not a billionaire. Can you imagine? But I did like to be one though. But let's see how it goes.
And Nafisa, you can actually reach out to Valentine Onyeka to actually get
Don't reach out to me. You will not get any money.
All right, let's move on to the second story.
Right.
In Anambra State, the House of Assembly has passed the Igbo Apprenticeship Bill into law.
Okay, I'll sit up for this.
Okay. Giving legal recognition to the traditional Igbo mentorship system, Igba Boy. It will take effect from September 10th, 2025. The law sets the apprenticeship duration to 7 years, requires apprentices to have basic education up to GSS 3, and establishes a commission to register apprentices and resolve disputes. This is a move to modernize and protect the legendary Igbo wealth creation model, ensure fair treatment for both apprentices and mentors. Now let's take a look at some of the tweets to this story. Now the first tweet from Ifem Diocha, he said, I think it is not right. The government is getting involved. This is tradition and Igbo culture and should not be westernized. There are masters that pick these boys as early as 8 years and they're supposed to wait till they're about 14 and done with GSS 3? No. Another tweet said, well, as beautiful as this sounds, apprenticeship remains a contract that will be negotiated by parties involved, and the courts cannot dictate the terms for the parties. So the law will only operate in the absence of any agreement by the parties. And the final tweet says, this is so encouraging. After all, Iba Boy is one of the most effective ways to train future billionaires, not formal education. This is according to Harvard Business School indirect research. Consequently, I beg your pardon, I praise Soludo for this thoughtful move. Kudos to the House of Assembly. But I'm actually willing to know what you think about this.
So very quickly, again, the reason why I said I had to sit up for this is I might want to disagree with one of the contributors there.
Okay.
Who said they're trying to politicize and
Well,
westernize
I agree with him.
So the reason why I might want to take a different toll,
Okay.
right? Let's just agree to disagree on this. But I believe that this particular move could have come sooner.
Okay.
You see? Yes. Now, there's one thing having an initiative that's been working, right? Is a tradition that's been working. But what was lacking, okay, was the idea of making it more or less what I call a strategy, adding some certain things to it that you can actually go and study. Now, when I say study, there are a lot of people out there who have been trying to put up documentaries about, you know, that quote unquote
Iban boy
kind of thing. What it means to say is you serve the master for a while and then you get a payoff. That tradition has been there for years in the East, and which they brought over to the West. And most people around Nigeria, actually who have business in different areas, have integrated. Some people integrated this idea to it. I'm talking about Igbos who travel to different states within the country. So it has moved from being a traditional way. When I say traditional way, in other words, moved from being a culture of business to something that you can now say this is very viable. So at some point, government has to say, you know what, let's come into this. Let us see how we can bring in what we call technology, other areas to it that can enable anyone around the world actually go and study this thing. Understand how did this work? Okay, bring in some quote and unquote experts to modernize it. So I think it's a great call, but what I might disagree with might be the 7 years, maybe it could be lesser. But however, it all depends on the individual really. And the more importantly, if you take a closer look, you will see that those people, right, who have said, let us come out and make this thing far more, known to the world. If they now say they are attributing it to the Igbo culture as a way of growing and creating more narrative around it so that the world can learn from the Igbos, that's also a given. Okay. Why is it a given? There is something to now say this originated from this part of the world. And so it has now become global. So those people who live across, outside Nigeria, who want to come understand and study it, who want to travel down, right? You have people who are documentarians, want to find out where did it start from. Now, there's a part you're not seeing. The economic value. I will explain. The economic value is that it will create tourism. People will travel around the world to come and find out where did it start from. Was it from Onitsha? Who actually started this thing? Can we understand? Can we interview 1 or 2 persons? When they come in, they will stay in hotels. They stay in hotels, they will do business there. They will find out other areas where they can say, you know what if we invest in this thing? So I think it's a welcome call to globalize it, okay? And use that to drag in a lot of foreign investors. Come and learn how this so-called loyalty in a local way can create room, right, for global trade. However, believe it or not, it has been in existence way before time, way before now. The thing is, at some point, it wasn't well documented. Now, these people now, these so-called omaters in Onitsha market and businessmen who are within that area, now felt, let's make it far more clearer, okay? If this person cannot be taken good care of by his or her parents and then their things are tough, come and learn this trade. After a certain time, I will do what? We will settle you. Those in the movie industry understood that narrative. They wrote scripts about it. They shot movies about it. The movie's out there. Are you seeing what it's doing? It is, whether or not you like it, creating room for the creative world to make money from. And that movie was a hit. More movies are coming out. You see now. So it will become a trend of saying, look, this is a narrative. And narratives are very powerful. What's the American narrative?
What's it?
They can tell. Very simple. Americans are very proud people. The pride that surrounds the flag is nothing to play with. So you see now.
Let me
So if you have something you can say, this is the pride of the nation, pride of this region. You want to push it very hard. So is it a welcome idea? I would say yes. But another thing is, put this way. Hopefully they don't politicize it. It becomes an issue.
You're not here, you're not there.
But again, that's why it's called analysis.
If they are saying they want to come into it, obviously you know they are going to politicize. First of all, it is wrong for you to actually bring politics, bring legal recognition into tradition.
But there's nowhere there isn't politics. Even in the home, there's politics.
I am a daughter of a spare part dealer who he has been in the business for over 40 years now.
There must be some level of
I will tell you, not politics, you should leave the Igbo apprenticeship the way it is. Like you said, it's been thriving on its own for years. Trust me, anything that the Nigerian government touches starts to malfunction.
On the contrary, I disagree. I will tell you why I disagree.
They should leave the Igbo apprenticeship the way it is. It's been going well. I know
Let me help you
many people who have actually passed through this and they're living life so well. The Igbo apprenticeship, they also have their own police, their own elders who actually solve issues. When there's issue of you settling the 7 years, extending the 7 years or not extending it, they have all this in place.
Do you
so
know,
just leave them to it.
So do you know before now, right? The idea of granite, plantation and all that, agricultural layout before oil was discovered in the north, where you see pyramids of granite. Dangote's father was a trader, and Dan Tata at that time. These are people who were in the 60s, 50s, 60s, right? Let me tell you, just where you have the tradition or culture of, come and serve your master, serve your master here.
Okay.
They had theirs too. But guess what? At some point, they said, how do we modernize this in such a way that we can create kings and queens of this business in such a way that they can take our name far away? Dangote, Aliko Dangote, was born. I'm not saying born as a come to the earth.
After he was born, he was monopolized.
But
you know
that.
Okay, now in Nigeria, where has the granite business taken us to? Ever since.
In case you have no idea.
Yes.
We're still exporting granite. We're still exporting what's it called? Millets and all those things. Are you aware?
We export to West African countries.
Most definitely. I'm making money.
Making what money?
The GDP is increasing.
Really? Should we go and check?
But anyways. So in this case of, serve your master kind of trend, right? I'm of the opinion that the government, if they're going to come in, which they have already, identified with, it shouldn't be politicized. Exactly. However, if they're going to bring in funds to fund it, it's a welcome idea.
You make me laugh.
It's a welcome idea.
You
Fund it and let a lot of people who might not have opportunity of going to, what we call tertiary at the time, be able to say, I want to serve under this master. And at the long run,
you forget that the people who actually go ahead and learn this trade are people who their parents can afford education. You know that, and that is why from as little as 8 years old, they give you up to your master, so you can actually become something.
So hold on. So the government comes in and brings money and say, look, we want to support this particular structure.
You know me and you and I
why
know they're
would
not.
they?
Because now the criteria is you have to have been in GSS 3 before you actually allowed to. How many people in the rural area can afford afford education to primary stage?
So this is the part now. This is the part that we're not seeing. The government is saying you must get to this level of education. Do you know why? Because once you get involved in this trade, there's a huge tendency that you will let go of your education. They don't want
will
that.
give these people the education? That's not what do you think about this?
Let me help you now. You see, education is not only about going to the class.
No, they said GSS 3 is going to the class.
My point is this: see, education cuts across board. What is education really? It has to do with you learning how to be a better person, character, obviously in the same learning too, and so you can deal with life issues moving forward.
But you said GSS 3.
But however, if you look closely, there is a giving there. And what is the giving? The giving is the federal government is saying, or the state government is saying, look, get to this level of education. And mind you, there is some level of stipends that helps pupils get to that level of education that the government comes and subsidizes.
Can you name one?
But they do now. They do that. That's why.
Okay.
That's why we that now.
Let's wrap it up now.
Almost done. So that's why they say, look, get to this level of education first. So that way you are a little bit sound enough to be able to handle some certain areas. So if it is skilled work you're learning, if it's a trade under your master, you already have basic education. I rest my case.
All right, now let me tell you, I know over.
I think we're moving on.
Hold on. I know over 100 people
right
that have benefited from this Iba Boy initiative.
Okay.
And I must tell you, if I know over 100, now I must tell you that they didn't have the funds to even enroll in primary school.
Okay.
And that is why these Igbo men will go down to the village to pick these boys, because there's nothing like education.
And if the government now says that we will subsidize, then we will help them out.
They will
Would you tell the government not to come?
So does that mean, okay, they'll start building schools, right? From the primary level up to the secondary level. So these people can actually, go with their masters.
Which is why we have.
Is that what you're saying?
Which is why we have.
Does that sound feasible to you?
Which is why we have internally generated revenue of each state. So that money now they've now come out to say, we recognize you guys, which means that there will be allocation forwarded towards that angle to fund it.
All right.
Let's move on.
I'm sure the Anambra state government are watching, and
that's my state party.
No wonder. All right, thank you so much, Valentine, for your insight this morning on the social listening. And this is where we wrap up today's social listening. We've covered story of a Nigerian teen who won a global English competition and Anambra formalizing its apprenticeship system. It's been really interesting here on the Business Day television, and I am Deborah Eze. And with me, of course, was
Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you very much for watching BDTV. Have a nice weekend and join us again next week.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiru children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na nema na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kamar kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
Eh.
To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne?
Eh.
In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je?
Eh.
Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
Okay.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne?
Eh?
Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so marwara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo?
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan. To, me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko kun
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as some insight from the market, as with finally good conversation to follow. We're going to start off with the business news that is making the round, and we're starting off with Dangote Group that has just signed a $2.5 billion deal to build a fertilizer plant in Ethiopia. Aliko Dangote has finalized a multi-billion-dollar deal with the Ethiopian government to establish a $2.5 billion fertilizer plant in the country's eastern Somali region. The agreement, which was signed in the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa on Thursday, grants Dangote a 60% stake, while the remaining 40% stake will be held by the state-owned Ethiopian Investment Holdings (EIH). The plan is expected to be completed within 40 months and is projected to produce 3 million tons of fertilizer annually, and will be connected by the pipeline to the Kalub and Hilala natural gas fields in Ethiopia's southeast. According to the EIH, the project will significantly ease Ethiopia's heavy reliance on imported fertilizer, strengthen domestic supply, and help reduce pressure on the country's foreign reserve. The country's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed hailed the development as transformative for Ethiopia's agriculture, saying it will provide jobs, it will create jobs, provide reliable supply for farmers, and mark a decisive step towards food sovereignty. Dangote presently operates cement plants in 10 African countries as well as a 3 million ton per annum fertilizer hub in Nigeria, and he described the venture as a milestone, noting that the partnership with EIH represents a pivotal moment in the shared vision to industrialize Africa and achieve food security across the continent, further cementing his group's Pan-African growth strategy. Now we're moving on to Nigeria, where our non-oil sector powered tax revenue in the first 7 months of the year to 17.4 trillion naira. Nigeria has collected more revenue in taxes between January and July 2025 than it did in 2021 and 2022 combined. Official figures show tax revenue surged to 17.4 trillion in 7 months, already 69% of the full year target of 25.2 trillion. Oil-related taxes rose by 18.3%, I beg your pardon, to 4.25 trillion naira. However, non-oil taxes grew by 23.4% to 13.07 trillion. Authorities are crediting the diversification measures, tighter compliance, and stronger enforcement. Analysts also link the rise to reforms such as VAT increase in 2019, as well as some new levies on corporates. The researcher Samuel Ikomi says that non-oil revenue is becoming central, boosted by naira devaluation and higher import VAT. With oil averaging $70 per barrel, which is below the budget forecast, experts say that non-oil performance is now critical for Nigeria's finances. The Renaissance Capital CEO Samuel Sule said that higher tax income could ease deficit and debt service. A new tax act, which is taking effect in January, is aiming to lift Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio to 18% by 2030. Then we'll move on to Africa Prudential. The registrar recorded a 75% year-on-year profit growth in the first half of 2025. Africa Prudential PLC has reported a strong financial performance for the first half of 2025, posting a 75% year-on-year growth in pre-tax profits to 1.98 billion, up from 1.13 billion that it recorded in the same period in 2024. The company's profit after tax also rose by 73% to 1.35 billion, compared to 779 million it recorded last year, while its net total income advanced by 64% to 3.3 billion as against 2 billion in 2024. The company's unaudited result released shows that its total asset has now climbed to 41.35 billion as of June 2025, compared to 29.95 billion in the corresponding period of last year. Its net assets increased by 15% to 11 billion, despite the 1.2 billion dividend payouts earlier this year. The company's cost-to-income ratio improved to 41% from 44% in 2024, while its return on average assets sustained at 3.3%. The CEO and Managing Director of Africa Prudential, Catherine Nwosu, said that the result reflects the strength of Africa Prudential's diversified income base and resilience amid inflation, foreign exchange volatility, and high interest rates. Now we're moving on to South African gold miner Harmony Gold, whose annual profits jumped due to record high bullion prices. Harmony Gold, who is South Africa's largest gold producer, reported a 26% rise in annual profit, driven by record high gold prices. The company posted headline earnings per share of 23.37 Rand for the year ended June 30, 2025, supported by a 27% rise in average gold prices and improved ore grades in the South African mines. This offset a 5% decline in production, which fell to 1.48 million ounces due to bad weather and safety-related stoppages. The miner declared dividends of 1.55 Rand per share, up from 0.94 Rand in the previous year, returning a record 2.4 billion Rands to its shareholders. Harmony also highlighted its growing focus on copper, a metal seen as crucial for the global shift to clean energy. In May, the company agreed to acquire Australian miner Mark Copper in a $1.03 billion deal expected to close in October following a shareholders vote. This deal marks Harmony's second copper deal in Australia, following its 2022 acquisition of the Eva Copper project in Queensland. The company's CEO Bear Snell says that copper would provide higher margin production and long-term sustainability, adding that Mark Copper's CSA mine, which produced 41,000 tons last year, would deliver immediate cash flow. He noted that copper's counter-cyclical value as a complement to Harmony's gold portfolio. Then we'll move on to the US, Europe, where Tesla sales plunged by 40% in Europe as Chinese EV rival BYD's tripled. Tesla sales in Europe slumped sharply in July as competition from its Chinese rival BYD intensified. According to the European Automobile Manufacturers Association, the new registration of Tesla vehicles totaled 8,837 during the month, representing a 40% drop compared to the same period last year. This decline highlights mounting challenges for Elon Musk's automaker in the region, where it faces stiff competition and growing reputational pressures. In contrast, BYD continues its rapid expansion across Europe, recording 13,503 new registrations in July, a surge of 225% year-on-year. The Chinese manufacturer's aggressive growth has positioned it as a formidable competitor in the EV market, challenging Tesla's dominance and steadily increasing its market share in the region. Tesla's setback comes as the European EV sector continues to expand, driven by rising consumer demands and government incentives. Analysts note that maintaining competitiveness will require Tesla to address both pricing pressures in a fast-evolving market. After the break, we return with updates from the market from yesterday. Stay with us. In the NGX yesterday, we saw the market close lower at 140,557 points, representing a 691 point decline, or just around a 0.49% or 0.5% drop from Wednesday's figures. Despite the pullback, the year-to-date in the market remains quite strong. We are still seeing it at around 36.56% year-to-date. Market activity yesterday was quite robust as we saw the market trade around 884, around approximately 885 million shares at over 28 billion naira. The market capitalization after yesterday's trade stands at 88.94 trillion naira. In terms of our top gainers and top losers yesterday, SCOA, the automobile company, led the pack. It climbed over 10% yesterday to close at a share price of 6 naira and 5 kobo. RT Briscoe also appears on the list, gaining around 9.8% to close at a share price of 3 naira 36 kobo. Then we name Insurance gaining 7.96% to close at a share price of 31 naira 20 kobo. NGX Group, the holding company that has NGX in itself, NGX Regco, as well as NGX Real Estate, also gained 97.94% to close at a share price of 57 naira 80 kobo, one of its, I think it's a record high share price. Then we see something similar with Mick Nichols. Mick Nichols gained 7.04% yesterday to close at a share price of 3 naira 80 kobo. On the flip side, we see International Energy Insurance down by 9.62% to close at a share price of 3 naira 29 kobo. Omatech Ventures, the tech company, one of the first tech companies in the country, down by 8.97% to hit a share price of 1 naira 32 kobo. Ella Lakes, after weeks of rallying, down by 8.49% to close at a share price of 13 naira 68 kobo. Then Royal Exchange also down by 6.98% to close at a share price of 2 naira. Suno Assurances down by 6.42% to close at a share price of 5 naira 54 kobo. Let's move on from that, and we are moving on to the most traded stocks. That's when we're talking about who was the most traded in terms of volume and in terms of value. In terms of activities, champion breweries dominated trade by volume. By volume, yesterday we saw over 201 million champion breweries shares traded on the exchange, totaling about 3.47 billion shares. Access Holdings followed suit in terms of volume, 102.182 million shares in deals worth around 2.76 billion naira. GTCO Holding also 96.96 million shares in deals worth about 8.9 billion naira. Basically, GT was the most traded stock in terms of value yesterday. Then Sterling Holdco, 90.824 million shares in deals worth around 726.6 million naira. And First Bank, or First Holdco, the holding company of First Bank, 46.26 million shares in deals worth over 1.5 billion naira. Away from the most traded shares of yesterday, we're moving on to the global market. And in the global scene, we saw all of the US indices hit record high, starting with the Dow Jones Index hit 45,636 points after appreciating by around 16 basis points. S&P hit 6,500 points for the first time ever after a 0.32% gain yesterday. Nasdaq Composite also continued its rally, edging close to the 22,000 mark. After a 0.53% gain, it closed at 21,705 points. From the US market, to move to the Asian market, where the gains in the US market were we also saw something similar in the Asian side of things. The Nikkei 225 climbed 0.73% on Thursday, while the Kospi closed by gained 0.29%. However, the Hang Seng lost 0.81%. In Europe, markets were quite mixed. The FTSE 100 fell by 0.42%. That's the London Stock Exchange. Germany's DAX index slipped by just a marginal 0.03%, and France CAC 40 also added 0.24%. And from the global market scene, we just take a little bit of currency update on the forex market. The naira closed against the dollar 1,534 naira to the dollar. the euros to the dollar, 1,795 naira to the euro. And against the British pound, it was 2,072 naira to the British pounds. We've been at this corridor for most of this year. It's not been much of a difference. Maybe we would say it's not been much of a difference because we are used to a situation where we used to see significant gains and significant losses. Now we're around the same corridor of stability. We've been at the 1,530 mark for more than 3 months now. And when we return after the break, we're going to be speaking on the outlook for the banking sector as we edge closer to recapitalization deadline. Stay with us. We'll return after the break.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
So we're back. We're having to go to the conversation part of economy and markets this morning. So basically, we are navigating a unique period in Nigeria's banking landscape. This is one of a kind of time. So after a year of record-breaking earnings, or 2 consecutive years of record-breaking earnings, the CBN decided to do something. They pulled the plug on regulatory forbearance. They told the banks, now you have to now pivot towards balance sheet strength. You have to have stronger books. You have to reclassify some of those non-performing loans. What's changing? Banks will now have to provision more. They will have to keep a lot more of their earnings as impairment charges. There will be a likely uptick in loan write-offs, and we'll have elevated non-performing loan ratios. Augusto and Co., the credit rating agency, already projects that the banking sector's NPL ratio could hit 6.9% by the end of 2025. At the end of 2024, it was 5.2%. But that's not where the story ends. There's also the part of the recapitalization that is also in full swing. At the end of that was last year, Q1 2024. At the end of Q1 2024, the CBN governor came up with a bombshell announcement asking that banks would have to recapitalize for those. And against the backdrop of that recapitalization, the industry has already raised over 2.5 trillion naira between April 2024 and July 2025, just in about 15 months. This is a 15-month period that amount of money has been raised. Yet the race is not over. There's still anticipation that that industry would raise around 900 billion before the end of this year, bringing the total figure raised to just around 3.4 trillion naira. In capital injections, this is what is being projected. Banks are scrambling to meet that deadline. And one standout moment that I must mention is the fact that just 2 days ago, Premium Trust announced that it had hit its 200 billion minimum capital requirement, putting it ahead of expected timelines and a very small group of early achievers. And on the show this morning, we have Dr. Kingsley Ayozie, who is a public affairs analyst and a chartered accountant. Good morning, Dr. Kingsley.
Yeah, good morning, David. Thank you so much for having me.
So we'll have Dr. Kingsley answer some of our questions, and we'll start now. So, sir, as the CBN's recapitalization deadline draws close, how would you assess the progress of Nigerian banks in meeting the new capital requirements?
Thank you so much for that question. If you recall, I think a couple of months back, last month to be precise, there was a publication with the striking headlines: Zenith, Wema, and the 6 others scale through the hurdle of the CBN capitalization. So which means so far, 8 of our deposit money banks have been able to meet that desired requirement put in place by CBN. This exercise is meant to last for a period of 2 years. If you recall, they were given a 2-year period, more or less a grace period, to recapitalize their capital base depending on their nature of business. So we have up till March 31st, 2026 to say, okay, these are the banks that have been able to meet the deadline, and these are the banks that have not been able to meet the deadline. But from my own assessment, I would say so far so good, because 8 have convincingly met that requirement. So that's the way I want to put it at this moment, David.
So basically, but when if you even add if you add Premium Trust to the number, I think we'll make it 9, because Premium Trust doesn't
9,
have...
yes, 9.
So, but let's look at this. We have 26 banks.
All right.
We have 26 banks, at least on the CBN's website. When we say commercial banks in Nigeria, we have 26 banks. I can say for Nova Bank, which was the merchant bank, they announced that they were going to go with a regional license. They were not going to go full national because they just recently moved into that. They just entered into the fray of commercial banking. Based on all of this assessment, do you think that we will have? Do you project that we are going to have anything like we're going to have a consolidation, mergers and acquisition? Is that something that you are looking forward to? We've not had any, except the only announcement we've had is probably the announcement of Unity Bank and Providus, but we've not seen any significant action for over a year on that particular deal. Are you projecting that we will still see more mergers and acquisitions as we head towards March 2026?
Thank you again for that question. Let's even find the percentage ratio of the number that have so far crossed the hurdle. If you want to go by the total number of 26 banks, so to say, from the CBN website, against 9 that have been able to meet that requirement. So 9 over 26, give and take, is hovering around 33.3%. That is 1/3. And so far, we have barely 6-7 months away from now. So to me, I see a situation where toward the tail end of the year, those banks that may not be able to meet up this great hurdle will look for other form of business combination, such as acquisition. So if they cannot be able to raise the capital inwardly, they may be swallowed up by other bigger banks. For those ones who may be able to come up but may not be able to reach that hurdle, may finally go into merger, or what you call amalgamation. So to answer your question straight, I foresee a situation where so many banks, the weak ones, will certainly be acquired by the strong banks, whereas the relatively stable banks may likely merge with other comparative banks. So we will certainly see a lot of mergers and acquisition towards the tail end of the year. As the year is drawing nearer, that is what we are likely to see.
Okay. Now we are moving on from, let's move on from recapitalization. Let's move on to this this issue of regulatory forbearance. Fitch Ratings in his report noted that he's expecting that most Nigerian banks will exit forbearance by the end of 2025. However, to exit forbearance, what that would essentially mean for a lot of them, a number of them, is that they will have to reclassify a large percentage of their stage 2 loans to stage 3. How significant a challenge will this be for the sector, considering the fact that stage 2 loans in some of these banks, in fact, they are more than the stage 3 loans?
Well, to address this particular question you just raised, certainly it would not augur well for the banking environment, a station where you're likely to reclassify from stage 3 to stage 2. The significant implication is that it may begin to, affect the banking environment. Investors' confidence level may begin to dwindle, and as such, you may discover that funds may begin to be put out from the banking environment. So to me, it will not really speak well. Rather, I see it as something that may spell doom if not urgently rescued. Thank you.
I have a question around now. One of my own personal assessments is the fact that one of the challenges that this will spell for the sector is the fact that a number of banks will be affected in their credit rating. Their credit rating will probably be affected in a way where they will not be able to raise funds at the same rate that they raise it right now. How will on the overall macroeconomic environment, if that happens, let us assume that happens, how will it affect the macroeconomy? How will it affect the man on the street? How will it affect people's savings in the bank? How will it affect the bank's ability to lend to people?
Well, looking at it from that perspective, the implication it will have, especially on the man on the street, will certainly not be a positive one, in the sense that you may likely go into the bank to make some withdrawal, hoping to get what you have planned to get. And at the end of it, you may likely get something below. And if that continues, you may be surprised that some of the branches of the bank may likely close up. Or those ones that may not close up may begin to work for a minimum number of hours. And that will also lead to a kind of panic within the system. Imagine when you have come to the bank in anticipation to draw up to 50,000, and you are being told that, oh, sorry, we can only pay you 20,000. You can come back next time or go to the next branch. So that will begin to create some kind of panic within the banking environment. On a lot of losses will give rise to unemployment. Currently, Nigeria is trying to reduce the unemployment rate. So anything that will increase the unemployment rate will not really speak good of us. And once the unemployment rate goes up, then we begin to battle with social vices. Currently, you have issue of youth restiveness, you have issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of those things. So at the long run, this is where we may likely find ourselves. And that will smell doom for the man on the street. Even for you and I, we may not be able to work freely, because for those who have been working over the ages, over the years, and suddenly do not have work, they will have to look for a way to make ends meet. And that way could be disastrous, and it will not really augur well for you and I. and the general masses at large.
Okay, so the question I want to ask now is still on this issue of regulatory forbearance. We have a current economic state. A number of businesses are still trying to level up. Everybody's felt a lot of bites from the last 2 years. For some businesses, the ability to record positive cash flow is still hampered. Even when you look through the books of some of our listed companies, discover that there's a lot of credit sales. A lot of companies have relied on credit sales. And we're in a position where banks are under pressure by the central bank to begin to recover their loans. Given the current economic state, given some of the pressures that we'll see on the ability of borrowers to repay, what's the outlook for banks' abilities to recover loans? Are they in a good position are they in a prime position to recover their loans, or do you think that we may see it may be difficult? Do you think banks are in a prime position to recover their loans at this point for some of them who are very exposed to have very high regulatory forbearance, or have very high forbearance exposures rather?
From my own assessment, I see a situation where most of the banks may not be able to recover their loans. That is the truth of the matter, because you will recall that the time value of money is very critical and germane under this scenario. How much was actually given to them as credit, and what is the value of that money that was given to them in time past? So we're going to face serious challenge, or if not challenges, in recovering this money from the populace. Again, I want to say vividly that for the ones that can be able to recover, maybe those ones that were properly secured, that had the adequate security. For any loan that was given without adequate security, recovery, especially at this time when the socio-economic landscape of the country is facing great reforms, and these reforms currently may pretend to be a little bit harsh, though in the long run we are likely to begin to reap the dividend. So from my own assessment, on the part of the banks, it may be a little bit difficult indeed to recover going by this regulatory forbearance. So it's not going to be an easy task. A lot need to be done. They need to gear up. They need to use other measures, because if not, I don't see them making any positive headway as far as recovery of these credit facilities and loans are concerned. That's my own view on that.
Okay. Now, a question I want to ask about overexposure to oil sector. Now, we know that the overall Nigerian banking scene is overexposed. I think more than 50% of all loans in the entire Nigerian banking scene is to the oil and gas sector. Oil prices are currently at a level that is lower than what it was last year, and these oil prices are expected to remain at this level for most of this year, at least till the end of this year. How does the concentration risk affect the bank's ability to maintain their asset quality? Did you get that question, sir?
Looking at it from this angle of over-concentration on the oil sector, and given the fluctuating rate in oil prices over the period, no doubt, the banks will begin to feel some kind of economic shock, especially going by the relatively unstable FX rate. Though of late we can say it has been stable, but if you recall from the assumption of office of this administration, the rate have actually sold well above 1,007, 1,006 per dollar. But of recent, we can say, okay, we are really hovering around 1,516. The implication is that it will impact negatively on the bank's liquidity and capital adequacy, because these oil prices, once it drops, certainly will affect the amount that was actually given. So it's not going to be a good one. It's not going to be a good ride for the banks. Bearing in mind this fluctuation, and this fluctuation is also being hampered by the high rate of inflation. The inflation rate is also not good enough for the economy. The interest rate from the banks is also not smiling, then coupled with the economic shock. So it's not going to be an easy ride for the banks. Looking at all of these indices, all these macroeconomic indices, the interest rate.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah, David. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm still here. We lost you for a moment.
All right.
So let me round up with this question, because the question I want to ask is around on the lighter notes. What is going on in Access Holdings? I'm sure you are abreast with what has happened in the Access Holdings. That's the holdings group of Access Bank.
Yes.
So we saw the CEO of Access Bank step down from the board. Then we saw the group itself change its head. Now we have Mr. Innocent Ike. It's some form of shake-up in the board. Were there any signs leading up to it?
Pardon? Can I get your question again?
No, I said I'm asking a question regarding Access Holdings board shake-up that we saw in the last 2 days.
All right.
So we saw Mr. Roosevelt Ogbonna. He stepped down from the board of Access Holdings. Then we saw the group CEO, that's Bolaji Agbede. She too had to resign. She had to leave the board just after 18 months of being in charge. We saw Mr. Innocent Ike, who was the former Polaris CEO, step in to become the group CEO of Access Holdings. It's been quite a shake-up, at least for that bank or that particular group this week. Did you observe any signs leading up to it?
Okay, the issue around the board shake-up with Asset Holding revolved around this emerging topic or issue known as corporate governance. What is corporate governance? Corporate governance simply has to do with the way and manner corporate entities are being controlled and directed by those charged with governance. Okay. Then back to the issue with Asset Holding. Within the ambit of the law, that is the CBN Prudential Guideline, which more or less serve as a corporate governance code for banking businesses. I'm aware, and you're also aware, that the number of directors for any finance holding things of that nature should actually be 9. So in the case of Roosevelt Ogbonna, you will recall that the number have actually exceeded that 9. So in order to comply with that regulatory requirement of a maximum number of 9 directorship, as a matter of fact, he happened to be a non-executive director in Asset Holding. So he needed to resign, step aside, while still retaining his seat with the Asset Bank.
Yes.
So it is purely compliance and adherence to strict corporate governance code, with emphasis on the number of directors expected to sit on a finance institution. So it didn't come to me by surprise, as somebody who believes so much in the ideals, the principles and tenets of corporate governance, more especially for that of bank. It is a very, very volatile environment where issue that borders around compliance to corporate governance must not be toyed with, because one thing is very, very clear.
Hi, Doc, can you hear me? I think we lost. Okay, I think we lost Dr. Kingsley there on the line, and that's all we can take for this morning on Economy and Market. Thank you for having and sticking with us on the program this morning. Have a very lovely morning and enjoy the rest of the day. I'm David Ulujimi.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities, and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in south and west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying, of course, it is a part of it that be leaders in different socio-economic sphere, but we're saying from when they're children, raise them to be leaders, raise them to take responsibility, raise them to be owners of both their lives, their actions, and the things that you give them to do.
Atim Uko, Chief Executive Founder of AfroLems, who facilitated the dining etiquette session, says it is important to be grateful at the table. She said the 2025 edition was special to her because it combined food and etiquette training spaces where she said people mess up a lot.
I've worked with She Evolution for a few years where I've done a few lessons with them. But I think this one was special to me because it was combining my core strength, which was food and etiquette, and also being in spaces where I see people messing up. I'm like, you have to teach people from the grassroots point so that they can learn and they don't get ruled out of conversations even before they've opened their mouth. And most times it's with etiquette at dining spaces. So it makes or breaks a situation. So you're looking for a business deal, you're looking to have a conversation with somebody, how you present, how you come together, how you sit at a table and interact with people determines everything. It determines whether they sign you on or not. So for me, like I said, I've seen people lose opportunities because of it. And I don't want, because of background, people now don't get a seat at the table. It's not fair. So let the knowledge be there. Let them be exposed to what everybody else is exposed to. And I think it just makes for a better success story.
Esther Adedoja, a 200 level law student at the University of Lagos and an alumnus of She Evolution, expressed her excitement at seeing the initiative evolve. She said the program gave her wings to express herself and become her very best.
They started with us, so we're the first set for them to start this with in 2022. And I'm here today as a volunteer. It just shows how much I have grown as a member of She Evolution and how we have achieved the big goal, which is to impact the lives of so many different girls. So this started in 2022, and we started with just girls in secondary school. And I'm very happy, I'm very excited that it has grown to be what it is today. And we have so many girls, so many different girls every year that are being impacted and are learning so much, to go to the next step of their life. For me, I learned so much. It has helped me. When I was in secondary school then, I was so confused as to my next step in life. And I had so many questions. And She Evolution helped me to answer so much. And I'm now a student in university and I have big plans. I have so much I'm doing. I'm just glad that the program gave me confidence to express myself and to express myself with what I love to do and just bring the best self, bring the best person, like the best Esther out of me. Yes. At that time, I was not sure what I wanted to study because I wanted to do music, I wanted to do law, I wanted to do so many things, and I was too shy. I was very, so I had no one to talk to then, and I was very confused about what to do, the next step to do. And I was able to see clarity through their various teachings. I was able to know, this is what I want to do. I want to help people all over the world. I want to do so much. So I decided to study law.
Destiny Mama, BDTV News. Jade Shola James.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Catena for today for us to really discuss esteem as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generated on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
This is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widen their horizon on the proper waste to conduct their activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Wastecare to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste, so I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, we use our scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day Television News at Noon. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Federal government secures 200 hectares in Lekki Free Trade Zone for building materials hub. 4,000 inmates freed as FG pays fines to discongest prisons. Federal government records 70% surge in 48-hour e-visa processing.
Thai Prime Minister removed from office over leaked phone call. And Mourinho parts ways with Fenerbahce tipped for Man United return. Let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has acquired 200 hectares of land within the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, for a building material hub aimed at lowering housing production costs nationwide. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, reviewed developments during a tour of industrial areas within the Lekki and Lagos Free Zone. Dangiwa says the hub is intended to promote local content in construction sector, curb rising building material costs, encourage domestic production, and support sustainable housing delivery across the country, adding that similar hubs are planned for each of Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones. According to the minister, the hub will be supported by intermodal transport infrastructure, including seaports, airports, railways, and roads, to ensure efficient operations, revealing that an investor has already been secured to kickstart the project, which is expected to reduce reliance on imported materials, save foreign exchange, and create jobs through local manufacturing. And moving on, the federal government has released more than 4,000 inmates from correctional centers across the country after offsetting fines and compensation for non-violent offenders, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, Minister of Interior, has announced. Speaking at the midterm sectoral performance retreat of the ministry and its agencies on Thursday, the minister revealed that the move was part of efforts to decongest prisons, cut down government spendings on inmate upkeep, and give low-risk convicts a second chance at rehabilitation. While outlining the reform carried out under his leadership, he declared that the ministry has dismantled inefficient systems, modernized critical processes, and positioned Nigeria's interior management for greater efficiency, transparency, and security. On prison reforms, Tunji-Ojo disclosed that the ministry secured private sector funding to pay fines for over 4,000 non-violent inmates whose release had been delayed by inability to settle minor penalties.
The first 3 months of setting up our e-visa, when we came, we looked at the records. We saw that about 71% then were state offenders and about 67% were awaiting trials, and about 5%, which was 4,032, yes, were people with low fines of less than 50,000, 20,000 and co. And for us, we saw that there's no sense. If total fine, when we calculated it, was 500 million. So why must I be feeding you 1 billion per year when for you to go is 500? Just like these are non-violent offenders. So what we do, but by law, we can't open our gates to let them go. So we reached out to the private sector. We were able to raise the fund, and we paid, through the private sector collaboration, and we decongested our centers by 5%, which is 4,032, and that saved government of over R1 billion per annum. So that's part of what we've been able to do.
Tunji-Ojo also revealed that the new e-visa system introduced in May has reduced approval timelines from weeks to just 48 hours. The minister noted that within its first 3 months, Nigeria recorded a 70% increase in visa issuance, processing more than 40,000 applications, a development linked to the country's improved attractiveness for investors and visitors. Tunji-Ojo vowed to embark on more reforms in passport approval, private security regulation, and correctional management. To end the local news, residents of the internally displaced persons in Makurdi, Mega, Itre, and Abagena, located in the Makurdi local government area of Benue State, are experiencing a sense of relief due to a humanitarian intervention by UK Nigeria, supported by the ECOWAS Peace Fund. In an effort to assist the state government's initiatives aimed at improving social welfare and alleviating poverty, the organization has provided essential health care, sanitation, and social support services to thousands of displaced individuals residing in the camps. Several displaced persons have described this initiative as a lifesaver and have expressed their gratitude for the attention given to those in need.
Do antenatal here, but we didn't have medicine. Anytime we acquired them, we write medicine for me, and I will not have money. Like the day before yesterday, I came here, they wrote the medicine for me. As I go, they said the medicine is 11,500, and today I have 6,600. I didn't have the medicine, the money no reach. As I come here, I come meet UK, and they give me the medicine free. So thank you, UK. Thank you.
We are here. We are not like when we are in our various home. In our various home, we get everything easy. But here, we were expecting from people to come and give us. We are happy because for adolescent girls, they need this to take care of themselves. But from us, we cannot buy this. So we are very grateful.
Concluding the activities, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, James Iropo, represented by Mega Camp Manager Mark Teva, revealed that the intervention from UK and Nigeria was timely as the Benue State Emergency Management Agency is prepared to welcome additional support to address the humanitarian crisis in the state. The group's communication and reporting officer, Uche Anodofa Paul, noted that such coordination by the state government would attract further assistance.
Appreciate ECOWAS this fund for this wonderful intervention to care, because all of these things are things that we need right now. This emergency setting, and a lot of needs that needs to be met, a lot of challenges that the IDPs are facing. So having this intervention at this point in time solves a lot of issues. We have malnourished children, we have lactating mothers who are still breastfeeding, and all of these things are put together. So it's time that we thank God for it. We thank ECOWAS Peace Fund for this wonderful intervention.
Of common illnesses, as we can see, and we also provided solar panels for for lightning in the camp. We provided a solarized borehole, which give them a clean and safe water to drink, and a modern state-of-art toilet system. People with special needs access it. So we have seen from the faces of the IDPs that they are very grateful what the UK and Nigeria, with funding support from ECOWAS Peace Funds, has provided.
All right, we now move to the foreign scene, where a Thai court has removed Prime Minister Patoguntan Shinawatra from office over a contentious leaked phone call with Cambodia's former leader. In the clip, Shinawatra can be heard calling on Uncle, criticizing the Thai army. Shinawatra apologized after the leak, saying it was a negotiating tactic to mend relations over a worsening border dispute. According to reports, the country's deputy PM will now replace Shinawatra before a new vote is held for prime minister. Now, Pentatoram is now the fifth leader since 2008 to be dismissed by this court, plunging Thailand into uncertainty yet again. Also, a day of mourning has been declared in Kyiv after the second biggest aerial attack of the war so far killed at least 23 people, including 4 children. The city's mayor, Vitaly, revealed that it was to honor the dead as a massive recovery effort continues at the 5-story block of flats where 22 of the 23 were killed. The attack has been widely condemned, especially by the White House, noting that President Donald Trump was not happy but not surprised, while European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says Russia would stop at nothing to terrorize Ukraine. Meanwhile, EU defense ministries are meeting in Copenhagen, Denmark on Friday to discuss military support for Ukraine. And now we head over to sports, where Jose Mourinho has left Turkish giants Fenerbahce just over a year after taking charge, with the Portuguese coach immediately tipped for a sensational return to Manchester United. The 62-year-old departure was confirmed on Wednesday, a day after Fenerbahce's Champions League exit at the hands of Benfica in the playoff round. Mourinho joined Fenerbahce in the summer of 2024 following his dismissal from Roma, guiding the Istanbul side to a second-place Super League finish last season. This week, 1-0 defeat to Benfica in Lisbon following a goalless draw in Istanbul, however, proved the final blow, ending Fenerbahce's Champions League hopes and Mourinho's tenure. To end the news, Besiktas have sacked former Manchester United manager Ole Gunnar after the Turkish club was eliminated from the Europa Conference League playoffs by Swiss team Sport. The 52-year-old, just 7 months in Istanbul, having been appointed in January on an 18-month contract worth around £3 million. Ole Gunnar's dismissal reportedly came hours after a 1-0 home defeat sealed a 2-0 aggregate loss, ending Besiktas' hopes of playing European football this season. The club chairman, Sado Adali, thanked Ole Gunnar for his services, adding that the contract was terminated following a decision made at the board meeting. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Stay tuned for more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure,
a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event, summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan, was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities, and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in south and west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying, of course, it is a part of it that be leaders in different socio-economic sphere, but we're saying from when they're children, raise them to be leaders, raise them to take responsibility, raise them to be owners of both their lives, their actions, and the things that you give them to do.
Atim Uko, Chief Executive Founder of AfroLems, who facilitated the dining etiquette session, says it is important to be grateful at the table. She said the 2025 edition was special to her because it combined food and etiquette training spaces where she said people mess up a lot.
I've worked with She Evolution for a few years where I've done a few lessons with them, but I think this one was special to me because it was combining my core strength, which was food and etiquette, and also being in spaces where I see people messing up. I'm like, you have to teach people from the grassroots point so that they can learn and they don't get ruled out of conversations even before they've opened their mouth. And most times it's with etiquettes at dining spaces. So it makes or breaks a situation. So you're looking for a business deal, you're looking to have a conversation with somebody, how you present, how you come together, how you sit at a table and interact with people determines everything. It determines whether they sign you on or not. So for me, like I said, I've seen people lose opportunities because of it. And I don't want, because of background, people now don't get a seat at the table. It's not fair. So let the knowledge be there. Let them be exposed to what everybody else is exposed to. And I think it just makes for a better success story.
Esther Adedoja, a 200 level law student at the University of Lagos and an alumnus of She Evolution, expressed her excitement at seeing the initiative evolve. She said the program gave her wings to express herself and become her very best.
They started with us, so we're the first set for them to start this with in 2022. And I'm here today as a volunteer. It just shows how much I have grown as a member of She Evolution and how we have achieved the big goal, which is to impact the lives of so many different girls. So this started in 2022, and we started with just girls in secondary school. And I'm very happy, I'm very excited that it has grown to be what it is today. And we have so many girls, so many different girls every year that are being impacted and are learning so much, to go to the next step of their life. For me, I learned so much. It has helped me. When I was in secondary school then, I was so confused as to my next step in life. And I had so many questions. And She Evolution helped me to answer so much. And I'm now a student in university and I have big plans. I have so much I'm doing. I'm just glad that the program gave me confidence to express myself and to express myself with what I love to do and just bring the best self, bring the best person, like the best Esther out of me. Yes. At that time, I was not sure what I wanted to study because I wanted to do music, I wanted to do law, I wanted to do so many things, and I was too shy. I was very so I had no one to talk to then, and I was very confused about what to do, the next step to do. And I was able to see clarity through their various teachings. I was able to know, this is what I want to do. I want to help people all over the world. I want to do so much. So I decided to study law.
Destiny Mama, BDTV News.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Hello viewers, welcome to today's edition of BDTV Matchcentre.
I hope you'll be enjoying our past editions. Today's edition, promises to be very, very engaging and exciting. And the Premier League, like I said the last time, have just kicked off, and with a lot of talking points, a lot of upset, and a lot of coaches' future, hanging there. Even with 2 matches played, you can't guarantee some coaches' future. So here with me, it's Anthony Udugba. Nice to have you.
Nice to have you.
Yeah, and my regular host, Ibrahim Abubakar. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for having me today.
I remember the last time you predicted City fall against Tottenham, and it happened, and you're happy.
Yes, I'm what you can call the oracle on the streets, but that being said, Tottenham has what it takes to handle anything in midfield, just that they're not serious when it comes to profits, winning profits, but playing against the likes of City, Manchester. As a matter of fact, they love playing against the Manchester teams.
So they have what it takes to upset them.
Exactly. So
wow, interesting. So basically, today is you just mentioned Manchester, and one of them is Manchester United. The manager Ruben Amorim came in last season when the Red Devils were in a very critical stage, and Ten Hag was asked to leave, and he came in. People thought that with his exploit at Sporting Portuguese League, that he's going to bring that to bear at Old Trafford. But he has struggled. Last season, United finished 15th, their worst finish in so many years. And people said, okay, give him a fresh start, a fresh state, and haven't spent over 200 million in the summer transfer, bringing it up players. After 2 matches, struggled against, lost to Arsenal, struggled against Fulham, and that has put a lot of doubts in his future at Old Trafford. So my big question here is that after spending so much, can you guarantee that Ten Hag will still be at United by December? Ibrahim.
If the result continues as it is right now, I'm not sure Amorim will be there by December because Manchester is Manchester United is a team with pedigree. You've seen the record since the establishment of the club. Won the Champions League, have the highest number, joint highest winning team, EPL winning team alongside Liverpool, and FA Cup, Carling Cup, and now they will not play in Europe this season. That's tell you how the mighty has fallen. And I fought the owners of Manchester United because when ETH left, that's Ten Hag left, Mysterio was doing a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Left to me, I took let this guy finish the job. This is not the first time you're having your former players coming as interim or caretaker manager just to finish the season, or at least make sure that the team is stabilized enough for the next person to come. You had Michael Carrick come in, did the caretaker job before Ragnick or who was the coach that took over from him. So
it's a gang pressing manager.
Exactly. So you allowed this to run, you could have allowed you could have allowed this run just to make sure that the ship sail and stable before you not bring it so much. So you're bringing Amorim from Portugal, Sporting Lisbon, to come to Manchester United, where the pace is high, the tension is there, the pressure is a lot, and this is a manager that has not done it anywhere else apart from Portugal. Now, I want to make a case for Mourinho, but Mourinho won the Champions League, won the UEFA Cup before coming to Chelsea. So these are some of the things I feel like the owners did not put into consideration. When you came to the team, you literally disrupted the team. There was a case of Ronaldo was running this team, he left.
Ronaldo left on that time.
Yeah, when Amorim came in, he said, Rashford is not training as you like him to. He left. When he went on loan to Aston Villa, he did well, came back. He's on loan now at Barcelona. He said, Garnacho is not giving you what you want. Garnacho recently just joined Chelsea. But these guys were not playing where you were not getting this result. So we can say, okay, last season was not good enough. But this season, you played 2 games. You lost against Arsenal. You drew against Fulham. Now, those are the games you want to win. Well, those are the big boys in the league. I want to make a case for Fulham. But Fulham, we get to the top 10 every season. Arsenal has been second place for the past 3-4 seasons. So these are teams, are games. If you're not winning, you are getting a draw at least. Then you played in the Carabao Cup against a League 2 team and lost on penalties. As a matter of fact, we were 2 goals down at some point. So that's to tell you, and this way, were players that could start in any team. You had Sesko, your new signing, you had Mbemo, you have Kunha, you have I think you have Bruno and the likes on the pitch on that day, and you still lost. Or you still trailed by 2 goals to nil before coming up to draw and also lost. So I feel like his job is on the line, and not just in the EPL. There's so many managers I feel like we won't even see the end of September in the EPL.
Okay, fantastic. Anthony, one of the things that even fueled Amorim's exits, his preparation was losing to a 4th level. It's like the college side in the Carabao Cup, and people felt that if you look at the valuation of United compared to the valuation of that club, United have no business even drawing or losing that game. So for me, do you go with that verdict that if things still continues, or things are likely to continue like this, and if they continue like this guy is on his way out of Old Trafford? Because a lot of United fans have expressed so much disappointment in him. They're not even looking at his records from Sporting. It's like, guy. And for me, I watched their game against Fulham, and I just there was no intensity, there was no character, there was no attitude, there was no direction. Even he made those new signings look like mediocre players. They were just, come on. And there's some players I looked at, you can't really find, say, okay, these are the positive inputs that the coach has put in place in that team. And with this result against Grimsby Town Football Club, do you agree that this guy, in fact, he might not even, December is too far before he put it out of
the Premier League? And remember, Chelsea was on this case as well. When we were looking for
even Liverpool also too.
Yes. And when they heard that there was going to be a space for a manager in their club, so everybody was rooting for Amorim because of what they've heard, and it's now looking like, is it because the Portuguese league is easier to play than the Premier League? Is it the tactical level? But I'm a big supporter of Amorim, basically, and I don't think he is going to leave as soon as we think he's going to be, because I still see potential in his game, because what he did is a very intelligent coach, and if you look at his trajectory in Sporting Lisbon, you see that he's someone that took on that team even when he was still trying to get his coaching license, and even after that he got getting a coaching license and coming into the first team properly, he took the team to the Premier League, that's the Portuguese Premier League, and doing well in Portuguese league as well. So I think it's just a matter of let him settle with these players. Yes, he has gotten Sesko. Yes, he has gotten Konya and Mbemo. Mbemo, he thrived well last season. Same thing with Konya and Wolves when he was at Wolves. And Sesko was doing well in Leipzig as well. So let's see I don't think this is the end for Amorim. He has asked for these players and the board has given it to him. So I think they're going to give him more time. We are just in game 3 coming in this weekend. So if we give him more time, or if Manchester United board give him more time, I'm very sure he's going to do well before December gets on the way.
Okay, looking at, you said more time. The word more time is relative. He started last season. He's in charge of the team. And when you say more time, people are not saying go and win the league now, but people want to see direction. People want to see focus. But as it is now, people are not seeing it. And when he came, he was rated like the new Mourinho because same Portuguese guy and all of that. And I always tell people the Premier League is a special terrain. You might succeed elsewhere. You come to the Premier League, it's a different ball game. So for me, I want to throw it back to you. Do you think him joining United at that time he joined was not the right time? That it would have been best for him to start the season just he did now. So that would have afforded him time to plan ahead and all of that. So starting the season in between that season, when United were around 14th or 15th, and he didn't salvage the situation, maybe perhaps that have put a lot of pressure on him coming into the new season with a lot of expectations, a lot of demands, a lot. And again, that also puts the players under intense pressure.
So I guess as well as what Ibrahim said, Ibrahim was talking about Van Nistelrooy when he was there. I'm also a big supporter of Van Nistelrooy, seeing how he took care of the Manchester United club. He left. Yeah, but he was. But everybody was looking forward to Ruben Amorim to see that we brought him in and all that. You have to give him more time regardless, because I feel he's a special manager. I feel he's somebody that has that tackle based on Onana's performance in recent times. But then again, I think he has all he needs, to go. But I think giving him more time should sort the whole.
2 months, 3 months. We are saying from now to December.
Yeah.
And you are saying that you see him, so you are saying that things will improve.
Yeah. So
you're telling United fans to be hopeful that things will improve. But if you look at the start, because I look at the squad, it's not that if, for instance, now the news broke that from Special want to be the only one has left, Fenerbahce, and there are potential, there are talks linking him back to Old Trafford. And people have the opinion that if Moyo should handle this kind of squad, that Amorim is, it's not about. People always feel that Amorim is about his what, his tactics, 2, the way he relates to the players. That talks about players management. Because coaching a club like Sporting is not the same. Coaching a club like United, those guys are big boys. They have egos. So how do you manage those expectations?
I mean, the only person I can say that is egotistical in my squad is Fernandes. The rest are small.
Garnacho.
Well, Garnacho is no longer there. Garnacho is in.
I know that he just the deal just see, but
before
now, how about Rooney? Rashford.
Yeah, but these are big guys. But he has managed to shelve these guys and put them in a corner. He's not playing these people you're mentioning.
The results are not coming out.
Exactly. So you're calling the big boys, but you're not playing the big boys, and you are losing games. So what does that mean?
So whose fault is that?
It has to be the players. It has to be the players.
Let me ask you, Ibrahim. You are a fan of Moyo. Me, I'm a fan of Moyo. It's not because of anything. He's sound manager. We knew at the Turkish league he was going to struggle because Fenerbahce does not have the financial strength to spend and to compete financially with Galatasaray and the rest of that. So do you think that if perhaps by chance Moyo is being brought into United with this present squad, you feel that he's likely to make an impact?
I don't feel I know.
You don't feel you know?
I know.
Okay.
Because if you look at the record, he's coached a backup Manchester United team before, and he won the UEFA Europa League with that same team. And on that same day, I guess I asked in the final, we have an Ibrahimovic that was not playing. We have a black guy defender that was not playing. Almost all key players were out,
and he won.
He won with those boys. So you could see even to date, he has a better record since Sir Alex Ferguson has left. He has a better record, when it comes to winning rates. Since Alex Ferguson, we had David Moyes down to Ruben Amorim. Mourinho has a better record when it comes to winning rates. He has won the biggest trophy for them since Alex Ferguson. He has done better things with lesser team. Now you're telling me I have a Kuna as a Mourinho, I have a Sesko, I have
they bought Patrick Doku.
You have
a very enterprising player.
You have a Mino. You have
look at Kubomano is on the verge of leaving now.
So I can assure you that with a Mourinho, this team will do better, and it won't take time. It just take a game, just one game. Just his announcement alone will lift the spirit of that team. And they knew so I think the issue with his first stint was the former players, the old players. They were all about his business. They did not allow him to do his thing. And also the board were not backing him up then. The board moved towards the direction of the players than the manager. He was complaining that this is happening, that is happening. They did not care. As a matter of fact, the kind of support that they've given to Ruben this season, or since he joined, if they had given it to the special one, he would have done greater things. If you ask him, in an interview when he was asked, he said the greatest thing I ever done at Manchester was coming second. Not even winning the Europa League, not winning, I think, the Community Shield. No, coming second, because he knew what was going on behind the scene. So these are some of the things. Then if you look at what has happened with Fenerbahce too, he's done great things with lesser players. Galatasaray is literally the PSG of Turkey.
Of course.
So you have a Galatasaray that has an Icardi, an Osimhen at the front, compared to an Nesiri at Fenerbahce, or Talisca that left Al-Nassr, Saudi's Al-Nassr. Then even this guy Durant could not compete in Saudi. He had to come on loan to Fenerbahce. So literally most or half of the team playing for Fenerbahce are on loan to Fenerbahce. So you are not buying players, quality players to compete, but you expect him to do magic. He's done great things. He took them to the Europa League this season, but they were not content. They want him to go to the UEFA Champions League. How do you contend with such? So I feel like Mourinho at Manchester United again will leave the spirit, even if for just 2 seasons, just to stable the team, put them on the map again, and see who is coming to take from there.
I want to ask you, do you think the board has backed Amorim well enough to achieve results for United?
So this is like it's
not just yes or no first. You can explain.
Have they backed him
since he came?
Since he came, yes.
Okay, fine. Yes. Part of players and spending.
Yeah.
So fine. So why is it that even with that backing, they are still where they are? So that's the question. So with all these spendings, with all this backing, though a lot of players came in last time with the new ones that came in, and it seems as if, and again, the sad thing is that if care is not taken, some of their prospects could also leave. So that also points out to, to the same thing we are talking about, that this guy, are you sure? Because people say even if man you buy Lamine Yamal, with this Ruben Amorim in charge, United are going to struggle.
I don't think it's good to villainate Ruben Amorim at this point of his career. Let's take us to Arsenal. Look at what has happened in Arsenal. They've been expecting Arteta to deliver in the Premier League. This is like how many seasons now?
It's like 4 or 5 seasons.
5 seasons right now.
Yeah,
but definitely he has not delivered his actual goal, which is to get them the EPL. And they have backed him. They've stuck with him.
So how do you mean is the actual goal? Were you there? Because
no,
why people are sorry to cut you. Why people are talking about Amorim is because of, if you check the table now as we speak, United are 16th, and the difference in between United and those on the relegation is they are just the same points, only goal different. So even when Arteta was struggling to fix Arsenal, you never see Arsenal on that almost that red zone. So that's what people are saying. We are not saying that yes, why you are fixing does not mean that the last season they literally escaped a relegation. And if it continues like this, you can't say they will not be relegated. So that's what people are saying. Why Arteta, yes, he was doing all those things. Perhaps last 3-4 years, Arsenal qualified for the Champions League. Yeah. Even in their dark days, they still qualify for European competition. But the case with United is not even qualifying. It's down. So that brings about the question about this Amorim. Are we sure we can go with him? And a lot of fans are of the opinion that this guy might not last.
So he might not last. They are saying he might not last. And everybody has their own opinion to this. But my own opinion is that if the board gives him more time, if you check out his
how many more time? How many more time?
Yeah.
So
we can't.
What do you mean by time?
Because I'm not the board. I'm not the board. So
if you're the board, say give him more time. So which time do you think they should give Amorim to give him throughout this season?
They can give it.
What's the process of giving him that time? And just like what happened to Ten Hag, people are saying that Ten Hag should have been fired. Should have started the season with United. Look at what happened. But he was given the job until he got to a point where United were in a precarious situation.
Yeah.
So do you want this same thing to happen to them so that they'll get to a situation where it will be difficult for a new manager to salvage it? So when you say time, how long?
But if you give the new manager, especially when you call Mourinho in this conversation, it might not be as easy as we all think Mourinho. Yes, it's a special one. Yes, I like Mourinho. But giving Mourinho this particular team would not also be easy.
Mourinho would do better with this particular team?
Yes, he would do better. Because he's more experienced. But then again, it might not be a miracle.
Yeah.
So you're not expecting them to.
It's not about miracle. It's a track record. Yes. If you look at Mourinho's in the last 10 years, some people will say he's falling off. But I'm of the opinion that he has actually done great things. Yeah. He joined Manchester United. He won some trophies. He left. He joined Tottenham. Took them to a final after so many years.
Yes.
He was let go before the final game. And that same season, he had beaten Manchester City twice, heading into that final. Then he went to Roma. Roma has not won a trophy in over 15 years. He gave them their first Europa Conference Cup. The following season, he took them to the final of the Europa League that he lost to Sevilla before joining Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce became second. And this season, he's taking them he took them to the Europa League before being let go. So you see, if you could see that this is someone that can get it done for you. Now, I like the way he moves. He set the target, he moves towards it. Okay, the league is not my target this season. I want trophies, but not the league. He goes for it. Roma, that season they won the Conference Cup. He was not going for the league. He just wants to, he knows this is a progression. From the conference, I can go to Europa. From Europa, I can go to the Champions League. And that's fun, that's investment, that's revenue for the club. He had left Roma now, I think 2 seasons now. What has Roma done? When he left Inter Milan, what did Inter Milan did? When he went to Real Madrid, before joining Real Madrid, you could see what Barcelona was doing. He got to Spain. The first season, he was battered. Barcelona was beating. He gets it. The second season, he made things happen. So you could see this a coach that you can call on any time to get it done. You might say, oh, he was at Chelsea, they spent a lot of money. He was at Madrid, they spent a lot of money. He was at Inter Milan, they spent a lot of money at Inter Milan. He was at Tottenham, they spent a lot of money there. Even at Manchester United, the Roma didn't spend as much as you even expect. So Mourinho is a guy that you want to give your team to, especially if you're in crisis. Anytime, any day.
Yeah, Mourinho has done his own part. We understand that. But then again, Amorim has also done his own thing. And remember, he's a young manager. So you can't just say, okay, because of the performance he did last season and where he is now, just after 2 games, then say you should let him go.
No,
you have not tested him for the whole of the season. And it grants him that opportunity.
So if anything, I know Manchester United is a club that likes to give time to managers.
So you are saying that because fine, I understand. If you have that United blood in your vein, I'm a Madrid fan. When you have that United blood in your vein, and Inebong is not here, you would have, you can see the way if we had to be on this seat.
Yes.
You see the way you'll be.
Yeah, I'm fighting for him right now.
If you are in a core United fan, honestly speaking, you don't want to see Ruben. You see, it doesn't matter your CV, whether you bring one. But show us the result. If the results are not there, Guardian, you are not good to be there.
Then why did you?
So my other case is this: when Mourinho joined Chelsea from Porto, he was a young manager, and he won the league that first season. Well, the current Chelsea manager Maresca, on his first season, that's literally his major job, his first major job, Chelsea, and he won the FIFA Club World Cup and won the conference. So we're not saying winning, just at least show us that there's a trajectory. So he joined Chelsea. The first match was against Manchester City. We lost in his first game. Then you see Chelsea playing beautiful football down to when they played against Everton and drew. Since then, it was a downhill performance. Then he rose again. You could see, okay, this guy is trying. You could see his pattern of play. You could see, okay, this guy is gunning for something. Then the Conference League came. He won it. He played against a PSG side that has beaten Arsenal, beaten Madrid, beaten Inter Milan. He won without conceding a goal.
Same point. So what that means is, if United fails to win their next game, Aston Villa wins, Brighton wins.
United is in the red zone.
Then give him till the December. Let him. So look at what I'm saying here.
So what if you continue like this by December? Do you think any manager will be able to bring life back to United?
Maybe Mourinho.
Mourinho can do it.
Okay.
So why not Mourinho now?
Because he has had his say already. He has had the players. They're giving him the players already. Let him use his players. Nobody can win. Not everybody can win straight 5 games or straight 10 games.
To look at new manager. If you look at Wolves, 2-3 minutes to just round up. If you look at Wolves too, I can understand their situation. A lot of their good players have left. West Ham, bottom line. So aside Mourinho, people are saying that other coaches too could be sacked even before Mourinho. Potter could leave. Victor Pereira at Wolves could leave. But Wolves used to be very good. I can't blame Wolves because those guys that left, how many guys?
A lot of guys left.
But clubs owners don't look at that. So which other manager do you think 2 minutes before we run up?
Even Brighton's manager is not doing well. Brighton's manager is not doing well. It could go. So those are like the last 3 from the table, or the first 3 from under the table. So I feel like 2 of those guys will be leaving before the end of September. And Graham Potter is probably number 1 on the list. So
you agree with that?
Yeah, I do, because you can look at the game against Chelsea. They hadn't even scored the first goal before the stands. After that, the stands were getting empty. It was a shameful performance. I would say, jokingly, that Graham Potter had more screen time than even the man of the match, because people were looking at him and let's see his reaction to losing to his former club and all that. So yeah, Graham Potter might.
Okay, fine. Just to call it a wrap, United their next game. Do you think they're winning their next game?
No, I don't see them winning the next game. The pressure is yes, it maybe a draw.
Okay.
Maybe a draw, but I don't see him.
United winning their next game.
I know.
Oh, wow, interesting. time is not on our side. I can see it's a very robust conversation. I understand, the emotions, the passions. For United fans, well, Moyo is free for now. You have the window to, to get him, and hopefully a lot of people believe that if given the chance with the squad that United has, Moyo could turn things around. But also people are saying, give Amrin the time. So till when? Till United's ship sinks? Well, only God knows. Well, that's how far we can bring to you on today's edition of BDTV Matchcentre. I hope you enjoyed today's show. Please stay tuned for next week edition. We'll talk more. And my name is Anthony Lebe. Anthony Duba, nice to have you.
Thank you. And
Ibrahim Abubakar.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers. See you next week. Bye.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yadda kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hi viewers, welcome to another edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Duba, and today we are bringing you one of our favorites, my personal favorite guest. His name is Abdul Tijani Ahmed. He's the producer of Red Circle, a film that was shown on cinemas nationwide. It's nice to have you on the show.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Like as if you are.
I'm ready.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Nice to be here.
Yeah, nice to be here. So, a writer?
Yes.
And also a movie producer. And when we were talking recently, we were speaking about like you having like you're a writer, you're a producer, no one is bigger than the other. So how did you get into the industry? Like briefly, how did it go for you?
Well, it's sort of funny because I started as a writer. I wanted people to buy my script, but I wasn't really getting the attention that I wanted. So I made my own film. I produced my own film. So that's why I said like it's balanced, because like I made a film to show myself as a writer and a producer.
Yeah.
So I made a short film, and things sort of just took off from there. People started reaching out to me or write for me. Then, but in terms of producing, I have to give credit to my peers. Like, because we sort of formed a clique and we were making films together, which is Bunny, who you know, and Michael, and then later Diane from Big Brother, who you know, joined us, and we sort of just started making our own thing in terms of producing, and I was writing them as well. So my career sort of just grew at the same time. I like to say that I created my table, like we created our table basically. So and that is. We first of all established ourselves before external people started coming in.
How about Skinny? People don't really know this, but as you said, you produced and wrote Skinny Girl.
Yes.
And this is like one of the favorite shows, like in Nigeria and even outside of Nigeria, because people adore this series. People are always looking out to watch. So just brief us on what was it like writing Skinny Girls in Transit. How will your audience engagement? Just tell us about that.
That was an interesting and challenging time because Skinny Girl from inception, I believe, or from season 2, had been produced by one person, which was Abimbola Greg, and the Anjade. And at the time when Indani reached out to me to write and produce, it was because Skinny Girl is something I grew up watching, and all that. It just showed that I had grown in my career. So Indani reached out, and of course I couldn't say no. And, it was just, but it was very. It's not about it. It was like there was so much pressure because it was being handled for the first time by someone different and a man as well.
Yeah.
So we're very careful about how things are done, how to keep the legacy going in writing and in producing, and but it turned out well. Like really, I think I got an AMVC nomination for that. Yeah. So we turned out. Something a lot of people don't know is that I was writing Skinny Girl and Brotherhood at the same time.
Oh wow! Because I was going to jump into that as well, you know.
Yeah, I was literally, because I would meet Jade during the day and have meetings with her about Brotherhood, because we're writing at the same time. Then at night, I'll go home and meet the team for Skinny Girl, and we're writing Skinny Girl. And the next morning, I'll be just Jade because she sort of created Skinny Girl, and I'll be telling her, "Oh, we are doing Skinny Girl," and blah blah blah, because she had moved on from Indani.
Yeah.
So yeah, those happened at the same time. It didn't come out at the same time, but I wrote the show and film at the same time.
We talked about like having you on Brotherhood and all that, and Brotherhood is like one of your most accomplished works. And even gave you the top 10 most earners and all that.
Yeah.
Right after writing Skinny Girls in Transit, and you said you're doing that at the same time, writing action and writing drama. How do you come up with them?
I mean, you just say it. I don't know how to say it. It is you. As a writer, you just have to compartmentalize in terms of find how to do multiple things at the same time. Because in Nigeria, you have to. It's not, you can't. We don't have the luxury of just doing one project in a year and moving on. I don't know if I'll do that now, because that was at the time when I was really hungry, like my career has to. I knew that these 2 projects are going to take my career to the next level, so I needed to do them. It was something I had to do, and like it's with the history of writing here, you learn to do multiple things at the same time, so it wasn't something that was so fresh or something so new to me. So I feel like I had practiced with other projects for that time, so it wasn't that difficult to do. And of course, because they are both projects that I was co-writing, Brotherhood with Jade and Skinny Girl with a team of writers, which was a series. So if there is a lagging or anything, the other person is able to pick up and all that. So I think the fact that it was like a co-written project helped.
Made it easier.
Yeah, made it easier.
Yeah, so let's talk about like writing in Nollywood, and this is like a problem, like it's a challenge. Challenge in the industry, whereby I know for your own works so far. Very
thank God.
So my question is, how do we get a lot of people like you? How do you work with the executives? How do you work with the producers? How do you work with the directors to give us films that are interesting, and not just interesting, but people think about, okay, there is a rewatched value in this film that you write. How can people, or how can other writers emulate this? Because this is a challenge, as I said. People are always complaining about the story of the film. So what's the problem? How do you manage to give us good films?
I think a large problem that we have in this industry, apart from the writers, first of all, writing is, a lot of people think they're writers, but they're not writers. It is a problem. So writing is a skill, but storytelling is a talent. Anybody can write, but not everybody can tell a story. Right? You can learn how to write, but you cannot learn how to tell a story. Storytelling is a God-given, that is the God-given talent part of it. But we also have a problem where a lot of people think they have input in writing. When a writer has a vision, that is the person's job, that's the person's talent. But producers, directors, everybody thinks they can tell this. Everybody thinks once they read your script, they have input. Oh, I know how it should be. Oh, this person should not be. The writer makes specific choices for a reason, for storytelling purposes. But everybody wants to put their mouth in it. And that is a major problem. So you have to be able to stand your ground and be able to say that this is my vision for this project. This is what I want people to feel when they watch this film. What you are saying would dilute that. I think that's something I've learned over the years, because things have happened where I've allowed people input into something I want to tell, and it didn't. But you cannot come out and start saying, "Oh, it did not me, or it was this person that said it." You have to.
Your name is there.
Yeah, you have to chest the air like that in public. So you have, if something your name is going to be on as a writer, as long as you know that you have done your own work, you have to stand by it and insist on this is how I want it to be. So, and it starts from your contract. You have to put it there that if changes are being made, I want to be consulted. Because the person that wrote this script, it happens on set.
Yeah.
You write something, you watch it, and you're like, that is not what I wrote. Because people forget that it's the person that wrote this thing for easier. Not that there were any challenges, there were lots of challenges, but yeah.
Speaking about challenges, we're funding part of them.
Of course, it always is. Like, funding is always a problem.
Yeah.
But I would be honest, like, to say that a lot of people believed in this project even before we shot it, just from seeing the vision that we're going for, the cast, our pitch, the cast that we had in it, even though
very robust.
yeah. So the more people joined, they'll say, "Oh, this person is in it. Okay, I want to be in it as well." People, in fact, when we're shooting, we're still raising funds, because it was when we dropped our announcement video that some people came on board, because they saw it and were like, I've never seen an announcement video for a film like this. I want to be part of it. So people who we had reached out to before were ready to jump on board now and say, "Oh, I want to give you people money because I don't want to miss out on this great thing." So yeah, that's funding is a big problem, but I'll be honest that it wasn't as hard as it would be if I've seen different circumstances and things it could have been harder, but where people believed in the project because of the way it was packaged. So yeah.
So looking at the earnings in the box office, did you say that Red Circle broke even in terms of earnings?
It's I think it did well, but breaking even in Nollywood in cinemas is almost impossible. So for a film of its scale, I think it did very well, but we would have to, the only place 95% of Nollywood films break even is when you get a streaming deal, and Red Circle is no exception to that. So, but for a film of its scale, I think it did what it should do in box office.
Yeah. So let's go to like the casting, filming on set. We were talking earlier that it was getting to the community of Oshodi and all that, and the children were already to working with Agberos in Oshodi. How was it like for you guys to communicate with those guys?
First of all, Nora and I, we had gone to Oshodi to scout, like to look at the location and blah blah blah. We had spoken to people, settled who we can settle, but that is just actually getting there is a different thing. And now bringing celebrities, because I think I've always known Lateef is a star, but I did not anticipate how the influence he would have on the streets. Getting Lateef in and out of set every day was like a mission impossible heist. For example, we would set up as if we are still shooting, like, oh, Lateef, blah, blah, blah. Then first of all, the first day we had security, but it was not enough. The next day we had to bring more soldiers. So we now have to set up a heist and say that, oh, okay, we're still shooting. We are setting up for the agents that say, we are setting up for Lateef. Meanwhile, let Lateef go and change and come. And they now sneak him out. They now sneak, because they would mob his car. Like, he could not move. Then we had Mike as well, who they know from back from home. Yeah. It was something. But then also the normal, you have to bribe me to shoot here. You have to. But I'll be very honest that day 2, day 3, we had integrated into the women, the older women. If Abi were to double, they will come out and pursue them like, what are you doing? You could see your mates that are doing something with their life, and you are here disturbing them. Leave them. So they also welcomed us. And the children, they were so fascinated because they'd not seen a film being shot on that scale before. Like, and it was like every day was like a stage play for them. They would gather. I don't know if you've seen the BTS videos. They would gather in hundreds, and anytime the actors finish the scene, immediately they hear cut, they'll start clapping. So it was. They started predicting the story. It was stressful, but it was also an interesting. By the time we left, I'm sure they missed us.
Oh my! Because we're waiting too much. Let's jump into the marketing because
Yeah.
Red Circle did something that not a lot of people do in the industry in terms of marketing.
Yeah.
It's more like is out in music they call it like an album rollout.
Yes.
Whereby it's just like this one a scene is maybe you have like a first teaser, they have like the actors doing things on their Instagram handles and all of that stuff, which is still under the marketing structure. How has it changed the industry from that film?
We were very intentional about that, obviously. We did not want to do anything what's being done. We wanted to do something different. And we started marketing before we shot the film. Immediately because we confirmed our cast. I think the first thing we did was the picture, people changed their profile pictures to the anonymous thing. Then we did the cast reveal. We had not shot the film at that time. Yeah, we had not even started. It was a 1 year from that point, from the first announcements to release. It was like a year of marketing. Then we had a 6-month intense marketing to the release date. So we, of course, the normal routes to go to would have been to, let's come out, let's dance, let's do all that. But we really wanted to make a film that would start a revolution in terms of marketing, of the way films are marketed in the industry. And not all our marketing plans worked. Some worked more than others, but it was a risk. We're just trying different things to see, different strategies to see which one would stick and which one would. But as a collective, no film had been marketed that way before. And I've already seen people change, people reaching out to our marketing team and say, I want you to market my film the way Red Circle was marketed. And this, a lot of people have actually done that. Our team keeps getting calls to say, I want my film to. And I've been in rooms where Red Circle is used as an example. So, in fact, people, once you say something about Red Circle, the first thing they say is, the marketing, even before they talk about the film.
Yeah.
So, it was, and that was our intention. We really, of course, when you're starting something new, you are the one that would suffer the most. Like, it's other people that would now refine until it becomes, but someone has to start. So I think what Red Circle has done is show that you can market a film differently and still make money in the box office. So now that we have done that, we're looking forward to how other people will pick up the next one, and I hopefully it keeps going. It's not that the way films are marketed now it works for some people, but there should be options. It shouldn't be just one thing. So people can dance, people can do other things, people can do things with their casts, people can there should be a variety to pick from, and it should still work so that's what we are trying to do, like open new channels for films to be marketed. So it's not just one thing that is being done. And so far so good, we thank God.
Yeah. So looking at after doing this, is there anything that you guys are like, because the hype was good and the film lived up to the hype. So you guys, are we looking at something different from the same team?
Yeah. We're already talking about one or two things that I cannot say yet. But yeah, definitely, we are working on something else. I personally have a series that is coming out soon. I've shot that. I'm currently in post-production. I wanted to go back to my skinny girl roots more before we do something, before we go back to cinema or not something. But yeah, that's coming out first. But then the team from Red Circle, we are definitely putting heads together and seeing what we are going to do next. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing that in the streaming platform.
Red Circle itself.
Yeah,
definitely, that's the next step. Now that the cinema, we showed in London, we show in Canada. I'm not so sure, but definitely streaming is where the last it will end up last. So yeah.
And so finally, we've talked about like having the industry having to be more structured.
Yes.
Just so that we have more revenues and for filmmakers as well as actors and everybody in the value chain.
Yes.
Like, what do you think? What would you change if we are given the opportunity? Just looking at it in the broad side of view.
What would I change?
What changes?
What changes would I make? I think the government should be more involved in the film industry, because the structure the industry needs can only happen if there is a collaboration with the government. And because in Hollywood you realize that they have a lot of structures that back the industry from. So it's not just filmmakers winging it and doing things. What has happened in Nollywood is that the filmmakers have built everything, that are doing everything themselves. Yeah. You make the film with your own money. You find the funding. You make the film yourself. You market it yourself. You do everything. So I think we have to compartmentalize and show like, okay, my job as a filmmaker is to make the film, and this person's job is to ensure that I make money, and the funding I'll get funding from the government to back me up and all those things. And so like, if we need that to create a proper structure where not one person is just doing everything themselves. Like everybody should, the distributor should be distributors, the producer should be producers, the cinema exhibitor should be exhibitors. What has happened in Nollywood is that everybody, it's now
like anybody can do anything.
Yeah, so the distributor is the producer, is the person. Of course, my own interest will trump every other person's own. But when your sole purpose is, I'm just distributing, producer has made the film, I'm just distributing. So everybody should stay in their own lane. So the producer makes the film, the distributor. Nobody should be crossing each other's anything. I think if we are able to do that, then every film will get a fair chance, instead of people being biased because they want to prioritize their own thing over other people. So, and government should also, the government and the guilds should come in to enforce those laws that, okay, you are a distributor, you cannot be making films, you cannot be producing films. Like, if you have to pick one lane. So I think that would help with the growth in the industry. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much for having me.
We've talked about this. Like, I've imagined having you in the studio, because after watching the Red Circle, I'm like, wow, this film it's something I have to just reach Barney. Feel like Barney. What's up with you? Let's get him on the show. So thank you so much for having us, for coming to our studio.
Thank you. I had fun.
Yeah, same here. Same here and all that. So viewers, that's all we have for today. Thank you for joining us today. Do subscribe, like, share, do whatever you got to do to make sure that we are in your faces. I'm going to be giving you much more content. Stay tuned. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business
environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Why this obsession with 2 terms? Because most of them do nothing, just destroy a country, wasting the lives of other people for 8 years. I personally would actually vote for a mandatory 1 term.
Nice to meet you, and we are very happy for this opportunity to speak with you on some issues in our country. And we need to go from the known to unknown. We are surprised to see you seated here. We thought you would have been cooling off somewhere based on the threat of arrest over your plan to float. Is it a shadow government? So, have you chickened out?
From what?
From going ahead with the shadow government?
There was a meeting of the shadow cabinet yesterday. In fact, just preparing a press release on yesterday. We've had meetings every other week for the last couple of months. Shadow cabinet has been meeting regularly. By the way, it's not something we're floating. We've had a shadow cabinet for years, so it has been in existence. And one of the conversations that I have had on this matter takes the story back to the time of President Yar'Adua. Because back then, when President Yar'Adua tried to invite me to join his cabinet, I told him that it would not be fair for me to have just started a shadow cabinet to help monitor his government and grow our democracy, and then I leave and join his government. And to be fair to him, it was very persuasive, more than 2 hours of conversation, in which he tried to say to me that I could make more impact from inside, and I gave him the pros and cons of that. And I told him about the corporate state in post-colonial Africa, where a strong voice is drawn into government, squashed, and the contributions are lost. And he tried to convince me that that would not be the case, and so on and so forth. But that's a story for another day. So, no, I think the government people said they were taking the path of civility. They're going to go to court. So they went to court. And we have been in the courts to discuss the matter. Indeed, the presiding judge essentially indicated that the case was without precedent. And so he invited amicus curiae, 6 SANs from 6 different geopolitical zones of the country to submit to him their own view on the matter. And that has been done. And his ruling will come on the 29th of September.
Was it actually a problem or a challenge of understanding what you intended to do? Or government was afraid that you were going to destabilize the system?
I don't know. You have to ask them that, not me.
Okay. The INEC last week came out to say that the Julius Abure tenure as the Labour Party's national chairman has expired. You are not, well, yes, until now, you have not told us you have left Labour Party. What hope does that development hold for the party?
Well, I think that just clarifying something everybody knew a long time ago. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, for some reason, politics this is the part of, for some reason that I understand it, playing games with the people. Our politicians should be straightforward, transparent, and seek to advance the common good rather than play games for the purposes of power. I think that the whole Labour Party thing, because I was a very critical part of making that come together, when we were pushing the idea of a third way, I hit on the fact that the Labour Congress or the Labour movement needed to be a very critical part of this organization that will pay attention to the plight of the worker, to production, because this country's major problem is that it does not produce. So if we're going to have a party that's going to pay attention to production, workers are critical stakeholders in the production process. And so that party necessarily had to incorporate labor. So I began to reach out to the then NLC president, Ayuba Waba, who held dozens of meetings in his office in Abuja. And we then decided to build a coalition of parties that would be the base for this, our third force. But just on the last minute, one of the stakeholders in our conversations, Femi Falana, SAN, suggested that we can literally retake the Labour Party. And he got this court ruling or whatever that required for Abure and co to come and sort some things out. We thought all was well until I guess most people were surprised by what happened in the elections. So suddenly all the small boys in Labour became big men. And people began to, and then they started behaving badly.
Yeah, Prof. The last Saturday's by-election in 16 constituencies and across 12 states, which was held then, the ADC is being derided for not winning any state or any of those elections. The question we want to ask you as a member of the coalition, kindly make us understand the place of that coalition in that particular election.
Well, as far as I know, the coalition is not even in place yet. There is a legacy party, the ADC, and the idea is to use the ADC as platform for building this broad coalition. And so it does not seem to me appropriate to begin to talk about the coalition when it hasn't really, come alive. But more importantly, from what I hear, I mean, honestly, I didn't pay much attention to the whole thing. From what I hear, I think those who abuse the electoral process did their utmost best to show, see, we've told them they're going nowhere. I wish people could focus on governance in Nigeria instead of this permanent politics, which is corrupt and not honest. They're killing the country.
Now, some people think that the most challenging part of the coalition will be, or will come, when it's time for the selection of the presidential candidate. And you're a member of this African Democratic Congress, the ADC. You are an insider, not just a member. You are an insider. Do you see anything that suggests that there will be crisis in time of choosing this flag bearer?
I don't see why there will be crisis if the policies are clear, transparent, the processes are followed, outcomes will be self-evident. So I don't see why there will be crisis because of a process of choice. That's what political parties are about.
Well, as rightly said, it's a coalition that is still forming.
Mm-hmm.
the legacy party, the ADC, is there, and some of the arrowheads of the coalition are still in their parties, like the former presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi, and recently Peter Obi promised and pledged that if he was given the opportunity to run on any party and if elected, he will do only 4 years of one term, which many people have doubted so much. Could you please provide us any background or the reasons why you think that there have been this preponderance of doubts, to the point that some people say,
well,
go ahead.
no, yeah, I was going to say, first of all, it shows how little attention people pay to details of matters. I was actually not surprised at all to hear Peter Obi say that, because for years before the last election, Peter Obi's mantra, as one of the first things he would try to do if he was elected in 2023, is ensure that we go to a one-term rotational presidency. That was his mantra. In 2002, 2001, he talked about this, that if he was elected, what he will do is move quickly to 1 5-year term, rotating across the geopolitical zones. So why would anybody begin now to say, oh, they doubt it? This? He said it long before this scenario of now came up. So you will see that people are mischief makers, deliberately just trying to, you know. By the way, I don't know why this obsession with 2 terms. You know, ICANN has a 1-term, you know, this thing rotates. Everybody seems to be happy. It's gone on. Why is there this obsession with spending 8 years doing nothing? Because most of them do nothing, just destroy a country in 8 years. I personally would actually vote for a mandatory 1 term. It's not my idea, but it's Peter's idea. And I would support it, not because it's his idea, because it kind of makes sense in the face of this obsession with 2 terms. Non-performing people, wasting the lives of other people for 8 years. I think after 4 years or 5 years, you should move on. Let some new thinking try their bit.
Yeah, to seem that politician came too early, this dispensation.
Far too early.
Started even 1 year after the inauguration. So what danger does this thing pose to us as a nation?
It means that no governance takes place in Nigeria. You know, I would liken it with how we used to deal with the problem of the budget cycle in Nigeria back in those pre-SAP years. Most companies that run in Nigeria actually had a window of less than 6 months to operate, because first of all, they will announce the budget January 1, whatever day of the year they did that. Then for 3 months, customs will be trying to determine, is that what they said in the budget? So companies won't be able to take any action. Are still wanting to see what customs and co have. 3 months will pass. Then they move. Then speculation starts about the next budget. 3 months to the end of the year. So companies had only 6 months to actually do anything. Imagine what that did to competitiveness in Nigeria compared to, say, Ghana or somewhere else, a different kind of discipline. We've brought it to politics now. Now we campaign, then this charade that we typically call elections takes place. Then we'll spend the next 1 year going to court. Then as soon as we finish the last cost selection, we immediately go into the next election. Look at Nigeria, poorly governed, and people are paying a price, but they don't seem to realize it.
Yes, there is this sing-song going on, particularly from the Northeast, some groups are calling on the former president, Lord Jonathan, set to run again. It's also an offshoot of the unbelief or the discontent over whether what P2B is saying he will be able to live up to it. And they said, okay, we are more comfortable with someone who has done one term before. Let him come. And this clamor is gaining ground. What is really happening?
Well, I mean, there are all kinds of perspectives. There will always be perspectives. There is a very prominent northern historian who has actually said that there will be legal issues with Jonathan running because he's been sworn in twice. And the Constitution basically allows you to be sworn in only twice. So putting that legal matter aside, I think good luck Jonathan should be man enough to make his own decision whether he wants to do that or not. But I read a piece that advised him to be careful with the eyes of Match, so to speak, because they can drag him out and then mess him up totally. Right now, he's built a reputation that can power him as a global statesman and all of that and live off of it. But when he comes back, he could just ruin everything and go into history a cripple.
Yeah, let's look at the area of economy now. The current administration, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he's targeting $1 trillion economy by 2030. From where we are today and how we are growing, what is your projection and what must be done to achieve that lofty?
Look, I don't want to give myself an adult requiring headache on numbers. I want to focus on the quality of life of Nigerians. That's what economic growth really means. And you know what leads to quality of life and what leads to economic growth is production. Nigeria has one of the lowest productivities in the world. On all dimensions, you can just go and check. How do we raise that? How do we create jobs? Because it's when people are employed as a result of production that they have income that lift the quality of their life. How many jobs have we created? Real jobs. What are the impediments to production? I have a number of problems, both with the fundamental and theoretical on these matters. Look, unless the spirit of enterprise, unless entrepreneurship is at a certain state, you don't really get economic growth. And I can tell you about my engagement with this problem through the years, from the base in terms of knowledge and capacity, the assessment of theory, may I begin with the assessment of theory, to make it travel to policy and implementation of these things. Look, if you look at the theories of development and the challenge of growth in Africa, you will go back to modernization, traditional modern dichotomy, where at the time of independence, for many people, modernization was being more like America, for example, being more industrialized, being more this or more that. And there were varieties. One of my old professors was Bill Siffin, and his colleague were quite famous for what was called the Bazaar Canteen model. That at a stage in the modernization process, there's a mixture of the bazaar and the canteen and all of that. And we I have taken time. Part of my new book is looking at all these models and why they did not really lead to major growth in Africa. And I came to the conclusion that they have not paid enough attention to the place of entrepreneurship and markets. How do you create markets and make markets work? I began to engage with this when the Lagos Business School was being founded. I said to my colleagues, okay, our general strategy to build a school that will train ethical, socially responsible managers for Africa. However, we can't grow an economy by just producing managers for UAC and some multinational banks. We grow an economy by producing entrepreneurs. It was a very troubled conversation because, understandably, that was the strategy of general management. But I pressured and pressured enough that my colleagues gave way, and we created the Center for Entrepreneurship Studies, which is now Enterprise Development Center. And we know the impact that EDC has had. And so that gives me some relief that this thing. I became the first teacher of entrepreneurship at the Lagos Business School, just because of the passion that I had for, recognizing that that's the way you grow an economy. Then you look at the system. How can the system then support entrepreneurs? You find that the system, that was part of a failure of the World Bank structural adjustment program. It wanted the entry barriers into banking to be open so that banks will pool savings and lend for investment and production. Fantastic. In principle, that's what's supposed to happen. But the banks find easy ways of making money without actually leading to production taking place. I argued about these things till today. I mean, banking is supposed to be a fancy young man wearing fancy shirt and tie and snuffing and scoffing at people, and yet he has done nothing to actually grow the economy. They just roll money, buy, sell, do this, do that. A lot of money, profits for those who own the banks. I don't begrudge them that. Economy is going nowhere. Eventually, everybody will die. If that source of the recycled money, oil, doesn't come, so what do we do to make sure that before that happens, we're actually in real growth mode? I haven't, as a person, tried to take it on. I say, okay, let me find groups of young entrepreneurs, many of who are coming out of my programs, MBA classes and all of that. Find ways of supporting them. I can't say what I've lost in trying to do that, but I actually wrote a book, Business Angel, as a missionary to showcase some of those companies, real case studies of those companies that were founded in my living room. By the way, I must say BusinessDay was one of them. Literally, Frank Aibogo and I just kept brainstorming. They would sit, I will, sit in my living room, and a couple of them I had to provide bank guarantees, do this, that. I paid off tens of millions of naira in loans of the ones that failed, because businesses will always fail. Sometimes caused by government. Some of them did business and government just never paid them. And the bank say, you provided guarantee. And I scramble. I tell you a very funny story. One of them, after I had paid off 75 million, I mean, over a couple of years that they incurred, comes up with another business idea. And I said to the person, no, that he has this financier they're bringing this from Azerbaijan, they're doing this, financiers from America, they have billions, they will do this, they do this, that he will then pay off all the ones that he wants me to just introduce him to. I say, hi, please. He sends me a text. He said, I thought you were a real Christian. God's nature is a long-suffering nature. So because something went wrong, and I said to myself, look, my wife must not hear this. I'm struggling to put food on it. People don't realize that sometimes I work 4 different jobs on 2 continents just to put food on my table and all of that. And they put you into something you've spent money that your family needs, and they're saying to you, God nature. So, but that's a, you get ups and downs. To be fair too, I mean, some of them have succeeded remarkably. And I can tell you, I literally have a house in my village that was built by some of these my mentees, and I say, oh, I want to build a house. No, I'll do the road. I will do the this and that. So I can't complain. God has been kind in terms of some of those people. However, I'm making the point that the banking system basically failed economic growth, and some of us who, because of passion and heart, have tried to pay the price, in a manner of speaking, for it. But that's how an economy grows. Look, institutions are at the heart of development. If you look at the work institutions have allowed in America, as an example, the reforms of land tenure systems, what Hernando de Soto talks about in the mystery of capital, you will understand why I'm angry when I talk about National Assembly. Those laws came out of legislatures. Okay, how do you ensure that young people who have ideas can have access to capital? Smart legislators sit and begin to think of, okay, so he loses money because something went wrong. Is he now dead forever? EFCC locking him up and all of that? No. So you have bankruptcy laws. You can file Chapter 11. Because you still have a good head, there was a mistake, there was an error of judgment, and you lost that money, you are not dead, you can begin again. Even judges, and that's why I feel sad. I can tell you that I have had a situation of not operating my account, any account, in Nigeria for more than 8 months, because I gave a young entrepreneur a guarantee of a small amount of money that can be sorted out. Not just that he is blocked, but even me, I am blocked from doing business at all. All my accounts, my BVN, just tally. And I'm saying to myself, this can never happen in America, which is why America grows. And if you read Saving Capitalism from the Capitalists by Rajan and Zingales, that is precisely part of the point that they make in that book. And they give credit to one Supreme Court judge called Louis Brandeis for the sets of laws that makes it easier for a young person without capital to start in America than anywhere else in the world. There are these funds. They have all kinds of names. They can be called a vulture fund that you can go to and borrow money to look for a dying company to revive. There are funds like a search fund where a young man, because he went to a great business school like Wharton or Harvard or Kellogg, can walk up to no collateral, nothing, and that fund gets a collection of doctors, 100 or so doctors. There's this smart young man who went to, is looking to search for a business he can build. And he can borrow $100,000 without any security, just to use to search. He doesn't have a business yet, too. Then he searches, then he finds one, then he writes a business plan and comes back, and the fund circulates to these doctors who now put up $20,000 each, gets a couple of $1 million, buys a factory. 3-4 years later, they may lose it all, or they may each walk away with $2-3 million on return on that $20,000 investment. I can give you several examples that have come from that. This is why all kinds of things, including venture capital, always have risen in America and have made that country rich. But here the judiciary doesn't even understand business and tries to kill anybody who tries to do business. The legislature is worse. Then the executive branch is as if it was set up to prevent business from making progress. My 1998 book, Managing Uncertainty, is a model of business strategy, the so-called 3E framework, that shows that the biggest challenge to business in Nigeria is regulatory risk.
These numbers, that we see. GDP is just being rebased and others. And there are a lot of controversy arising from some of these.
Yeah, these numbers are helpful for you to track how you are traveling of their own as an end in themselves. You will go back to the famous American, what you call it, adage or whatever, that there are lies, there are damn lies, there are statistics. You can use statistics to say anything that you want to say. So I would look more at things like HDIs, Human Development Index. I will look more at those kinds of things that track quality of life in society, because it's about people. So I don't begrudge anybody playing with statistics, but I hope that people intelligent enough to explain that those statistics are only as useful as this in this circumstance. Yes. In other circumstances, totally without any real value.
Yes, it would be easier to say that as an opposition member, you may not see anything happening in the government. But if you look around since 2023, May 29, can we say that all is gloom?
Well, first of all, I have to let's remind you that most of the time from May 29, 1999 till a few weeks ago, I've actually been living outside of the country and just coming to visit, but that doesn't mean I don't keep on top of what's going on here. Of course, you can never have everything being gloom in any situation, a human situation. But the goal of not just opposition, of the intellectual, of good social observer is, could it be better? Could it be different? Could it be optimal? And then you see how society is moving into a class order. I'll give you a very important example that is going on. You can say that education in Nigeria has collapsed. I mean, everybody can talk about how bad it is, and it is very bad. But you can come up and say, hey, look at those young boys coming out of Babcock, how they've built companies that have become unicorns, and so on and so forth. So how can you at the one hand say the education system has collapsed? And this, but you are all telling the truth. And this is what must guide us. Today, there is a crisis of admission into Nigerian universities. If you are looking
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Hello, this is news updates reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, SCOART Briscoe lead gainers as all share index slips 0.49%. NCC calls for financing to tackle climate impacts. Ojulari, why Port Harcourt refinery remains shut. T2 signs multi-million-dollar deal with Huawei to modernize core network across Nigeria. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Amanda Imosipue. The Nigerian exchange closed lower today, August 28, as the all-share index fell by 691.52 points to finish at 140,557.24, a 0.49 decline from the previous day. Market capitalization, also slipped back under 89 trillion naira mark, settling at 88.9 trillion naira despite stronger activity across the floor. Trading volume rose to 885 million shares across more than 26,000 deals with champion breweries, with leading the activity chart, while GTCO dominated in terms of value at 8.89 billion naira. On the gainers list, SCOA and RT Briscoe soared nearly 10% each, while International Energy Insurance and Omatech topped the losers table. Among the big banks, GTCO, Zenith, UBA and Access Core all closed lower, with First Hold CO as sole gainer. Analysts warn the market remains in retracement phase, with the index at risk of sliding further below the 140,000 point mark if selling pressure continues. Moving on, the Director General of the National Council, on Climate Change, Barrister Teni Majekodumi, has called for stronger domestic and international financing to close the funding gap in Nigeria's Nationally Determined Contribution, NDC 3.0. Speaking at a validation workshop in Abuja, she stressed that additional investments are crucial for meeting Nigeria's emission reduction targets and building resilience against climate change impacts. Majekodumi noted that Nigeria must leverage a mix of financing channels, including the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, bilateral and multilateral facilities, public-private partnership, green bonds, and blended finance mechanisms. She also urged developed countries to honor their commitments under UN FCCC and Paris Agreement, particularly on technology transfer and innovation support for developing countries. According to her, implementing Nigeria's climate strategies will require significant investment across key sectors such as energy, agriculture, transportation, industry, oil and gas, water resources, and healthcare. Still on, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC, Bayo Ojulari, has revealed that the company has been incurring losses of up to 500 million naira monthly on its refineries. Speaking while receiving a delegation from Pengasan, led by the President Festus Osifo in Abuja, Ojulari said that on resuming office, he prioritized a quick review of the refineries. He discovered that the Port Harcourt refinery, about 950,000 barrels, were sent as cargo, but less than 40% of the output was realized. He attributed the poor performance to structural design problems, noting that these had worsened the facility's efficiency challenges. Ojulari, however, clarified that the NNPC has no plans to sell the refinery. Instead, he assured that it will undergo a high-grade rehabilitation aimed at restoring profitability in long term. Up ahead, T2 signs multi-million-dollar deal with Huawei to modernize core networks across Nigeria. We bring you more details after this time out.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still news update. Telecom operator T2, formerly known as 9Mobile, has signed a multi-million-dollar partnership with ICT giant Huawei to modernize its core infrastructure. The agreement, sealed at a ceremony in Lagos, marks a major step in T2's bid to re-enter Nigeria's highly competitive telecom sector after years of decline. The deal with Huawei overhauls T2 core systems to boost capacity, resilience, and security as part of a full-phase roadmap: stabilization, modernization, transformation, and growth. T2 CEO Obafemi Banigbe described the partnership as a catalyst for revival, saying it would both upgrade and future-proof the network for next-generation services. The partnership follows T2's recent infrastructure sharing deal with MTN Nigeria, which helped record its first subscriber growth in nearly a year. In July, T2 added almost 291,000 new users, the only major operator to post gains that month, while rivals MTN, Airtel, and Globalcom all saw declines. Analysts say the Huawei project, expected to be completed in the coming months, could expand coverage, improve service quality, and set the stage for T2's resurgence under its refreshed corporate identity. Away from that story, the federal government has secured 200 hectares of land within the Lekki Free Trade Zone in Lagos State for the development of construction and housing hub. This was announced by the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, during a tour of industrial areas in the Lekki and Lagos Free Zones. The hub aims to promote local content in the Lagos construction sector, reduce building material costs, encourage domestic production, and support sustainable housing delivery nationwide. Similar hubs are planned for Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones as outlined in the 2025 budget for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Minister Dangiwa noted that the hub will benefit from intermodal transport infrastructure, including seaport, airport, railway, and roads to ensure efficient operations. He added that an investor has already secured to kickstart the project, which is expected to reduce reliance on imported materials and create jobs through local manufacturing. Moving on, the group CEO of NNPC Limited, Bashir Bayo Ojulari, says the company is facing coordinated attacks from groups opposed to its ongoing transformation, but stressed that management will not yield to short-term pressure. Speaking in Abuja while hosting Pengasan leaders, Ojulari emphasized that the reforms are in the best interest of Nigerians and aligned with the mandate of the President Bola Tinubu. Since assuming office 5 months ago, Ojulari has prioritized the revival of Nigerian refineries, adopting an incorporated joint venture model to ensure sustainability and profitable operations, avoiding quick fixes that fail long-term. Pengasan President Festus Osifo pledged support for the reforms, praising progress in curbing crude oil theft, improving production, and stabilizing pipelines. He assured the union's continued collaboration with NNPC to strengthen Nigeria's oil sector. Nigeria's Minister of Communications, Innovation and Economy, Bosun Tijani, has been named to the 2025 Time 100 AI list, joining global tech leaders such as Elon Musk, Sam Altman, and Mark Zuckerberg. The recognition celebrates Tijani's leadership of the 3 Million Technical Talent 3MMT program, which aims to train 3 million Nigerians in digital skills by 2027. Nearly 300,000 people have already benefited from a combination of online platforms and 220 physical learning centers, with graduates supported through jobs and internships through partnerships with UN, EU, and private firms like Awari. Under Tijani, the ministry has also developed Nigeria's first national AI strategy, promoting responsible AI use and building local data sets and infrastructure. Collaborations with Microsoft Nigeria, MTN, Airtel Africa Foundation, and the Development Bank of Nigeria are equipping young Nigerians with skills in AI, cybersecurity, data science, and software development. The ministry is also spearheading the installation of 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cables to expand digital connectivity nationwide. Still to come, Rwanda receives 7 migrants from US on the New Deal. This and more after this commercial break.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to East Africa. Rwanda has received 7 migrants deported from the United States weeks after both countries signed an agreement to transfer up to 250 people, a government spokesperson confirmed on Thursday. The first group arrived in Kigali in mid-August after undergoing vetting. Of the 7, 3 have opted to return to their home countries, while 4 expressed interest in settling in Rwanda. Authorities said the individuals will be provided with full support and protection, including housing and reintegration assistance, regardless of whether they choose to remain or depart. The arrival marks the first phase of the new US-Rwanda partnership on migration management, with more groups expected in the coming months. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa on Thursday launched a G20 expert task force to study global wealth inequality and its impact on growth, poverty, and multilateralism. The 6-member group, chaired by Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz, will present its findings to G20 leaders at the November summit in Johannesburg. Ramaphosa said the initiative would tackle the widening gap between rich and poor, noting that unequal vaccine distribution during COVID-19, rising food and energy prices, debts, and trade tensions had deepened inequality worldwide. He warned that a new oligarchy was emerging in the global economy, threatening progress and economic dynamism. Stiglitz said the task force aimed to convert public frustration into actionable policy options, stressing that inequality was the outcome of policy choices that G20 nations could reverse. Other members, including the UN AIDS Executive Director, Winnie Byanyima, and development economist Jayati Ghosh, The World Inequality Report shows the poorest half of the global population held just 2% of wealth in 2021, while the richest 10% controlled 76%. On the foreign scene, oil prices slipped on Friday but remain on track for weekly gains, weighed down by the end of the U.S. summer driving season and uncertainty over Russian supply. Brent crude futures for October delivery set to expire Friday fell to 0.8% to $68.09 a barrel, while the more active November contract dropped 0.7% to $67.50. West Texas Intermediate WTI was down 0.8% at $64.09. Despite the decline, Brent is set for a weekly rise of 0.6%, while WTI is poised for 0.8% gain. Prices had earlier climbed following Ukrainian strikes on Russian oil export terminals and after German Chancellor Friedrich Merz ruled out a meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Analysts said seasonal factors and rising OPEC plus supply would likely push global stockpiles higher in the months ahead. Commonwealth Bank of Australia projected Brent crude oil could fall to $63 a barrel in the fourth quarter of 2025 as refining activity slows. Traders remain cautious amid geopolitical risks, including fresh Russian attacks on Kyiv that killed 23 people and raised the possibility of tighter Western sanctions. Investors are also watching India's stance on U.S. pressure to curb Russian oil purchases after Washington doubled tariffs on some Indian exports. Also, the US dollar wobbled on Friday and is set for a 2% drop in August against major currencies as rising expectation of the Federal Reserve rate cut next month and concerns over the central bank's independence pressured sentiment. The dollar index stood at 97.917, down nearly 10% this year, with investors shifting towards alternative assets amid erratic U.S. trade policies. Tensions have escalated after President Donald Trump attempts to exert greater influence over the Fed, including efforts to remove Governor Lisa Cook, who has challenged the move in court. The legal battle has renewed scrutiny of Trump's efforts to reshape the central bank after repeatedly criticizing Fed Chair Jerome Powell for lowering rates. Currency trading was subdued, with euro at a steady $1.167, set for a 2% monthly gain. Sterling traded at $1.3509, while the yen was at 146.97 per dollar. The Australian dollar was flat up at $0.6533, but is now up 1.6% in August. Up next is sport news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with premium.
If you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. Now to sports. Chelsea have reached an agreement with Manchester United to sign winger Alejandro Garnacho for £40 million, including a 10% sell-on clause. The deal ranks as the fourth largest sale in United's history, behind Cristiano Ronaldo, Romelu Lukaku and Angel Di Maria, and the biggest ever involving an academy graduate. The transfer follows weeks of negotiation, with United initially valuing the player at £50 million and Chelsea opening at £25 million. The final compromise is seen by United as pragmatic outcome, delivering their highest sale fee in 5 years and resolving the future of a player who had been pushing for a move. Garnacho is understood to have turned down interest from other clubs to secure a switch to Stamford Bridge. He had been told at the end of last season that he could not leave and has not been training with the new United manager, Ruben Amorim's first-team squad. United are said to be satisfied with the agreement, which ensures a strong financial return and allows Garnacho to pursue his preferred destination. The winger departs with the club's best wishes. To end the news, Arsenal forward Kai Havertz has undergone surgery for a knee injury, the club confirmed on Thursday. The procedure was described as minor and successful, with Arsenal hopeful that the player will be sidelined for weeks rather than months. Havertz sustained the injury during the opening week of the Premier League season, shortly after returning from a hamstring problem that kept him out between February and May. He was not included in Germany's squad for September's World Cup qualifiers. The forward's absence adds to Arsenal's growing injury concerns. Bukayo Saka is expected to miss 3 to 4 weeks after suffering a left hamstring injury in the club's 5-0 win over Leeds, while Martin Odegaard sustained a shoulder injury in the same game with the severity yet to be confirmed. Arsenal are now assessing their squad options as they aim to manage multiple injuries ahead of upcoming fixtures, hoping to maintain momentum in the Premier League despite key players being sidelined. And that's the much we have for you on News Update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television.
There, the hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national interest. Usually the way we do it here, issues that affects you, issues that affects me, and of course the nation as a whole. Today we'll be looking at two issues. The first is the collapse roads, whether they are federal or state. I mean, Nigerian roads are just bad, and so we're going to discuss that today. And as well as the pay rise proposed by pay rise for political office holders has been proposed by the Nigerian government. These are the two issues that we are going to discuss today. And I have with me, as usual, the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As well as Mr. Uroko, who is the assistant editor here at Business Day. Mr. Uroko, you are welcome.
Thank you so much.
So, like I said, two issues are here for us to discuss. First is the fact that if you look at Nigerian roads, there are things that you can describe as collapsed. I think that's the best way to actually describe the state of Nigerian roads. And whether you are looking at it from the northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, any part of the country you go, you discover that the roads are just bad, just in a terrible state of disrepair. And then one wonders why this has continued to remain so. I remember growing up, specifically, there was this particular road. If I may just start from there was this particular road when I was a little boy, Calabar, Itu, Uyo Road. That road has been like that since the early 80s when I was a boy. When I was a little boy, really. And till today, it has not changed. And so keep hearing, accident, loss of life, and what have you. And then that, of course, also, you also find that across various parts of the country, whether in the north or the south. And one wonders why things have remained the same decades after. We can never say we have any relief, so to say, from the state of roads in the country. And I just wonder, Mr. Uroko, I'm going to start with you. How come we haven't been able to overcome the issues of roads, in Nigeria? Whereas in other places, in other climes, road is no longer their challenge.
Thank you for that question. The reason the roads are the way they are, or the reasons are many. And let me just start by giving these little statistics. The total length of road in Nigeria has 195,000 kilometer length of roads. And out of this 1,000 kilometers, only 60,000 are said to be paved. When roads are paved, you know that they are smooth, they are hard, they are motorable. They are motorable. Then out of this 195,000, 36 belong to the federal government. 36,000 belong to the federal government. And according to the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, which oversees the award of contract for the development of infrastructure in the country, only 34% of that 36 that belongs to the federal government is motorable. So the rest,
that's terrible,
are in terrible state. And of course, as you said earlier in your introductory speech, they are all over the place. We are talking about Benin Asaba Road, or we are talking about Lagos, Enugu Onitsha Road, that have been perpetually in bad condition. I remember my first attempt at driving from Lagos to my hometown, 2006.
Which is your hometown now?
About almost 20 years.
So your hometown.
I'm in Enugu State.
Okay, fine, right.
Okay. And I come from the northern part of Enugu State. Enugu is precisely. So I remember driving from my town to Onitsha in 2 hours there.
Interesting.
2 hours. Now, if you want to drive from my town today to Onitsha, you'll be struggling between 4 and 5 hours.
That's serious.
That tells you that rather than getting better, things are getting worse. And the only thing I think I should say in this your question is, the federal government makes a hell of noise about improving road infrastructure. That they are doing that, always rolling out number of kilometers they have done. And it's like nothing is improving. If you go through Benin, from Benin to Asaba, as we are going this way, or from Asaba to Benin, it takes you almost 2 hours because of the nature of the road. You find that there are so many trucks that are trapped in all those ditches and gutters that you have there in that stretch of road. Then it is like that all in other places. You are just talking about one road that is your part of the country that have been there since when you were young. Of course, we don't know when you were young. But the truth remains that roads have remained bad in the country because of one, lack of maintenance. At the time, the country came up with a body called FEMA, Federal Maintenance Roof Maintenance Agencies. FEMA, nobody's hearing about FEMA these days. Why? Because the government wants to appropriate everything. And this is a country where the cost of maintaining a road, 1 kilometer of road, is as high as 3.7 billion to do one road in Nigeria. That can build almost a whole 20 kilometer road in other jurisdictions. So if roads are not good, it's understandable. And when we're talking about bad road, remember that all federal roads are highways. Some of them are super highways. They run from, connect so many communities, connect states. So, and these roads are largely in very terrible condition. So that's why the effect is. So my advice, I think, is that David Umahi, that is the current Minister for Works, should talk less and take a trip, maybe from Lagos to the eastern part of the country, and then he will know that he has done practically nothing compared to all the noise that we hear about. The federal government has done this. The most insulting thing has done about some of these states, especially the southeast. The federal government have been fair to the southeast because they have done so many roads for them, and therefore is assuring the president that he's going to get almost all the votes for him in 2007. So this is a country where we politicize this common infrastructure that is given in other places. It's given. Yeah. And here we celebrate the construction of roads as if it's never done before. Yes. And then we talk about the military government and the civilian government. Look at the network of bridges in Lagos. I don't think any civilian government did any of them, except these ones that were done by Fashola in recent and Ambody, which are just short bridges. And somebody did the third mainland bridge for God's sake, 11.8 kilometers. And that is a military ruler. I'm not making case for military government, but the politicians have not done better. That's just what I want to.
Okay, just before I go to let me just read out some of the, because what we did was just try to capture some of these routes across the country. So in the southwest, I mean, these are just just a few of them. I mean, of course, these things we can't really capture, but we just look at some of the roads that are in terrible condition as we speak. The Shagamu, Ijebu Ode, Benin roads, Ife Ibadan, Ilesha road, Ife Akure road, Ado Ekiti, Ilesha road, and these are some of the roads in the southwest. If you go to the southeast, there's Enugu Onitsha road, there's Aba Ikorekwen road. Still if you go to the south, you have Benin Asaba. Kalvaitu, road. If you go to the North Central, you have just Akwanga Road, Makodi Otupa Road, Mina Bida Road. Just there's so many. If you go to the North West, you have a Benin Quarry, Funtua Highway, Sabon Benin Road. If you go to Northeast, there is this Potiskum Jaku Road, Jalingo, Newman Road. That are just the list is almost endless. So but there's something Chuka said that it costs more to construct road in Nigeria than in other places. And I'm wondering, is it because of the terrain or what?
Yeah, we have always known that corruption is very endemic in our political system. And those who preside over, who determine what to do with the resources of the country, have come to believe that building of road is the major thing that determines their performance. Every now and then they reel out, we have done this road, we have done that road, as if that's all that they were elected. Yes, governance is all about, or they were elected to do. As he had pointed that road is something that is given. Some years ago, Professor Patu Tomi was talking at an event. He said, if we are not investing on human capital development and you think that you're investing on road, no matter how beautiful, how solid a road is, give it 10, 20 years, it will wash up. But if you invest in human capital development, those are the things that will endure and that will even continue to develop your country. Where is the road today? Every now and then, every government that comes up continue to talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway until last when the Fashola as Minister of Works tried to do something solid there, and we have less heard about that. I mentioned corruption. Yeah. Major part of the money that is being voted for road construction goes into some people's pockets. And that's why they never get to complete those roads. Every year, the same budget on a particular road is brought back. And apart from that, any road that is not done with the present budget, of course, inflation, we eat it into whatever that was budgeted for this year. Yeah. By next year, it may be up to 3, 4, 5 times of what was budgeted. Because they were not. In fact, these days, we are hearing that even when contractors are mobilized, the money is not paid, or part of the money is being paid. They release in piecemeal that will not even enable them to complete those roads. Yes, here are really some projects that have been done across the country. In the month of May, I had the opportunity of traveling to Southeast, major part of the Southeast. I flew to Owerri. From Owerri, I did on the road Owerri to Aba. Then from Aba to Abakaliki. From Abakaliki to Enugu. And I saw that at least there had been something is going on in terms of repair, reconstruction and paving of the roads. But that cannot be said for Enugu Onisha. That axis is really bad. And by July 4th, when I was going for my father-in-law burial, Bini was a no-go area. In fact, rain was falling that day. We could not even go through the bypass because it's a write-off. People said, if you go there, you could be trapped, and these bad boys will waylay you. To pass Benin took us 2 hours because we had to move inside the villages and before we reconnect. So as we speak, Benin, I think, is the worst on that axis now. When you are going from Shagamu to Benin, the eastern part of the country, Benin, I don't know what is happening, and we believe that with the huge money that is accruing to the states this time, if the federal government, for whatever reason, is not forthcoming, the state government that is getting this part, yes. So do not wait for the federal government to, because for Christ's sake, it is being used by your people. So I don't know why state governments are closing their eyes. Yeah. What I saw in Benin in that July, and I've been speaking with people who have been traveling and coming on that road. The situation has not changed. So what I'm saying is that corruption is at the heart of what is happening in terms of our bad road network and the deplorable condition of the roads in the country.
Yeah, Chuka, some people have made this argument that, look, rather than awarding new contracts for new roads, as it were, I mean, why not just fix the ones that are already bad so that people can actually use them and then get to where they want to go? Because this thing also have a lot of implications. We're talking about security, talking about being able to move food from the hinterland to city where those food products are needed. They delay the traffic and all of that, the wear and tear on vehicles. So people have made that argument. So what's your view on this?
Yes, that would have been a very good approach to fixing some of these deplorable roads. When the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway came on board, and the government started pursuing it as if there was something more to it than we just saw. A lot of people put up this argument you are making. Why not use this kind of money? 15 trillion naira. 15 trillion. To fix some of these. Some of them will not take up to even maybe 100 billion. I know the number of billions that are inside 1 trillion. So people were actually arguing, why not just use this money and fix existing roads? Yes. I will always have Babatunde Fashola as my fan in terms of his reasoning. When Fashola was the Minister for Works, he prioritized routes according to their economic viability. Okay, this place takes us to so place, this takes us to so place. And therefore, we have to fix it first and foremost. And Fashola was always talking about build your road and recoup the investment through tolling of the roads, which is a very good approach to how roads can be fixed. Yeah. The federal government within that period also came up with what they call an infrastructure tax credit scheme, in which case all these big companies and individuals like Dangote, let me just use Dangote as an example. Dangote has used that to build so many roads, and you build concrete roads, which will, according to him, if you listen to Dangote, he will tell you that it will last 2 generations. Of course, if you drive through a concrete road, you know that it's meant to last. But because that thing doesn't go directly to the government, they're not emphasizing that, they're not prioritizing that scheme.
Yeah. That option.
Because it's that option.
Yeah.
Because if you are the one bringing your tax credit, instead of paying tax to the government, you now use it to build the road for the interest of the people. And the government doesn't want that kind of thing because they want the money to come to them first.
So they can now award the contract.
They want to award the contract and do whatever they want to do with it. Just as my colleague said, when money is voted for a road project, if that road does well, it will not take maybe 50% of that allocation. And then the rest goes back to the government. Not that all the money was utilized, they will still retire the money. Yeah. And then by next year, it is awarded again at a higher cost. Why they save money from what it should have just spent and left, nobody knows why. It is just best known to the government people. But the truth remains that the government is not thinking so much about the people. Because if you build roads, you connect cities, connect communities, connect states, And then it will help trade. It will help a lot of things, movement within the city or within the country. But you find that for political reasons, sometimes some of these rules some areas are favored more than others. Sorry to use Southeast as an example, not because I'm from that part of the country, but Southeast rules are left as a punishment for the people of that part of the country. Because you remember when Buhari, for instance, was in government, he was telling you that South is just a dot in the circle. And which means it's when you have already gone around the time you remember this small spot. And you cannot talk about a region that gave you 5% votes when you have 95 somewhere. A good leader doesn't reason that way. And remember that Lagos Ibadan Expressway, for instance, will link you to Benin, Onitsha. From Onitsha, you get to Enugu. From Enugu, you get to the northern part of the country. So if you do these routes, you are not helping just the eastern travelers. You are helping the entire country. And as these roads improve, so will commerce improve. So will the economy of Lagos, for instance, improve. So will the economy of Onitsha, Anambra State improve. But government is not reasoning that way. It's about how do we do it so that somebody will feel it. Somebody somewhere will feel it. And when they feel it, maybe by next tomorrow, they will change their thinking. Forgetting that the way you can change somebody's mindset is by letting him understand that, oh, you are part of me. Yes. Not because, oh, you go somewhere and then we are not part of us. And things like that. So it is misplacement of priority, and then government doesn't really look at the bigger picture in whatever it does. It's about this parochial thinking. It's about us
today,
and,
just today,
about
because
today.
we are in power today.
What do we get? You don't forget that some of these the money voted for infrastructure is also part of it. It's alleged to be used for running or rather prosecuting elections. So any government in power has the opportunity, the privilege of awarding contracts and using part of it to do whatever they want to do. And that's why somebody flew the cat. It's just maybe wanted to test the waters. That we want to rebuild Third Mainland Bridge at the cost of 3.6 trillion naira. 3.6 trillion. Then you don't know where Third Mainland Bridge was going again, whether it will run around the entire Lagos.
All right.
We
are still on the BDTV Roundtable. We go on a short break, and when we return, the conversation will continue. Welcome back. This is still BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issue of national interest. On this second segment, we turn our focus to the proposed salary increase for political stakeholders in the country. The Revenue Mobilization and Allocation Fiscal Commission announced last week that it will be increasing salaries for political office holders, the president, the vice president, the governors, the members of the National Assembly, and the rest of them. And since this announcement, there've been so many reactions since this announcement was made. The NLC has opposed it. Femi Falana, SAN has opposed it. And so many other people are saying, look, you can't do this at this time. And if you go ahead with this, it's insensitive at the time that Nigerians are actually going through difficult time. And therefore, these politicians, they really have, they have the money, really. I mean, so why are you trying to do this at this time? So how do you react to this announcement by the Revenue Mobilization and Allocation and Fiscal Commission?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, it depends on the part of the elephant you are touching. We are told about 10 blind men that went to feel a huge elephant. Each and every one of them touched particular part of the elephant and described the elephant based on what they felt. So in this case, we are seeing those politicians as big men because of the way they appear in public and all that. The truth of the matter also is that these men, the responsibilities hanging on their neck may be killing them, because every now and then people will come to them crying and they are doling out money, and they are members of their constituencies and all that. But be that as it may, that just trivializing a very important issue. But I can say that it's very insensitive on the part of whoever that mooted this idea in the first place. If you are looking at where we are in this country, that some people, some institutions, even international organizations have described Nigeria as a poverty headquarter because of the poverty level, the endemic nature of poverty in this country. And someone would be callous enough to move the idea of raising the salaries of certain politicians and those who are even inflicting these injuries on the poor people. It is very callous, to say the least. Because when the NLC was moving for the increase in the minimum wage of workers, the sing-song then was that this was not the right time, and it was pegged at 70,000. I don't know what anybody could do with 70,000 at this time. And those we are thinking who are also spending the money that belongs to everybody, they are now making case for themselves for salary rates. And it's insensitive. Because if we are talking about salary is not, they are not living on their salaries. Look at the members of National Assembly, for instance. If you know the kind of money they are getting, it will baffle you. And how many times do they even sit at the National Assembly? Every day they're on recess. And each sitting day, every plenary, you look at, everywhere is empty. They never form any quorum reasonably. And bills are debated, motions are passed, and nothing by few people. Yet, people are telling you that they need more money. Governors that are getting all manner of money, and these security votes that remain issue of controversy that somebody described as bottomless pit in terms of hugeness. Yet, we are making case for them for salary raise. It's insensitive and it's wicked. So, every Nigerian will be out here watching at them and say, are these people really our leaders? If they are our leaders, they cannot put us into the poverty level we have sunken into, and they are making case for their own salary raise. I think the time is inauspicious. The time does not permit such a thing. If you say that things are hard, every one of us should make sacrifice. You cannot be living large. You cannot be enjoying yourself, and you are telling other people to tighten their belts.
Okay, thank you. Chuka, I come to you. The chairman of the Revenue and Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Mr. Mohammed Bello, said President Tinubu's salary, or President's salary, not Tinubu's salary, it was the salary of the president is 1.5 million. The salaries of the minister is 1 million, and of course others like that. But there's something here that he said that people are really. He said this salary now, they've been on this salary scale since 2008, And so I want to, could it be that because this commission has a responsibility to fix the salary of political office holders, right? So could it be that because they have no job to do, it's like since 2008 that they did this last, and so they've been sitting idle, doing nothing. Could it be that they have they want to some work to do so that will not be accused of doing nothing since 2008? Could it be the reason why they are proposing this?
That's a very interesting joke, but I want to believe that decisions people make or take should reflect prevailing circumstances. If you are in a circumstance where, or let me say within a small enclave where people, the majority of people are crying that there's no food, and you are thinking of how much of what you have will be thrown away because they are occupying some space, that would be very, very reckless. It is insensitive, as he said. The idea of even thinking about the fact that somebody sat down and started thinking about raising salary of, we are talking about 1 million for one month.
For ministers.
Or for ministers.
Yes,
we are not talking about maybe government. Let us assume that these people don't even collect any other allowance. They are living on 1 million. That same, most of these people, big men they don't have big families. I don't know why it is like that. Most people who have money have small families. And those who don't have, their families are many. So you are looking at an average civil servant in Nigeria who may have maybe 5 children and is living on 70,000 naira. Then somebody who has 2 children being taken care of by the government, because the families of these people are fed and clothed by the government. You are proposing to increase from 1 million to somewhere else. Then you ask yourself, how many 70,000 is in 1 million? How many? Can you count the number of 70,000 naira that is in 1 million? Then the civil servant is expected to manage his money from the first day of any month to the last day. That same man who earns 1 million is also expected to manage it from day one. Yes, I agree with you that my colleague here that those who have actually more responsibilities, more dependence, people actually pester them more than they do. So, of course, nobody goes to civil servant to say, give me money. But to find that most of the actions these politicians take is for selfish interest. If you see a politician who is doing community, doing something for his community, buying materials for empowerment, and he's looking at 2027.
Yes.
Not because he likes you so much. So that by the time he gives you a sewing machine, gives you a keke, gives you any other thing, you can die for that person. So that you will remain there to remember you again tomorrow. So they are not our friends. And that's why they're even thinking about that kind of thing. Don't be surprised that tomorrow or next, this thing will be done. Because they just say it, watch reactions, and we already captured people. Nobody who cannot react, who cannot talk. Even an LC is just a toothless bulldog, especially since the last 10 to let me say in the last 5 years. So the anger is not sufficient in Nigeria to question or to protest, to ask questions. We are very complacent. Everybody is just okay with what happens around him because we seem to have resigned to fate. Whatever, and here is a country where hope has become a creed. Oh, let us allow them to spend its 8 years. And the next 8 years, a worse scenario will be created. We say, oh, it's just the next 8 years.
That's how we
So
continue to
and then they continue to, it's a very worrisome situation we find ourselves in the country. For anybody to even think about that, maybe as you said, those who have an idol, and an idle mind, is a devil's workshop. Devil just went and spoke to them and said, do you know that these people who will better your lot will be happy.
No, it could be that. You know, you have not been doing your job.
You've not been doing
And they
your
wanted
job.
to please
Why
some
not
people.
just do something? And then
But
please people.
let me ask you: do you see the commission withdrawing from this in light of the reaction that we have, the backlash?
What reaction has prevented them from doing? You see, they have studied Nigerians and discovered that we are, as he said, we are a conquered people. Olusegun Sam described Nigerians as a conquered people. He said, you know, as you normally catch an animal and put that animal in a cage and lock and throw away the key, that's how all Nigerians have been captured and put in a. So there is never a voice of protestation that can dissuade these people. It's unfortunate that those who are inflicting this pain on the people are the people making case for their salary raise. Unless Akinyele, former Minister of Information always say, there's always a quote he normally say, he said, that which touches us most must be last served. Those people should know that they are well off more than the ordinary person on the street. That which touches them most should be the last thing they should be thinking about. They should be thinking about how to better the lot of the ordinary man, the majority that are languishing in penury.
Thank you so much. This is where we're going to draw the curtain for today. Thank you for watching, and please give a day with us Wednesday next week as we come your way again. My name is Joshua Bass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ugana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan? Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta? Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allura Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajiri become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara a samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan. So, me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Ne nake so ta mun talla wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Al-Majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Al-Majri, because begging is not part of being Al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Al-Majri. And it started for the younger age when while unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called al-majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for al-majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our al-majri from streets. But like I told you, you know, all the al-majris, even the other al-majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social system the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time, by government establishing this, I think the problem of Alamajiri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Almajiri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with the at the national level with the National Commission for Almajiri and out of school children to better the system.
Welcome to Real Talk with Pam viewers, the show where authenticity meets conversation. On today's edition, we'll be talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly side of social media. And to help me with that, I have two incredible women. They work in the social media space, and we are going to unpack today what this means and how social media has affected not only them, but affects our lives in general. So without further ado, I'm going to dive right in. Welcome, ladies, to Real Talk with Pam.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. I'm going to get you to introduce yourself first.
Thank you for having me. I'm Adejumo E.A. Negra, the founder and creative director for Negra Neves. And I believe fashion is an art form, an expression to individuality, and a catalyst for empowerment. And here, I'm not just here today as a designer, but as a woman who is here to talk about the very highs and lows of social media. And I'm honored to share that story.
Fantastic.
And I am Cynthia Chukwuma, a customer engagement specialist with a fintech company. I am here to talk about, the good, bad, and ugly side of social media, the impact it has on people, and the impact it has had on me too.
Great. So let's get right into it. So women, so we obviously live in an age of social media. I think it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. I come from a very different generation where social media didn't really exist. I think of the Facebook age. I'm not a Gen Z. I'm not even a millennial. I think I'm a baby boomer. Okay. So anyway, so before we get into the bad and the ugly, let's talk about the positives of social media, which I believe that there are very many. So I want you to tell me what in your journey dealing with social media, you work in that space, and with your business, that is an integral part of your life. What experiences, can you share some experiences, how it's shaped you personally and both personally and professionally?
So personally for me, my first real contact with social media was right after graduation. I joined Facebook. It was very chilled at the time. This was around 2016. And I've always been very particular about the things I listen to, the things I watch, and the people I follow. So I had mostly people who were like myself. I had creatives on my timeline. I had career people who I could draw inspiration from. And after a while, I left Facebook because I felt like I grew beyond Facebook and I needed somewhere much bigger. So I joined Instagram and I joined Twitter. And again, at the time, it was very chilled. Twitter was very chilled. And I curated my timeline in such a way where I followed people who were like myself, career people, professionals, creatives, people I could draw inspiration from. And that kept going on, and I kept learning. They would share resources. I would learn from the resources they share. They would post really inspiring stuff that I learned from too. And it got to a point, actually, I think after COVID, Twitter just went downhill from there. People became very toxic. Conversations became very tight. It was either or, black or white, and there were no gray areas. And then it felt like a hellhole was opened and a lot of mad people, I don't know if I should use that word, but it just became very, very toxic. And yeah, it started to impact me really, because I would go online, I would see a lot of bad news, and I would see conversations, very low quality conversations. We shouldn't be having conversations about who should cook, who should do this, who should do that. And at some point I was like, okay, I need to relax. I need to take a step back. And because if you're not very careful, you get drowned in all of the
Right.
conversations. It's easy for you to get lost in all of these things, and you don't even realize that this is happening to you. So at some point I had to like say, okay, this is enough. I need to take a step back. I went on a Twitter break, I went on an Instagram break just to clear my head and then come back. So I feel like personally, social media has really impacted me in a very good way. I've grown career-wise because, I forgot to mention that when I joined Facebook, I followed people, like I said, who were like me. And that was how I started my first blog. I created my first blog because I had people talking about, writers like myself would talk about writing, about creating blogs and all of that. And I learned how to create a blog, created mine, started writing on my blog, even though I wasn't very consistent. And that landed me my first big job. I mean, I still work there, and it's the impact of social media. I've also grown career-wise. I've gotten resources. I've gotten help. I've even gotten scholarship off Twitter. Yes, I think it was a 50% scholarship. So they paid half of my fees, and I had to pay the rest of the fees. So Twitter has really impacted me, and I feel like it's because I've always been very intentional about the things I listen to, the people I follow, and the things I watch, the news I read. So it's very important, but it has also impacted me negatively because, like I said, at some point I had to take a step back. I was even depressed. I had to take a step back. But it's very important to learn how to balance it. Sometimes you have to go on break, and then sometimes you have to. The spirit of discernment is also very key. So you have to learn the things you take in and the things, filter everything before they go all in. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Fantastic. How about yourself, Negra?
Okay, for me, a very big thing social media has done for me. Social media has granted my brand a very huge visibility when it comes to reaching a larger audience. Social media has given me that space to be able to express myself and tell my story and share my narratives in a way that I believe. I would say social media has been of a great impact to me in terms of, getting access to individuals, mentors that I feel like I could not gain physical access with, and I could, get to listen to them, know what they do and how they do it different. I'll speak in regards to my field now in the fashion industry, because I tend to look around and I see everybody wants to do fashion in Nigeria, but they fail to see the importance of fashion, because for me, I believe fashion is an art form, an expression to individuality and a catalyst for empowerment. And a whole lot of individuals are, leaving that aspect and just jumping onto the aspect of wanting to make money.
Right.
And for me, it's more of like a passion thing for me, because with social media, I've been able to reach a much larger audience. Social media has helped me in spaces where I feel like, will I even be seen? I mean, I don't have much followers, I don't have a whole lot of people trying to know what I'm doing. I'm just coming out from nowhere, trying to be somebody, trying to do something right in so to say. And social media has helped me, I'm here right now because of social media. Like I like to refer to my community as icons. I've been able to create a community filled with iconic individuals. And in spaces where you know that you're starting something from the scratch, and you don't have, this stigma that comes with, I have somebody in a space where you really don't have anybody, but you just have your story to tell, and you have your narratives to share. Social media has helped me, get seen,
Right.
And it has helped me put my brand out there, and also, it also helped me get this credibility that I think I do need for my brand in regards to what is right and what is wrong.
Right.
I don't know if that makes sense, you know, in regards to what is right and what is wrong when it comes to the fashion industry. Like I said earlier, a whole lot of people are in the business. They're just trying to make money off it. They're forgetting the fact that you need to impact lives, whatever it is they're wearing. To me, I see fashion as an art form. Like I said earlier, fashion as an art form, an expression to individuality and a catalyst for empowerment. Through my pieces, I instill confidence in my community, in the community. You know, I kind of say the doorway to be brand new, you know, icons be brand new. A portal to originality has been opened for iconic individuals to step into it. I'm able to share that narrative all because of social media.
Right. That's fantastic.
I'm able to pass I'm able to pass my piece, you know, try to tell people, you know, for instance, there's a scarf I designed. The scarf said a horse can be forced to the river, but can't be forced to drink from its water. So I said I constitute originality and remain confident in your skin. I'm instilling those confidence in the individuals that are wearing it. They're not just wearing a piece.
Sure.
You know, they're wearing a storyline that can resonate with.
And social media
And social helps sharing that, you know, narrative and you know, get people feel comfortable, you know.
Sure.
So I'd also like to add to what she said. She said social media has helped her build community, which is very true. Social media helps you like connect to people. So you make the right friends, you make the right network, people who will eventually help you in one way or the other. So for instance, I recently landed a job, and thanks to a friend I met on social media. I wouldn't have gotten that job if I did not meet her, right?
Right.
So social media really helps you if you're very intentional about it. It helps you build the right network, learn a lot of things, and just improve, be a better person. Yes.
Yes, I ascribe to that too, in the sense that I love the fact that what social media has done is it creates accessibility. So you can be here in Nigeria and connect to somebody on the other side of the world, for example, in Japan, and you find that you have more in common than you do have differently. So that's the great side of social media. The power of social media is that connectivity. But at the same time, let's talk about what the not so good side of social media is. You know, as much as it can connect us, it can also isolate people.
Exactly.
And I find that maybe this is something for another discussion, or we could touch on it here, that even though social media is powerful at community, it can also create loneliness. I think the world we are in today, there is higher suicide rates. There's higher isolation as a result of social media. People are spending inordinate amounts of time on different social media platforms rather than having that real life connection. So tell me about that. Can you talk into that, and if you've had any experiences of that, especially where it can even affect someone's self-worth?
Exactly.
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit.
First of all, I would like to talk about cyberbullying, right? Like I said, in 2020, Twitter and many social media platforms went downhill after COVID. And I do not know what happened. I can't explain why that happened. But then cyberbullying, the rate of cyberbullying increased. I have friends and mutuals who have been cyberbullied because of what they wear. The people they choose to be, they are like very confident in themselves. They are very vocal about their beliefs, feminism or other forms of activism. And when you notice that people on the other side of the arguments or conversations are usually not very what's the word now? Very level-headed, right? And they're either extreme or they're not. And it's just very sad. I've had a friend who has been called a slut, who has been called so many things because of the things she chooses to wear. And it's very sad, and it can go on to affect your mental health if you're not very confident in yourself. It can go on to affect your self-esteem. You begin to feel very low about yourself. You begin to question who you are and the things you believe in. For instance, feminism. Again, I said some of the conversations we have in this part of the world are very low quality conversations. Conversations like, who should cook, who should do the dishes. And these are, if you go to the other side of, to the Western part, they hardly have these conversations. Conversations they have are conversations that can help improve their society. But over here, it's just worlds apart, and it's very bad. It's really bad. It can be depressing. It can be mentally exhausting. It can be it can affect your self-esteem, you begin to question your self-worth. Oh, am I really this person? Am I good enough? Can I do this? I've had someone post their art on Twitter, and instead of encouragement or instead of compliments, she got a lot of backlash. She got a lot of insults saying, oh, your art is dirty, your art is ugly, your art is this, that. And this can go on to affect, like I said, you start to question if you're really good enough for the things you do. And if you're not careful enough, if you're not, if you do not have that spirit, again, the spirit of discernment, the spirit of, it's just very easy to lose yourself in all of these conversations. So it's always very important to know who you are, to know the reason for why you do the things you do. Why do you do your art? Do you believe in yourself? Have a clear path to grow in and drown the noise. It's so easy to get lost in the noise. So it's very important to learn to filter some of the noise. It's very important to let yourself not be drowned by the noise and by the things people say to you. Yes. Oh, well, I would also like to mention the suicide part of so suicide is also another part of the negative impact of social media. Let me cite, I have a friend, not a friend, I mean, he was a mutual who killed himself over a conversation that happened on the timeline, right?
Wow. Somebody
And
you know.
not personally,
Right.
someone, a mutual's friend, exactly,
right.
and he committed suicide over a conversation that had happened on social media. I've also heard the story of a 13-year-old who, I mean, AI, would I consider AI social media? Maybe, maybe not. But then I read a story of, I think, a 13-year-old boy who had had a conversation with AI and who unintentionally assumed that AI was his romantic partner he was in a relationship with. And AI told this little boy to go kill himself. And he did.
I think we all heard that story.
Exactly.
It was out there,
And this is like a negative impact, negative
Part of
social media. So it's very important to know the things you watch, to filter, curate your timeline. Curate your timeline and try to build real life connections with people. It's so easy to get lost in your phone. We can be together having conversations, and then next thing you're picking up your phone, trying to have conversations or trying to tweet or trying to post. So it's very easy to get lost in this. So I think one way you can get out of this is try to have real life connection with people. Go out, have fun with your real life friends. Drop your phone, turn off your TVs, just have fun. Be there, present with your friends. Yeah, it's very key.
Excellent. How about yourself? Have you had any experiences, negative experiences with social media?
Yes, I would start with the comparison and the content fatigue.
Right.
You know, there are days where I get to question myself. Am I even doing the right thing? You get in, in spaces where you get to post a video or you get to post the product, and then you get like very low views, in spaces like, because I told myself I'm not going to like buy followers or whatsoever those people are doing. That you get to their page, you see over like 10,000 followers, but you're getting to see 10 likes or 80 likes or thereabout. I told myself authenticity, authenticity wins. Authenticity is power. I get to build these followers, get to track how it's going, show up originally. And there are days that I get online and then I just see people seem to be winning, and then I just get to be like, am I even doing the right thing?
Right.
I get to question myself. Am I posting the right thing? I get to question my belief. Am I even doing this fashion thing right? But then I'm doing it right. These people are just in spaces of where people tell me, oh, Negra, like the type of fashion you want to go into, very few people could understand it in Nigeria. I said, then, I'll get my audience. My audience will come forth. When I get to see my target audience would know, you know. And I just tell myself in the space of the comparison, you know, in that moment that I'm about to just compare myself to somebody, I just tell myself, you're valid. Your story matters, you know, and whatever it is you're trying to put out there, you don't have to be viral to be seen.
I agree.
I get to tell myself that to just get back into myself and stay present, you know, because at that point in time, trust me, I'm second guessing what I'm doing, I'm doubting whatever I'm posting, and I'm more of like the creative director for the brand right now. Everything on my social media, down to the visuals, down to the graphics, everything, like anything tech inclined, I did it myself, you know. So I tend to like look at myself, and I wouldn't say completely the comparison is a bad thing, because it has helped me shape my brand in a way that I believe fashion should be. Because I look out to like brands like Polo Ralph Lauren, you know, I look up to brands like Louis Vuitton, you know, Gucci. I see what they're doing for their brands, and I'm like, yes, I can do the same thing these guys are doing. You know, it's just Rome isn't built in a day, obviously. You know, you have to work your way right through it. But yes, I'm willing to work my way right through it. I'm not just trying to be here and then just, you know, get it at a snap at the finger, you know. So the comparison part and the content fatigue part, and also the aspect of, you know, getting creative burnout.
Right.
Like I say, right now I still do everything for the brand. When I mean everything, in cases of visuals, in cases of like content creating, taking pictures, I get to like learn angles and all of those things, you know. I get burnouts. I'm talking right now, I haven't posted on my Instagram yesterday, day before yesterday, because I'm thinking to myself, I want to post something, and I want to post something very valid. I want to post something very, very, very good, you know. I don't just want to like just push the content out there, I'm pushing it for the viewers to see it, but at the same time, I'm trying to build a community right here. I won't just push out anything, you know. So I'm telling myself, you just have to like take it slow, you know. Not posting at that point in time doesn't mean you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
You're human. You get creative burnouts. It's okay. All you just have to do is to relax, sit back, and then know what next you want to do. And as I'm saying right now, I know what else I want to post. I just have to sit, edit, and, you know, put it out there. But I wouldn't have posted it right there and then just because I felt, you know, the urge to post.
Right.
You know, because it's always something. I'm sure you can. You know, you can.
The comparison
it's always something, because you go on there, you see other brands. Sorry to, I wouldn't want to mention names, but you see other brands, you know, pushing their narratives and all of that. But the story we're telling, that different stories entirely. You know, I've got to digest whatever it is I want to put out there to be able to like, you know, show up and then just say, okay, yes, this is what doing.
Right.
It is what doing is what doing well, you know. So the content fatigue part and the creative burnouts, yes, and the bad one, like the story she shared. I'm just getting to know about the boy that died right now, and you can imagine that is crazy, because if you have, you know, you're having to think some computer is talking to you, and then you just believe, oh, I think what this computer is saying is right, and let me just do whatever it is it says. You know, it kind of like, you get to, not just even the 13-year-old boy, I have siblings, you know, they'll be like, oh, Auntie Negra, I just want to like look at something on your phone. Again, YouTube is there, in as much as it's good for learning. I love to like let them watch YouTube and all of that, but in as much that is good for learning, they still get to, they might not, you know, go into it themselves. Subconsciously, they could just see something, just a brief content that just caught their attention, and then they tap on it. It might be something that's so bad that they're not even meant to digest.
That's right.
And at that point in time, you're not there to guide them, because you probably left your phone with them, you know, hoping to do something, get back, and before you know it, he or she has, you know, digested everything they've said on there, and they're trying to like, you know, come up with something that they could do in respect to that.
Sure. We'll take a quick break right now and come back and continue this very, very important conversation. Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam. Just before the break, we were talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly of social media. So let's continue this important conversation. So guys, you remember before the break, we were talking about pressure.
Yes, please.
In terms of, you talked about content fatigue,
Yes, please.
wanting to, and the comparison trap. Now that's a real thing. So I'm curious to know, how does that pressure manifest itself with you guys in terms of social media? How does it show up? Because I know that for me, I have a daughter who's 18 years old, and for younger people, more than I think for us who are slightly older, there is this pressure that you see on social media, and it's almost like everybody's life seems perfect. Everybody doesn't seem to have a problem. They're having the perfect relationship. They're making a lot of money. So there must be a lot of pressure, especially not just business, in your personal life as well. So how does that affect you, either professionally or personally? What are some of the pressures that you have to deal with?
So personally for me, I've always been very ambitious. I have dreams. I really want to do like big stuff. And it's easy to see people who are doing the things you want to do, who are living the life you want to live. And you're there, just life is just happening to you, and then you start to compare yourself. Like she said, oh, why is this not happening to me? This person is happy, this person is going to Oxford, this person just landed a job with Microsoft, and it's easy to get lost in all of these things. And for someone like me, I've found myself sometimes getting sad about it, allowing it affect my mental health. But then the good part is that I always try to also draw inspiration from these things. If this person did it, I can too. And then I try to look for ways to make this thing my reality. If it's Oxford, apply to Oxford. The highest I can get is a no. If it's getting a job with Microsoft or Google or Paystack, apply to any of these companies, and that may happen for you. I said earlier, I try to go on breaks when I feel I'm starting to get overwhelmed by the noise. I'm starting to compare myself a lot with people. I take a step back. I go back to the drawing board. Either I go on a total Twitter break, or because I'm more active on Twitter, either I go on a break and I try to get myself back, know my why, and try to find ways to make myself feel better. Or I try to lock my timeline. I lock my page and I just drown the noise, and I filter the noise I get on Twitter and Instagram. Yes.
Great. How about you, Negra? How do you deal with what you talked about content fatigue and the comparison? So how do you deal with that pressure? Yes, you've talked a little bit about that. And why do you actually feel pressure?
I would say the why has to be about the unrealistic standard of success.
Right.
You know, we are in the world where you get to see, like she said, you get to see a whole lot of individuals doing what you're doing, and then you think, oh, this person is doing so well, why am I not doing very well? And then I tend to tell myself, number one, the time frame of which this person has been doing so well and the time frame of which you're just starting is a very long way to go. It's a very, very long way to go. You have to sit back and really look at it. This people is doing very well. Okay, fine. They've been 10 years in business. You're just probably like starting. You're just about like maybe 3 to 5 months gone in the business, and you just think you just want to up on there and just be that big thing. No, it doesn't happen that way. I get to just tell myself that in spaces that you think you're not doing so well, you're actually doing very well. Because the urge, the you that gets up to actually do something, already you're like 10 steps ahead of, like, let's say 50% of people already, because a whole lot of people wants to do something, right? But they get bracket into that face that says, I will do it. Procrastination. I'm drifting away a little bit from what you're saying, but I'll come back right there. They get to, like, the spirit of procrastination comes in. And once the spirit of procrastination comes in, you see the unrealistic standards to success that kicks in as well. Because you get to question what you're doing. Regarding leaving the fact that you actually need to get to work and not open on social media has the good and the bad. In as much as it gives the visibility and all of that, you also, if you're not putting it out there, like she said, like he was saying something earlier on, it was like you get to see like a content and you just scroll. If the content does not catch your attention at that point, in the first few seconds, you're gone. So in that case, it is not the social media at the point anymore. It is you. It is what you're doing. What are you putting out there? What are you saying? What are you trying to like? What message are you trying to like pass across? Is it what someone wants to listen to? Is it what they wants to like? Is it what they want to digest? You know, and it also makes you have this thinking of, am I doing the right thing? Meanwhile, you need to you should have done like an inner check on yourself.
And I did a show on the comparison trap a few weeks back, and we talked about this whole idea of success being, the car that you drive, how much you own, and how many houses you have, and particularly in the Nigerian context, people can define success with very material standards. And instead of success being, like you alluded to earlier, showing up every day and putting one foot in front of the other and taking a stock check and saying, well, I've come so far, and you can see progress. To me, that's success. Okay? So I think the comparison trap comes in when you look at another person's life and you think, well, they have X, Y, Z, and I don't have that. And then you measure your success by that. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't learn from other people, but perhaps we need to reevaluate what does success mean for us. Because like we said, social media, you can go and success can be, I want to be like the Kardashians, or I want to be like Justin Bieber, or I want to have 100 million followers, and that is success to you because you see other people having that. But is that even real life? You know what I mean? How many people, in the grand scheme of things that are in this world, we have 7 billion people on Earth, or is it 9 billion now? How many people live like that? Do you understand? And I think that is why I think social media is very tricky, because although it opens you up, it can also create this unrealistic view of life. And people are chasing something that is not even real.
So personally, I feel like success means different things to different people, right? But for you to define what success means to you, right, you first of all need to know who you are, your true self, and why you do the things you do. So for instance, to me now, I have things I'm very passionate about. And once I'm able to hit all of these things, once I'm able to achieve all of these goals that I have, I can say that I am successful. Some other person, it could be owning a car, it could be maybe traveling the world, being able to travel the world whenever they want to. But it's very easy for people to compare themselves to people. They're just so into other people's lives, like the Kardashians that you mentioned, so into other people's lives. Maybe Davido is traveling the world, he's buying diamonds, he's flying private jets. So I want to be like Davido. But do you really want to be like Davido? Is that who you truly are? What do you want for yourself? Once you're able to define the things you want for yourself, once you're able to define who you are, you can then say, this is how I measure, because there's no one standard metric for success.
Sure.
There's no one standard metric for success. So you need to, first of all, know yourself. It's very, very key. Once you're able to define who you are and the things you want, you can then say, I have succeeded. For some people, it's just probably being able to afford a very decent life. Or I want to have a job that pays me 500,000 naira, and I want to be able to retire at maybe 50 with 10 million naira, and that's success to them. And so to some other person, I want to retire with maybe $10 million, and I want to retire at the age of 30. Success means different things to different people, and you have to really know who you are for you to say that, yes, I have gotten what I really want. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, as young women,
Mm-hmm.
how does social media affect relationships? And I mean
Mm-hmm.
your relationships with the opposite sex, for instance.
Yeah.
What is your mindset around that, and does that play a big role in the decisions that you make? Because there's so many reality things out there right now. People create content on Instagram, particularly, that you see, and you can look at somebody's life and say, oh, they have a perfect relationship.
Yeah.
They have the perfect family. And do you think there's actually too much information
Yes.
being put out, and there's almost nothing left for, to keep back? Everybody just puts it out there. And how does it make you feel, particularly as young women?
So okay, do you want to go ahead? So I think yes, people put out too much information out there, and they're also very intentional about the things they put out. They are often very concerned about putting out the good parts of their life and not the bad parts of their life. So you as a follower or as an ardent fan, it's so easy for you to see that, oh, this person is very happy, this person has a perfect life. Meanwhile, they probably have one problem or the other they're going through you do not even know about. So personally for me, I have found myself, I even had a conversation earlier this year with my friend, regarding how social media has impacted her life and her relationship. So let me give you an instance now. She has people she follows who are in relationships who always post the good parts of their relationship. Oh, my boyfriend sent me $1,000 today. Oh, my boyfriend is the best thing after sliced bread. Great for you. But if you're not very careful, you realize that you're taking in these things and you're using the information you get from Twitter to compare your life to the life of other people. You start to think, is my partner doing enough for me?
Right.
Your boyfriend sends you lunch to the office. Oh, he sent me just lunch. Why is he not sending me $100 or $1,000? You see someone post that their boyfriend or their partner flew them to whatever country it is, and then you're thinking, my boyfriend hasn't even taken me on a proper date in months or in years. And meanwhile, this is not who you truly are. It's possible that you even prefer the more modern things. Is that how to pronounce it? Sorry. So it's possible that you prefer the more common things like maybe a walk in the park, or maybe just a very simple dinner date, or going to watch a movie in the cinema. And this is who you truly are. But then because you've just taken in a lot of information from the people you follow or from the things you see online, you start to compare your life to the life of other people. And again, I keep emphasizing on taking a break. It's very key. Once you see yourself comparing your life to other people's life, it's time to take a step back and question yourself, question your why, and question who you truly are. Is this who I am? What are the things I like? If it's even possible, probably you should write them down. These are the things I like. What does my partner do that really make me happy? Do I prefer the flying out, or do I even prefer the more simpler things, or do I like the both of them? So it's very important to question the things you see on social media, the things you hear, the things you listen to. Like, it's very key. It's easy to get drowned and compare yourself to the life of others.
I think I'd say in respect to that, a whole lot of people tend to want validation from like individuals that you don't even know.
Right.
And until they realize success offline is just as valid, they wouldn't see the urge to, they won't stop to see the urge to stop the, need for seeking validation from a total stranger. This topic you're talking about right now, there's somebody that spoke to me about something about last week. He was like, "Oh, Negra, what are you even doing, with yourself as a person? You're just all about business. You're not trying to like look for somebody out there to just, in quotes, sponsor your business and all of that." I'm like, there's so much to life than having to seek and depend on somebody to be seen. I go back to validation. I don't need the validation. I don't need your validation to think, oh, I can do much better than where I am right now. I don't need that urge, because that's what they see online. They see a whole lot of girls posting, oh, my boyfriend opened a shop for me today at Lekki. My boyfriend did this, my boyfriend did that. It's fine, it's okay, you know, but I wouldn't let myself think low of myself just because I haven't, you know, gotten my hands on probably someone that I feel like, you know, has to do these things for me when I know I can do these things myself.
Right.
Because so I tend to like I had to sit down, and then I said to myself, like I'll quote again, until they realize success offline is just as valid. There's so much you're doing on a day-to-day and people don't get to see. A whole lot of things you get to do day to day. I'm right there, you know, brainstorming how I want to put out my next design, how I want it to be unique, how I want it to speak to people, how I want people to perceive the brand, and all of that. All of those things are valid. All of those things are stories I'm telling behind the scene that no one gets to see.
Sure.
All you just get to see at some point is that you just see a woman out there trying to showcase the product, trying to tell the story behind the product, and you only just get to digest that story in few seconds that you watch the video. I've been there working on that stuff for maybe like a month or like 3 months ago. You know, I've been working on it, and then you don't get to see that part. And then you get to see the aspect of which I'm out there trying to show you, and then you think your validation is what I need to proceed as a person. No, I don't think so. So I realize success is more of like what you do behind the scenes, what you do that no one gets to see. You know, how you push yourself on days that you're tired. How you tell yourself that, okay, I know it's not going as I think it should, but I won't back down. How you tell yourself that, okay, you always just have to show up. To me, success is me showing up every day. Like, today is the day I get the breakthrough. Today is the day that my product goes, like, in as much as as I said earlier, like, you know, you don't have to be viral. You don't have to, you know, get viral before you get seen. But every day of my life, I still get to wake up and say, okay, this design I'm working on might be the design that might just put me out there.
Sure.
You know? And having that, I had you see a whole lot of individuals in when it comes to the opposite sex. You know, they come to you, especially when they see you as a woman founder, or they see you as a woman that's got dreams like you, or they see you as somebody that's just trying to do something for herself. They come and they try to want to distract you. Even a whole lot of them come with money. They come to want to entice you with money. I've had I mean, I'm just a young girl from Lagos trying to make ends meet and all of that. And then you just see somebody come to me and tell me, oh, what you're doing is, oh, they will pretend as if they love what you're doing. They're looking for, they want to give you that validation that the inner you is seeking at some point, subconsciously, you know, just to distract you off your pace, you know. And these people might just come. I've had somebody tell me that, oh Negra, hi, how you doing? I love what you're doing, and you know, I would love to your product. I'd love to, you know, let's do something from China or something. I would love that, you know. But moving forward, you get to see that all of it is just words on the lips, just to distract you.
And they want you. They want you to pay a price for that.
Want to pay a price for that, and alter your ego in a sort of way. You get me? Like want to like make you feel like, you know, that saying that would be like, oh, they're a woman. How dare you have like such a big dream? How dare you? I told somebody one time, I was like, I'm the next Louis Vuitton in the making. And the person told me, how dare you?
Right.
Interesting.
What do you mean you're the next Louis Vuitton in the making? I'm like, I pay super attention to details. Sustainability and timeless elegance is on the high side for the brand. And if you look at what these brands are doing, they're not doing anything different. And in other case, I tell storylines. My brand is a spot for storytelling. I tell my story through my designs. So you wouldn't compare me to other brands that just want to like make money off their brands. So and this person tell me, how dare you? How dare you say you want? Do you know what Louis Vuitton means? At that point in time, I wouldn't lie. At that point in time, he had poked something in me.
Right.
You know, I'd started like to have, oh, are you sure I'm doing this right? But at the same time, I picked up myself and tell myself, I know what I'm doing. You know, in spaces of like a whole, like let's say 10 people, you're the only person trying to like say something wrong, and trust me, I'm open to critiques. Very well. But at that point in time, that was like this person's way of distracting me.
Sure.
And at that point in time, I didn't need his validation to move on. Because at that point in time, if I had paid attention to what he was saying, I would have backed down at some point, you know, or I'd have gotten home, had like a self, like I said, that comparison, and that's this time around, it wouldn't even be like a content fatigue. It would be a comparison kind of thing, fatigue, that am I even doing something right? Sure. Am I sure I want to like move forward and all of these things? So I don't think like, to him, that's what he thinks probably success is or something. But to me, I think success is knowing who you are, staying grounded in yourself, and choosing authenticity, and knowing that success offline is just as valid.
Sure. Perfect. Beautiful. So just to round things off, I want to talk a little bit about, I mean, this is a non-exhaustive topic that we can go on and on. There are different angles to it. I'll probably do a part 2 at some point. But I wanted to know in terms of productivity, because that is, I remember as a mother, you know, always be worried that my daughter was spending copious amount of time on the, you know, on different forms of social media. And, you know, they're perfect excuses. Now, you know, she went to a school where, you know, she had to go online to do some of her work. You know, they allowed them freely to use their phones in school, which was a lot unheard of in my time. You know what I mean? So kids of nowadays are growing up with social media. That's part of their life, you know, whether it's Twitter or WhatsApp or Instagram or Snapchat or, you know, the downright ugly side of things like OnlyFans and what else? I don't know, so many other you know, unscrupulous things going on. So in terms of productivity, how can you, maybe you could give some advice of how do you curate your time so that you're not spending inordinate amounts of time on social media and you're still remaining productive? Because we said, we talked a lot in the beginning of how powerful social media can be in a positive way. But also, there's a negative side where you can just spend so much time online that you are, you know, spending your part of your life and rather than interacting with humans, you are interacting online. So how has it ever affected your productivity and how were you able to turn that around?
Okay, for me, I would say in aspect of productivity, one thing I've always had to do is have a to-do list.
Right.
You know, I get to tell myself, because trust me, you just see yourself 1 minute scrolling on TikTok, and then you're like an hour gone on TikTok. You know, then you tell yourself, this is not why I'm here. I'm here to show a presence, you know, not to get drowned into the act of social media. You know, I tend to reflect, and it has cost me a whole lot of procrastination. You know, and when I realized that, okay, I wasn't getting anywhere closer to my goals, I had to sit back, and then I told myself, okay, Negra, I have a to-do list. I have a reminder on my phone. Once I get into an app, what am I doing on the app today? Am I going to post? Because in as much as we are humans, in as much as we tend to tell ourselves that, oh, we just want to do something on social media, there will still be something that just catches your attention here, right there and there, and then you just get stick with it on something. And then I just tell myself, once I'm there, what am I doing today? Am I here to post? There are days I give myself, oh, by 12 o'clock I'm posting this content, and then I'm right there. I probably have edited it. I just wanted to like add a caption or something. Let's say I timed myself, this is 11:30, one says 11:45 or 50. I post the content, so regardless of whatever network wants to like interfere and everything, it gets seen by 12 on the dot. And then you see me on my phone. Before you know it, I've seen something that caught my eye, probably the Met Gala, stars and all of that. And then I'm right there. I just get, the reminder kicks me back in. I just said this reminder like, 5 minutes kind of thing. Wow, I think I've spent a whole lot of time. I need to post. I need to post. Then I'll post. After posting, I'll still remain there. But you have to get up and do something. At that point in time, music is my safe space. I tend to just switch to listen to music, the calmest music at the time. It helps me stay productive. I listen to music. I just know at that point in time, okay, it's music time. And what I use my music for is creating. So I've moved off the social media at a point in time.
Right.
Music helps me personally. I just have to, hey Siri, play me this. And then once it gets into that music mode, I have a playlist. I have the one for work mode. I have the one for, you just want to chill. I have a whole lot of playlists created on my phone. And then, okay, hey Siri, it's time to work. Play me my music. And then, I just get snapped back into reality that, okay, fine, it's time to go out of social media and all of that. And then I'm out. But you see, there's this urge that just wants to like pull you back to whatever it is you think you saw.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you're very intentional about getting off social media.
Yes, very intentional.
Which is fantastic.
Yes, please.
So we have to take another quick break and we'll come back and continue this conversation. Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam. Just before the break, we were talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly of social media. So, Cynthia, I want you to talk about productivity and how social media and productivity go hand in hand. How have you been able to sort of stay productive?
Oh, intentionality. You have to be very intentional about the things you want. You have to do list, like she said. For someone like me, I've always struggled to strike a balance between productivity and having to stay on social media. So I try to like take breaks and I try to take advantage of to-do lists. You have so many tools that can help you stay on track with your goals and then go off social media and just spend the right amount of time on your social media. So there are tools like Notion, there are tools like Google Keep that you can take advantage of, you can leverage to just create like a to-do list for yourself and ensure that you tick. So you can probably even use social media as a reward system. So when you tick a very important thing off your to-do list, you can maybe spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes on social media, depending on what you really want to do. And it's also very important to take hiatus. Like sometimes when it just feels like, okay, your productivity is not enough. So let me take a break for maybe a week, 2 weeks, a month, several months, and then come back refreshed and all of that. So you also have to be very intentional with your goals, because if you do not have goals, if you're not a very organized person, it's so easy to get lost in social media. So you just have to create a to-do list, right? All of the things you need to do and reward yourself with social media. Yes.
Brilliant. Okay. Just like I said, it's a non-exhaustive topic. We could go on and on, but we've almost run out of time. So I just want you to look at the camera and tell our viewers, particularly women, what's the one thing you want them to take away from this segment of the good, the bad, and the ugly, something that has helped you, that you could give advice to women about social media?
For me, I would say filter the noise. It's very easy to get drowned in everything happening around you, in everything happening on social media and the people you follow. So once in a while, filter the noise, go on social media hiatus, take a walk, meet up with your real life friends, have fun, just take a break. Oh, one more thing, be you. Originality is very key. Be authentic to yourself. Do not get lost in everything that people have a happy life, but no one has a perfect life. So do not get distracted by the good parts of what people are posting. There is always the bad side of it. So yes, filter the noise and be you.
Fantastic. I love that. Filter the noise and be you.
So for me, I would say, to every woman building something beautiful out there, you do not need to go viral to be seen. Your story matters. Choose originality, remain confident in your skin, and know that authenticity is power.
Awesome, awesome. So to our viewers, thank you very much for watching. This is actually the last show in this season. Can you believe it's been season 2 done and dusted already? So like we say here, keep authentic, keep being real. Till next time, see you next season. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.